Welcome back to Cosmic Wand, the channel where we reimagine the wizarding world one impossible question at a time. Today's story is, what if Harry had an evolution system that made every spell permanent and stronger with each cast, a long-form reimagining where every Lumos, every Wingardium Leviosa, every quiet practice cast in a cupboard under the stairs builds towards something terrifying and beautiful. If you enjoy the read, please like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Settle in. The journey is long, and the payoff is enormous. Chapter 1, the first spark. The cupboard under the stairs smelled of old wood polish and the faint metallic tang of the boiler that pressed against its left wall, and Harry Potter had spent enough nights pressed against that wall to know its rhythm the way other boys knew the breathing of their fathers. He lay on his back in the dark with his arms folded across his chest, listening to the radiator click and the wind rattle the loose pane in the kitchen window, and he tried, as he had tried every night since the letters started arriving, to make sense of what was happening to his life. The letters had come in waves. First one slid through the brass slot in the Dursley's front door, addressed in green ink to Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs, 4, Privet Drive. Then more. Then a flood of them shoved through every crack and crevice of the house until Uncle Vernon, with the trembling rage of a man whose universe had begun leaking at the seams, had bundled them all into the car and driven them to a wretched little hut on a rock in the middle of a black sea. And in that hut a giant had come. And a giant had told Harry, with tears glittering in beard and eye both, that he was a wizard. Now it was 3 days before the 1st of September. The trunk Hagrid had bought stood at the foot of the bed like a small black coffin promising resurrection. The wand inside it, 11 inches and made of holly with a single feather of phoenix at its core, lived in a slim box on top of his folded robes, and Harry had not yet dared to take it out for more than a few seconds at a time. Magic, he was beginning to understand, was real. It was real, and it had been real all along, and his entire childhood had been a long quiet starvation in the middle of a feast. He pressed his palm against the slats above his face and closed his eyes. That was when the world tilted. It did not tilt in any way the Dursleys would have noticed. The radiator kept ticking. The wind kept rattling the pane. Dudley, in his bedroom upstairs, kept snoring like a small grease-fed engine. But something inside Harry's skull cracked open quietly, and a cool blue light that nobody else could see unfurled across the inside of his eyelids, and a voice that was not a voice spoke into the bones of his head. Evolution System Online. Host, Harry James Potter. Age, 11. Compatibility, 100%. Welcome, host. Harry's eyes flew open. He sat up so fast he banged his head on the underside of the stairs, which was not a new sensation, but the white sparks behind his eyes were swallowed at once by the cool blue panel that floated calmly an inch in front of his nose, written in letters that looked like cut crystal. He stared. The evolution system is a soulbound cultivation framework. Each spell cast by the host will be permanently registered. Each use will add experience. At sufficient thresholds the spell will evolve into a stronger, more efficient, or more specialized form. Evolutions are permanent. Knowledge gained is permanent. Power accrued is permanent. The system is honest. The system is literal. The system is yours. Do you accept? A single button hung beneath the words, the color of starlight. Harry, who had spent 11 years swallowing every cruelty and every kindness and every starless night with the same patient stillness, looked at that button and felt something inside his chest unclench for the first time in his life. He did not know why he believed it. He only knew that he did, the way you believe the sky after the storm. He reached out a hand. His fingers passed through the panel and found the button, and the button gave under his touch the way a lily gives under a bee. Accepted. Welcome, host. The light folded itself into a single bead and sank into the center of his chest, and Harry felt, for one strange moment, as if a kind hand had been laid on his sternum from the inside. Then the panel reformed. Initial scan complete. No spells registered. Passive trait detected, survivor's mark. Passive trait detected, Avada residue. Passive trait detected, Parseltongue, dormant. Traits logged. Proceed at your discretion. He breathed. He swung his feet to the cold linoleum, eased the cupboard door open a crack, listened, and then lifted his trunk lid as quietly as a thief lifts a window. The wand box came out under his fingers. The wand itself, when he took it, hummed in his hand like a tuning fork that had been waiting a long time to be struck. 11 inches of holly. A core that had been pulled out of a phoenix the day Harry was born, in the same hour, from the same bird whose other feather had given Voldemort his wand. Ollivander had said all of that in a hush like a man laying a body in the ground. Harry pointed the wand at the bare bulb in the cupboard ceiling. He thought of the first word Hagrid had ever taught him in passing, the word every wizarding child learned the way Muggle children learn to whistle. Lumos. The tip of the wand bloomed. It was not a great light. It was a small white star, no brighter than a candle, and it lit the cracked plaster of the cupboard and the pencil drawings of dragons Harry had made when he was 6 and the pile of Dudley's broken toys in the corner. But Harry, looking at that small white star, felt his eyes sting because the cupboard had never been a place that held light it had not been given. The panel flared. New spell registered, Lumos. Level 1. Effect, produces a point of illumination at the wand tip. Progress, 1 out of 100 uses to level 2. He nearly laughed. Instead he stayed very still. He looked at that little star and he thought about the years that had built up behind it, the long brown years of being looked at like a stain. Then he held the wand up and whispered, "Nox." The light went out. The panel pulsed. New spell registered, Nox. Level 1. He smiled in the dark. Then he lit the cupboard again. And again. And again. His thumb began to ache against the holly. He whispered Lumos and Nox 100 times in the small black hours, the lit and unlit pulse of the cupboard turning him into a heart of his own beating, and somewhere around the 70th try the Lumos became automatic, less a word and more a pull behind his sternum, and somewhere around the 90th he realized the light at his wand tip was no longer a candle. It was the size of a grape. The shadows on the cupboard wall were sharp. Lumos leveled up. Lumos, level 2. Effect, produces a bright point of illumination. Light extends approximately 3 meters with usable intensity. A second flare. Lumos leveled up. Lumos, level 3. Effect, produces a focused light with adjustable intensity. Note, the host is progressing with unusual efficiency. His chest was warm. His wand tip was a small sun. Across the kitchen ceiling above him a bar of light moved as he turned his hand, and he could see the textured wallpaper of the upstairs hallway through the gap above the cupboard door as if it were noon. He killed the light. He killed it again. He whispered Nox until the system told him the spell had gone to level 3 as well and the cupboard sealed itself in the cleanest darkness he had ever known. He sat in that darkness with the wand on his knee and did the math. By the time he got on the train, he could level Lumos 20 more times. By the time he got to Hogwarts, he could begin in earnest. By the time he was 12, he would have a dictionary of small spells turned into something less small. By the time he was 13, 14, 15, he would not be a boy anymore. He would be something the people who had hurt him would be sorry they had ever named. He laid the wand down beside him. He pulled the cupboard door shut. He listened to Dudley snore, and to Aunt Petunia's careful footsteps overhead, and to Uncle Vernon's heavy breathing, and he let the small permanent thing the system had given him settle into his bones. Then he slept. In the morning Aunt Petunia threw open the cupboard door and barked at him to come out and butter the toast, and he buttered the toast, and he ate the corner crust she allowed him and drank the sour orange juice from the chipped glass that was always his, and through the whole of breakfast the cool blue panel hovered politely at the edge of his vision, refreshing itself, presenting daily quests with the patience of a butler who has waited 1,000 years for someone to ring the bell. Daily quest, register 1 new spell. Daily quest, complete 100 practice casts. Reward, permanent passive buff, undisclosed. He read it while pretending to chew. He glanced at Dudley, who was systematically destroying a saucer of beans. He glanced at Uncle Vernon, who was reading the Daily Mail with his mustache trembling. He glanced at Petunia, who was watching him over the rim of her cup with the cold bird-like attention she always wore when she had decided to remember he existed. He smiled at her, just a little. She paled. He had not smiled at her since he was 4 years old. He had a feeling he was going to start smiling more. 2 days passed. He swept the kitchen and weeded the garden and was kicked twice by Dudley and threatened once by Vernon, and through all of it he practiced. He practiced silently, with his wand sleeve hidden, with his lips barely moving, with the system tracking and approving every fraction of a cast. By the morning of September the 1st he had Lumos at level 5 and Nox at level 5, and a charm called Wand Lighting Sweep that he had stumbled into when he tried to flick the lit wand sideways in a panic and the light had spread into a flat cone like a torch beam. New spell registered, Lumo Sweep, Derivative. Level 1. Effect, Wand Lighting Spell extended into a conic area. Note, derivatives accrue experience independently and may evolve into independent spells. He had not known you could derive new spells from old ones simply by changing the gesture. He suspected the system was hinting. He intended to take the hint. Vernon dropped him at King's Cross with the grim satisfaction of a man returning a parcel he had never wanted. Harry, with his trunk on a trolley and his snowy owl in a cage, watched Vernon's car peel away into traffic and then he turned and walked into the smoke and noise of the station with the wand strapped to his forearm under his sleeve, and the system humming politely against his ribs, and the word evolution written across the inside of his life in letters none of these tired commuting strangers would ever see. He found the platform the way Hagrid had told him. He stood between platforms 9 and 10 with the cold of the floor coming up through his shoes, looking at the brick column and the boys in business suits brushing past it and the harried mother with 3 rotund children all named Smith, and he tried not to look like a boy who was about to walk into a wall. A red-headed woman saved him. He heard her say, every year, packed with muggles, loud enough to hear, and he latched onto the family the way drowning men latch onto rope, and a kind boy his own age clapped him on the shoulder and showed him how to do it. The boy was Ron Weasley. There were brothers, there was a small girl with red hair and a face like a struck match who stared at Harry like he had walked out of a painting, and there was the train. He found a compartment near the back. He hauled his trunk up. Hedwig blinked at him from her cage with the slow and patient certainty of a creature who knew her boy. He looked out at the platform and watched the families wave their children off, and he felt, for the second time in 3 days, a soft ache behind his sternum that the system did not classify because the system did not classify grief. The compartment door slid back. Ron Weasley looked in. Anyone sitting there? Everywhere else is full. Sit, said Harry. Ron sat. The train began to move. It accelerated through London and then through countryside, and Ron talked, with the peaceful unself-consciousness of a boy who had never once in his life had to weigh his words, about his brothers and his rat and the family ghoul in the attic. Harry listened, and laughed sometimes, and when Ron asked him about his scar he lifted his fringe and showed it without fanfare, and Ron stared as if the lightning had struck him personally. Then Ron, having performed the necessary ritual, dropped the topic with admirable speed and produced a chess set from his pocket and asked if Harry wanted to learn. Yes, Harry said. A girl with bushy brown hair came in halfway through the second game. She had the air of a librarian's understudy and the manners of an only child, and she introduced herself in a single high-velocity sentence. I'm Hermione Granger. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. She looked at Ron's wand on the seat. She looked at the chess set. She looked at Harry. Her eyes, intelligent and dark and a little frightened underneath their certainty, fixed on him. You're Harry Potter, she said. Yes, he said. I've read about you, she said, and then, because she could not help herself, she said, I've memorized the book. Most of it. Her cheeks went pink. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say it like that. It's all right, Harry said. He liked her at once. There was something in the way she stood in the doorway, holding herself together by the simple force of caring too much about everything, that he recognized. He recognized loneliness when he saw it. He had been looking at it in mirrors all his life. "Sit with us," he said. She blinked. "Pardon?" "Sit with us." She sat. By the time the trolley came round, the three of them were arguing about the holyhead harpies, which Hermione had read about and had opinions on, and which Ron treated as scripture. Harry bought everything on the trolley with the heavy gold the goblins had pressed into his palm, and Ron's ears went pink at the sight of so many cauldron cakes, and Hermione's nose wrinkled at the chocolate frogs, and they ate, and the afternoon turned to evening through the window, and the sky over the moors went the color of a bruise. Then a pale boy in robes opened the compartment door, and the air in the compartment went cold. Draco Malfoy did not so much enter a room as colonize it. He was flanked by two larger boys whose foreheads suggested entry-level forms of low cunning, and he looked at Ron, and he looked at Hermione, and he looked at Harry, and he made the mistake, the very small precise irreversible mistake, of choosing his moment to be cruel. "You'll find some wizarding families are much better than others, Potter. I can help you sort out the right sort." He flicked a glance at Ron's robe sleeves. "You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort." Ron stood up slowly. Harry lifted his hand off Ron's wrist. He had not realized he had put it there. He turned to look at Malfoy and discovered that the system had quietly opened a small panel beside Malfoy's head, the size of a credit card, listing him with the neutral courtesy of a maitre d', Draco Lucius Malfoy. Age 11. Wand, hawthorn, unicorn hair, 10 inches, reasonably springy. Status, irrelevant. Harry smiled. "Get out," he said, very softly. Malfoy, who was used to being smiled at by people who feared him and frowned at by people who did not, blinked. "What?" "Get out," Harry said again. "Take your friends with you. Don't speak to me again until you've worked out who you'd like to be." He had said it without any pyrotechnics. He had said it at the volume of a teacher dismissing a student who had wandered into the wrong room. He had said it with the steadiness the cupboard had taught him, and the steadiness the system had given him, and the steadiness of a boy who had spent a single weekend learning that the universe owed him something and had begun, with a beautiful patience, to collect. Malfoy went red. He opened his mouth. Then he saw something in Harry's face that he could not name, because Malfoy was 11, and what Malfoy saw was old and quiet and unafraid, and he closed his mouth and stepped back and went down the corridor with his bodyguards at his heels and the door sliding shut behind them with a soft, almost embarrassed click. Ron exhaled. "Blimey. Was that necessary?" Hermione said, but the corner of her mouth was twitching. "Yes," Harry said. "It will save us a lot of time later." The train climbed the last hills under stars. Hagrid's voice boomed across the platform at Hogsmeade Station and the first years swarmed toward him, and the boats slid out across the black water, and the castle rose like a mountain that had decided to dress as a building, every window lit. Harry sat in the prow of his boat with Hermione behind him and Ron beside him and Neville Longbottom across from him, clutching his recovered toad like a relic, and the wind off the lake came up the front of his robes, and the system whispered, almost shyly, "Environmental reading, Hogwarts wards detected. Strength, historic. Interference, minimal for host. Suggested training regimen, 100 casts per night. Suggested target, transform all first-year spells to level 5 before the winter break." He did not answer. He did not have to. The Sorting Hat saw all of him in less than 2 seconds. He could feel its small old voice rummaging through his head with the brisk respect of a librarian sorting first editions, and he could feel it pause, and he could feel it weigh him against the 4 houses of Hogwarts the way a goldsmith weighs a coin against his thumbnail. "Difficult," said the hat in his head. "Difficult, very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent, oh my goodness, yes, and a nice thirst to prove yourself, now that's interesting." "I'd rather not go to Slytherin," Harry thought, mostly out of habit. The hat hummed in his ear. "Not Slytherin. You could be great, you know." It's all here in your head, and Slytherin will help you on the way to greatness, no doubt about it. And there is something in here, Mr. Potter, something I have not seen in a very long time, something old, something that sings. Are you sure? Harry thought of the cupboard. He thought of the way light had bloomed at his wand tip in the dark. He thought of a boy who had told him, with an idle drawl, that he could help him sort out the right sort. I'd like to choose, he thought. Wherever you put me, I will be what I want to be. But please. I'd like to choose. A long, considering pause. Then, said the hat, better be Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted. The hall was awash of warm light and noise and 4 long tables of children and teachers, and Harry walked the few steps to his new house with his head ringing pleasantly, and he sat down between Ron, who had landed in Gryffindor a moment before him with great relief, and a curly-haired boy named Seamus who was already trying to set fire to a goblet of water with a complicated series of taps. Hermione joined them 3 minutes later, smiling so widely it transformed her face. Neville came after, looking faint. Harry looked up at the staff table during the feast. There was Dumbledore, half-moon spectacles glittering, beard like a long white river. There was McGonagall, sharp and alert. There was a small man perched on a stack of books who must be Professor Flitwick. There was a hook-nosed man in black, motionless and unsmiling, looking at Harry in particular with an expression Harry could not read. And there was a young wizard wearing an absurd purple turban beside that man, whose eyes flicked across Harry's scar and away, and the system flared, just once, against Harry's ribs. Unstable magical signature detected. Proximity, 20 meters. Recommendation, observe and do not engage while under level. Harry did not stare. He simply marked the man in the turban the way a falcon marks a moving thing in the corner of its eye, and went on cutting his roast beef. That night he lay in his 4-poster bed in the Gryffindor first-year boys' dormitory with the curtains drawn, and the other boys snoring with the pleasant industriousness of well-fed 11-year-olds, and Harry lit the wand under the duvet and whispered the words. By the time the castle clock struck 2 he had Lumos at level 7, Nox at level 7, and a small derived charm called Lumos Pulse that produced a brief stuttered flash he suspected might be useful in the dark for a great many reasons. The system rolled out a quest list he had not asked for. Daily quests for new host. 1. Attend 1 lecture per professor. Reward, analysis passive level 1. 2. Cast 100 Lumos. Reward, Lumos level up. 3. Cast 50 Wingardium Leviosa upon formal instruction. Reward, Wingardium Leviosa level 3. 4. Avoid unnecessary confrontation with Mr. Malfoy until level 5. 5. Eat 3 full meals. Reward, health passive level 1. He stared at the last one for a long time. 3 full meals. Eat 3 full meals. He had not eaten 3 full meals in any single day of his life. The system, with its calm and its courtesy and its all-caps gentleness, had built him a quest out of the most basic act of being a child, because the system, evidently, was paying attention. Eat 3 full meals, he repeated to himself, and his throat tightened, and he swallowed it down, and he laughed, very softly, into the pillow. All right, he said. Quest accepted, said the system, and the panel folded itself away, and he killed the light at his wand tip, and outside the window the stars over Hogwarts wheeled with the slow indifference of an old story turning a page. He slept the way a boy sleeps when he has, at last, somewhere to wake up. In the morning Ron shook his shoulder and told him there were sausages in the great hall. Harry sat up, rubbed his eyes, and put on his robes with the simple gladness of a boy who had been issued a uniform and had decided to wear it well. He went down to breakfast. He ate. He ate everything he was offered, and then he ate seconds, and the system, which spoke seldom but spoke like a friend, whispered health passive level 1 installed into his bones, and a small warm settling went through him like the first long sip of soup after a winter walk. Across the hall, in the staff seats, the man in the turban watched him. Harry looked up, and held the man's eye for the length of a breath, and looked away. He had a great deal to do. The schedule McGonagall handed out at the end of breakfast had Charms second, and Charms was Flitwick, and Flitwick was small and squeaky and gleaming-eyed with the particular delight of a teacher who has spent his life in love with his subject. He stood on his stack of books and waved his wand and the chalk wrote on the board, and he taught the simplest charm in the curriculum. Wingardium Leviosa, he chirped. The swish and flick, my dears, and remember the precise pronunciation. Wingardium Leviosa, gar nice and long, oh nice and round. Harry made his feather rise. Hermione made hers rise. Ron made his explode. Half the class made theirs flop. Flitwick clapped and bounced and pronounced Hermione brilliant, and pronounced Harry brilliant, and gave Gryffindor 20 points at one go, which was the most points he had ever given in a first lesson. Harry, with his feather floating placidly above his palm, watched the system. New spell registered, Wingardium Leviosa. Level 1. He cast it again. And again. His feather went higher. His feather drifted across the room. He flicked his wrist and the feather swam through the air in a slow elegant figure of 8. The system flickered with delight. Wingardium Leviosa leveled up. Wingardium Leviosa, Level 2. Effect, sustained levitation of small objects with improved fine control. Hermione looked at his feather. Hermione looked at hers, which was hovering at about waist height with a faintly resentful expression. Hermione narrowed her eyes. How are you doing that? Practice, Harry said honestly. You've had a wand for 3 weeks. I practiced a lot. How much is a lot? Harry considered. A lot. She humphed. She turned back to her feather. By the end of the lesson Hermione's feather was matching his maneuver for maneuver, which Harry suspected was the kind of result that would happen any time he gave Hermione a target. Flitwick gave Gryffindor another 15 points. Ron was outraged on behalf of his own feather. They went down to lunch laughing. In Transfiguration, McGonagall gave them matches and asked them to turn them into needles. Harry turned his on the 4th try. Hermione turned hers on the 3rd. McGonagall, sharp behind her square spectacles, glanced at Harry's silver needle, glanced at him, and inclined her head a fraction, which from her was the equivalent of a brass band. New spell registered, Transfiguration, Matchtio Needle. Level 1. He cast it again. And again. By the end of the lesson he had a small pile of silver needles and one slightly silver pin and a single stubborn match that had become a wooden needle with a head, and McGonagall, watching him pile them up on the corner of the desk, did not speak. She only nodded once, very slowly, the way a master swordswoman might nod upon recognizing the cant of another master's blade. In defense against the dark arts, Harry sat at the back. Professor Quirrell stood at the front, stammering through a lesson on the dark creatures of Albania, his turban a dingy purple lump above his uneasy face, his eyes flickering from face to face. The room smelled of garlic, which Quirrell had apparently strung on twine across the windows, and underneath the garlic Harry's nose, sharper now from a passive he had not been told he had unlocked, found something else. A faint sour rot. A trace, he thought, of something dead pretending to be alive. The system, very politely, said nothing. It had said its piece the night before. It would say it again only if he asked. He did not ask. He simply watched the man, and listened to the stammer that did not quite track, and noted the way Quirrell's eyes did not quite meet his, and the way Quirrell's mouth did, for one fractional instant, twitch when Harry looked at him in just the wrong way. And he marked the man, and filed the mark away, and turned the page of his book. That night, in the dormitory, he lay on his back and listened to the 4 other boys breathe. He held his wand against his chest. He looked up into the canopy of his 4-poster, where the embroidered lions still played their slow embroidered games among the stars, and he opened the system panel, and he asked, the way you ask a friend for the truth. What was the man with the turban? The panel was quiet for a long moment. Then it answered. Unknown, host. The signature is layered. One part is Quirinus Quirrell, instructor. One part is not. The not part is older. The not part is wounded. The not part knows you. Harry breathed. Request, do not engage until level 5. At level 10, the system will provide an assessment. At level 20, the system will provide a kill plan. He closed his eyes. He did not feel afraid. He felt, instead, the small cold furious gratitude of a boy who has at last been given a name to put on the thing that has hunted him since he was a year old. All right, he whispered. Then he raised his wand under the duvet and cast Lumos 100 times, and Nox 100 times, and Wingardium Leviosa 50, and the silver match to needle 10, and his blood hummed with the small clean voltage of something that had been waiting all his life to begin, and outside the dormitory window a low wind moved through the hills above Hogsmeade, and somewhere very far off the forbidden forest stirred in its sleep like an animal that has heard a sound, and the evolution system, calm as a candle, watched him. Daily quests complete. Lumos, level 8. Nox, level 8. Wingardium Leviosa, level 4. Transfiguration, match Needle level 3. Health passive, level 1. Analysis passive, level 1. Sleep, host. He slept. In the morning the great hall was full again, and the bacon was hot, and Hermione had brought her schedule and was triple-checking her quill collection, and Ron was complaining about potions, and far away in the hooded shape at the staff table a man with a turban watched a boy who had begun, very quietly, to become something the world had not yet seen. The wind off the lake was cold. Harry, eating his second helping of bacon with the absolute concentration of a boy completing a quest, did not yet know how much the wind off the lake would matter. He did not yet know who would die in this castle, or who would live, or what hand he would need to extend, or what curses he would need to refuse. He only knew that he was here, and that the cupboard was 1,000 miles behind him, and that the system, in its calm patient all caps, was building him a future out of the smallest possible bricks. He took a third sausage. Hermione gave him a look that was halfway between disapproval and pride. Ron gave him a thumbs up. The first day at Hogwarts had ended. The first day of the rest of his life had begun. The first week at Hogwarts taught Harry a number of things, but the most important one was that he could no longer get away with being unremarkable. Professor Flitwick, after the Wingardium Leviosa lesson, asked him to stay behind and asked him, with the air of a man pretending to be casual, what training he had received before the start of term. Harry told him truthfully that he had received none. Flitwick asked him, in the same casual tone, whether he had any natural talent he was aware of. Harry, weighing the politics of the answer for the first time in his life, said that he had a very stubborn kind of memory and that he liked to practice. Practice, Flitwick repeated. Yes. That is the secret of charm's work, Mr. Potter. Practice and a quiet mind. Carry on, my boy. Carry on. He left the office with the strange sense that he had been weighed and not, on the whole, found wanting. On Friday morning the schedule announced potions in the dungeons, and the dungeons turned out to be exactly as Harry had imagined them. Cold flagged stone. Jars on shelves with floating pickled things. The smell of dried herbs and metal shavings. And at the front of the room, behind a teacher's desk that looked like it had been carved from a single dark slab of slate, stood Professor Snape. He had a long sallow face and shoulder-length black hair and an expression of permanent inward grievance, and when his eyes found Harry's they stopped and held with a flat antipathy that had nothing to do with the boy in the chair and everything to do with a face Harry had inherited from his father. Harry, calmly meeting that look, watched the system spin up beside Snape's head. Severus Snape. Age 31. Wand, Blackthorn, Dragon Heartstring. Skill, Acclumans, Master, Legilimens, Potioneer. Alignment, Complex. Harry took his seat. The lesson began. Snape did not lecture, he stalked. He moved between the rows and asked questions like a man tossing knives. Potter, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Potter, where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? Potter, What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? Harry, who had not opened his book yet, opened the system panel inside his head and watched it produce, with a polite efficiency, a notation beside each question. Asphodel plus wormwood equals draught of living death. Bezoar equals stomach of a goat. Monkshood and wolfsbane, same plant, also called aconite. The system was apparently capable of reading any standard textbook within 100 yards of him. Harry made a note to thank it later. He answered all 3 questions. He answered them quietly, without flinching, without smirking, without lifting his chin to claim the answer. Snape's mouth went flat as a sword. "You are evidently aware that I expect competence in this room, Mr. Potter," he said. 5 points to Gryffindor. For competence. Sit down. Hermione, who had had her hand in the air the whole time, looked stricken and proud at once. Ron, who had not heard of a Bezoar in his life, mouthed, "What's that?" at Harry across the desk. Harry shook his head minutely. Snape, turning back to his blackboard, allowed himself the briefest of frowns at the floor in front of his desk, as if the floor had offered him an insult. The rest of the lesson was a survey of dangerous brewing, and Harry brewed a cure for boils with Ron, and the cure for boils came out a healthy gunmetal blue, and Snape, prowling past, said nothing. Saying nothing was, Harry suspected, the highest praise the man would ever give him. Outside the dungeons the sun was on the grass, and the lake was the color of polished tin, and Hagrid waved from across the lawn with both arms. Harry waved back. They had tea with Hagrid that afternoon in his hut on the edge of the forest, and Hagrid told them about the owls he had carried to the Potter house when Harry was a baby, and he told them about Sirius Black with a faint frown that Harry mentally bookmarked, and he gave them rock cakes that broke teeth, and Fong the boarhound put his enormous head in Harry's lap and slobbered with the sincere love of a creature that did not understand boundaries. That night, after Ron had gone to sleep, Harry slipped out of the dormitory and down to the common room with his wand under his sleeve. The fire had burned down to a red glow. The portrait of the fat lady was snoring on the other side of the wall, and the chairs were empty. He set himself a small training course. He levitated a quill. He made the quill write his name in the air. He turned a sugar mouse from the Halloween box into a real mouse, briefly, and then back into a sugar mouse before it could escape, and the system flared with quiet satisfaction. New spell registered, transfiguration, confection rodent. Level 1. Note, this is a non-standard application. Expect novel evolutions. He smiled. He went on practicing. Hermione found him at 1:30 in the morning. She came down the spiral stairs in her dressing gown with her arms folded and her hair like an indignant cloud, and she stood in the middle of the common room and looked at him with the expression of a girl who had been raised to follow rules and had decided, 1 minute ago, to break one in order to confront a friend. "It's after curfew." "I know. You'll get points taken off." "Probably. Why are you doing this?" Harry did not answer immediately. He let the spell on the quill collapse. He sat back in the armchair and looked at her. She was 11 and tired and earnest, and her eyes were shining with the exact kind of nervous love that Harry had learned to recognize the way other boys learn to recognize bird calls. "Because I'm behind," he said. She stared. "You're top of the year." "I'm behind on what's coming," he said. "I want to be ready. There's a man at the staff table who used to want me dead when I was a baby, and he's still in this castle, and I am 11 years old and 3 feet shorter than him, and I would very much like to not be afraid the next time I see him in a corridor." She sat down on the arm of the other chair. The fire flickered red across her face. She thought about it. She was a girl who thought before she spoke, and Harry was learning to wait through her thinking. "Quirrell," she said at last. He did not say yes. He did not say no. He looked at her, and she nodded once, slowly, and said, "All right." "All right what?" "All right, I'm coming with you." "To the practice." "Tomorrow night." "And the next." "I'm faster than you on theory and you're faster than me on practice and that means we'll have the time." He laughed before he could stop himself. He could not remember the last time anyone had volunteered to be on his side. The system, which heard a great many things, paused for a moment at the edge of his mind, and then logged something quietly into a file he had not been shown. Ally detected, Granger, Hermione. Compatibility, high. Recommendation, accept. He did not need the recommendation. He said, all right. She nodded once and went up the stairs. He stayed by the fire and ran through Lumos one more time, and Lumos, on the 17th cast of the night, blossomed into something new. Lumos leveled up. Lumos, level 9. Lumos has reached a mutation threshold. A derivative form is available. Choose, Lumos Solum, broad area illumination, or Lumos Spectra, focused light, cutting application. He stared. He thought about the broad warm light of a sun on grass, and he thought about a focused beam of cool steady light that could be drawn down a line, and he thought about the man in the turban and the something dead pretending to be alive, and he chose with no hesitation at all. Lumos Spectra. Confirmed. Lumos Spectra, level 1. Effect, projects a focused coherent beam of light from the wand tip. At low intensity, illumination. At high intensity, a cutting application capable of scoring wood and iron. Note, original Lumos remains registered and will continue to level up independently. He held the wand up, very carefully, away from the curtains. He whispered the new word as if it were a name. Lumos Spectra. A blade of cold white light, no thicker than a pencil, sprang out of the holly. It was perhaps a foot long. It hummed faintly. He moved it across a sheet of parchment lying on the side table, and the parchment fell into two halves with a clean, perfectly straight edge, the cut so smooth there was not a single fiber sticking out. He killed the spell at once. He sat very still. He said, to the empty room, to the snoring portrait, to the system, to himself, oh. Outside, in the dark above the lake, an owl called. Beneath the dormitory the castle stones held their silence the way old stones do. And in the boy's dormitory, in his bed, the boy who had spent 11 years being small began, very quietly, to grow. He went up the stairs. He laid the wand under the pillow. He slept. Morning came with rain on the windowpanes and a screech owl tapping at the glass with a letter from Hagrid inviting Harry and Ron and Hermione to tea on Sunday afternoon. Harry, who had slept 4 hours and woke clear-headed in a way he had never woken at the Dursleys, dressed quickly and went down to breakfast. McGonagall caught him in the corridor outside the Great Hall. She was a woman who could turn into a cat at will, and there was something cat-like in the slow steady look she fixed on him in the morning light. Mr. Potter. A word. Yes, Professor. Professor Flitwick has informed me that you are advancing through charms at a rate he has never seen in a first year. Professor Snape has informed me, with notably less enthusiasm, that you have not embarrassed yourself in potions. Madam Hooch will be putting you on a broom this afternoon. I will be watching. She paused. Do not break any bones, Mr. Potter. The infirmary has had a long week. I will try, Professor. Try harder than that, said McGonagall, and she gave him the smallest possible nod, and swept off in the direction of her office with her tartan robes snapping at her heels. Harry went in to breakfast. He sat between Hermione and Ron. He ate 3 sausages. The system, which had been quiet since Lumos Spectra, brushed up against his ribs and said, in its smallest voice, "Welcome to Hogwarts, host. The world is listening. Let us begin." Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, The Blade of Light. Madam Hooch had short grey hair like a hedgehog's spines and the yellow eyes of a hawk, and she stood on the lawn behind the greenhouses with 20 broomsticks laid out in 2 even rows. The sky was a hard September blue. The grass was wet enough to soak through Harry's shoes. The wind came up off the lake and carried with it the green smell of weeds and the faint sour smell of the dragon dung Professor Sprout was using on the third-year roses. Right then, Hooch barked. "Step up to your broom." Stick out your right hand over it. Look at it. Say up. Harry stepped up to his broom. He stuck out his hand. He set up the way he said most things, quietly, with no particular weight, with a clean expectation that the world would do the thing he had asked. The broom snapped to his palm with the eagerness of a dog finding its master after a long walk. The system, in the corner of his vision, hummed. New spell registered, summon broom, nonverbal analog. Level 1. Note, this appears to be a wandless command. The host's alignment with objects of flight is unusually high. Hooch had not noticed, she was barking up. 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 At Neville Longbottom, whose broom was lying on the grass like a sulking pet. Hermione's broom rose 6 inches and lay back down. Ron's broom whacked him in the face. Harry, with his eyes mostly on Neville, watched the boy at last get his broom into his hand and watched the relief and panic chase one another across his round face. Then Hooch told them to mount up. Then she told them to kick off, hover, and come back down on her count of 3. Then Neville, with the predictable cosmic timing of bad luck, kicked off 2 seconds early. His broom went up like a frightened pheasant. Neville's mouth was a black O of horror. He clung. The broom climbed past the greenhouses, past the second-floor windows, past the gargoyles, and at the top of its arc Neville's left hand slipped, and Neville fell. Harry was on his broom before he knew he had moved. The system, with the courteous speed of a thing that had been waiting for its first piece of real work, pulled up a window beside his eye line. Projected impact, Neville Longbottom, ground contact in 2.6 seconds. Recommended intercept vector, bank right 40 degrees, accelerate. Harry banked right 40 degrees and accelerated. Wind tore his fringe back from his scar. Hooch was shouting behind him and her shouts went past like leaves in a gale. The broom under him was a school broom, slow and sticky, but it answered him because he asked it to, and Neville was a heavy bewildered shape spinning towards the grass, and Harry caught him under the armpits at 4 feet and slowed and set him on his feet with a clumsy dignity, and Neville, white-faced, sat down hard on the wet grass and threw up over his own knees. The class was silent. Then, from the back of the line, Draco Malfoy stooped with a smirk and held up a small glass ball that gleamed red. "What's this, then?" "A remembrall." "Look, his Gran sent it." He rolled it once in his palm. "Maybe if I leave it up a tree, Longbottom will remember not to fall off his broom." He kicked off. Harry, who had not been on a broomstick more than 90 seconds in his life, kicked off after him. He caught Malfoy 30 feet up. Malfoy's face went from smirking to surprised to alarmed in the span of a single heartbeat as Harry, with the cool deliberateness of a boy who had a system telling him exactly where to put his weight, pulled level and then ahead and then up. Malfoy threw the remembrall. Malfoy threw it as hard as he could. Malfoy, in the end, did not understand what he had thrown it at. The remembrall glittered against the sky. Harry rolled left, dipped, accelerated, and caught it the way a falcon catches a hare on the wing, 2 feet above the grass, with his fingers closing around it and his broom skimming the grass tips. He pulled up. He landed. He stood with the small red sphere in his palm, and the sky was still a hard September blue, and Hermione had her fist pressed against her mouth, and Ron was punching the air, and Madame Hooch was striding across the lawn with murder in her yellow eyes, and 20 feet behind her came Professor McGonagall. "Mr. Potter." He waited. "Come with me." He went. McGonagall did not speak as they walked back into the castle. She walked quickly, like a woman with a place to be. She turned down a corridor. She knocked on a door that said Professor Filius Flitwick on it, and asked, with her voice as crisp as cut paper, whether Flitwick could spare her wood for a moment. There was a startled squeak. There was the sound of a chair being scraped back. A boy of about 15, broad-shouldered and serious, came out into the corridor holding a quill. "Wood," McGonagall said. "I have found you a seeker." Wood looked at Harry. Wood looked at McGonagall. Wood looked at Harry again, and his face split into a grin so wide it threatened to swallow his ears. "Professor," Wood said, "are you having me on?" "I am not. He has just executed a 50-foot dive, caught a glass ball at flying speed, and landed without a scratch. He is 11. He is on a school broom. He has been flying for 90 seconds. Do not let me regret this, Mr. Wood. He is your seeker. He needs a broom. I am going to write a letter to my brother." "Yes, Professor," said Wood, who was clearly trying not to laugh from sheer joy. "Mr. Potter. Practice will commence this afternoon. Be on the pitch at 4. McGonagall fixed her stare on him. "First years are not permitted on house teams. You will pretend you are not aware of this rule. Madam Hooch will pretend she is not aware of it either. Mr. Filch will pretend nothing because Mr. Filch is incapable of pretending. Are we clear?" "Yes, Professor. And do not, under any circumstances, allow Mr. Malfoy to hear of this from anyone but you. You will tell him in your own time, in your own words, in a way I do not need to know about." He kept his face still. "Yes, Professor." She nodded and swept off. Wood clapped Harry on the shoulder so hard Harry's teeth clicked together, and Wood promised him a nimbus and called him a gift from the gods and went back into Flitwick's office whistling a tune Harry did not recognize. Harry, alone in the corridor with the Remembrall worm in his pocket, looked at the ceiling and let one slow breath out. The system flared, gentle. New spell registered, Broomcraft, Tier 1. Level 1. Note, Broomcraft is a composite skill. It will evolve as the host's flying improves. Daily quest updated, win at least one Quidditch match as Seeker. Reward, permanent reflex buff. He laughed, alone, in the corridor. Then he went down to lunch. Word traveled the way word travels in a school. By the end of the day everyone in Gryffindor knew Harry was on the team, and by the end of the next day the rest of the school knew, and by the end of the week the news had become so fixed in the social fabric that nobody bothered to talk about it anymore, except for Malfoy, who kept finding new ways to mention it that he believed were subtle. Hermione cornered Harry in the common room on the third night. "You're not getting away with this. We had a deal. Practice. Tomorrow night." "I had practice today. With Wood. I haven't slept." "Tomorrow night," Hermione said, in the voice of a girl who had been raised by a doctor and a dentist and was used to obedience. "Tomorrow night," Harry said. She produced from inside her robes a small leather-bound book. It was old, and it smelled of the library, and she presented it to him with the trembling pride of a girl bringing home a stray cat. The cover read, in faded gilt lettering, "A Theoretical Compendium of Light-Based Spellcraft, by Cassiopeia Ross." "I checked it out from the library," she whispered. "Madame Pants said it was uncatalogued so she wasn't sure I could actually borrow it but I told her I had a project for charms and she let me. There's a chapter on focused light spells. You'll like chapter 4. Hermione. Thank you." Her ears went pink. She busied herself with her own homework. He read chapter 4 under the duvet that night with his wand at Low Lumos. It described, in academic but not unkind language, a long discontinued line of light-cutting charms, abandoned in the 17th century because nearly every wizard who had attempted them had cooked his own wand. The book treated this as a tragedy of pedagogy rather than a failure of the spells. The book hinted, in a footnote, that with the right wand-anchor combination it might still be possible to revive the line. The book gave 4 incantations. The system, reading along over Harry's shoulder, glowed. These spells are compatible with Lumos Spectra. Each will add a new derivative node. He smiled at the canopy of the 4-poster. The next morning at breakfast he asked Hermione to come with him to a particular unused classroom on the 4th floor that he had scouted on Monday, and she came, and Ron came because he was not going to be left out of anything Harry did, and the 3 of them spent an hour after dinner with the doors shut and the windows open, throwing Lumos Spectra at a stack of old textbooks Hermione had carefully selected from the library's culls. The textbooks did not survive. Lumos spectra cut through them in clean horizontal lines. Then the system pinged. Lumos spectra, level 5. Derivative node unlocked. Choose, 1, Lumos lancia, a long stabbing beam. 2, Lumos culter, a short curved cutting arc, 3. Lumos rivus, a flowing thin stream controlled by wand motion. He chose Lumos rivus. He liked the idea of a stream he could draw across his enemies the way a child draws a line in sand. Confirmed. Lumos rivus, level 1. Effect, a thin coherent beam controlled by wand motion. Can be stretched, bent, and guided along gesture paths. Hermione, whose hair had been blown back by the third Lumos spectra and whose eyes were now wide and bright as struck copper coins, said, "Harry. That cut through 10 textbooks." "Yes. I want you to teach me." "You can't have my system." "I don't need your system. I just need your incantations. I want to know I can do this if I have to." Her chin came up. "If anything bad happens, I want to be useful." "Hermione," Ron said, "you are useful. You know everything. Knowing isn't the same as doing." She looked at Harry. "Teach me." He taught her. Lumos went into her wand on the first attempt, because she was Hermione Granger and she had been practicing already in her dormitory with the curtains drawn around her bed. Lumos spectra took her 4 nights. Lumos rivus took her 2 weeks. By the end of October the classroom on the 4th floor had a long row of broken textbooks pyramided against the wall, and Hermione could draw a beam of light 4 feet long that cut clean through pine, and Harry's Lumos spectra could cut iron at the second knock and his Lumos rivus could be coaxed into a kind of gentle whip that wrapped around table legs without scoring them, and Ron, who had never been particularly interested in the cutting branch, had taken charge of Wingardium Leviosa with the focused patience of a boy who had decided to be the third person on a team of 3. Ron levitated everything. Ron levitated tables. Ron levitated the suit of armor on the 3rd floor for 30 seconds before he had to drop it. Ron levitated 3 textbooks at once and made them spin in formation in the air like a small honor guard. The system, watching politely, registered Wingardium Leviosa as derivative eligible at level 7 and offered Ron, through Harry, 3 branches of evolution he could choose from when he was ready. Ron took the one called Wingardium Stability. The system, in its private commentary, made a small humming sound that Harry interpreted as approval. New derivative, Wingardium Stability. Effect, sustained, stable levitation of larger objects. Note, host's companion has excellent instinct for anchoring spellwork. In the corridors, Malfoy kept his distance. He still sneered. He still found ways to insult Ron's robes and Hermione's blood and Harry's general existence, but he did so from a length that suggested he had begun to view Harry the way a careful hunter views a smaller predator he has decided not to get too close to. Crabbe and Goyle, his bodyguards, took their cues from him and lumbered past Harry in the corridor without acknowledging him at all. Until the night, 2 weeks before Halloween, when Crabbe and Goyle stopped acknowledging caution as well. It was after dinner, and Harry was walking back from the library with Hermione and Ron, and the corridor on the 4th floor was lit by a single sconce. Crabbe came around the corner ahead of them. Goyle came around the corner behind them. And Malfoy, who clearly thought he had set up something clever, drifted out of an alcove with his wand in his hand. "Potter." Harry stopped. Hermione clutched her bag tighter. Ron's hand went to his wand. "You've been making me look bad in classes," Malfoy said. He was trying for menace and getting it almost right. "I think we should get something straight." Harry looked at him for a long moment. Then he looked at Crabbe. Then he looked at Goyle. He let one slow breath out, the way he had taught himself in the cupboard. "You've thought this through," he said. "Yes." "You've decided that this is the night." "Yes." "You have considered that there are 3 of you and 3 of us, and your 2 friends are bigger than us, but that I have been quietly told, by every teacher in the school, that I am the most talented student in our year, and that the bushy-haired girl on my left has done her own private research, and that the red-headed boy on my right has just made a passing first 11 of Gryffindors lift a baby grand piano in the common room last Tuesday. Malfoy blinked. You have considered all that, Harry said. And you have decided that this is the night. You've got a high opinion of yourself, Potter. No, Harry said gently. I've got a high opinion of my friends. He raised his wand. He did not say a word. He thought Lumos Rivus, and a thin clean line of cold white light flowered out of the holly tip and curled in the air between him and Malfoy like an animal on a leash. He let it hang there for 1 second, 2, 3. The corridor was very quiet. The light made hard shadows on the stones. This, Harry said, cuts iron at the second pass. I would not like to use it on you. But if you take one more step, 1 more inch, 1 more breath in the wrong direction, I will use it on your wand. And then I will use it on his wand. And then I will use it on his wand. And you will all walk back to your common room without any wands at all, and you will write home to your fathers about how Harry Potter cut your wands in two with a spell that has not been taught at Hogwarts since the 17th century, and your fathers, Mr. Malfoy, will tell you what every careful pureblood in Britain already knows. Which is that boys like you are supposed to be able to recognize boys like me, and that this is the part where you back away. The light hung in the air. Malfoy backed away. He backed all the way to the wall. Crabbe, behind Harry, did not so much back away as turn and discover, with a kind of relief, an excuse to walk somewhere else. Goyle remembered he had to be somewhere. The 3 of them retreated. Hermione let out a breath. Ron, beside Harry, said, very softly, that was the coolest thing I have ever seen. It was a bluff, Harry said. He killed the spell. I would have used it on his sleeve. He didn't know that. No, Harry said, and the system, in its quiet way, congratulated him on managing a confrontation without actually escalating, and added, in tiny letters at the bottom of the panel, Diplomacy Passive, Level 1. Installed. Hermione, walking beside him, looked over with an expression Harry did not yet know how to read. He would think about that look, later, in the dormitory. He would discover that it was the look of a girl who had decided, finally, that he was not going to break, and who therefore did not have to be afraid for him in the same way. In the corridor outside the Great Hall the next morning, Quirrell intercepted him. The professor had a way of seeming to be perpetually about to apologize for taking up the air. He came up beside Harry on the steps with his hands fluttering and his eyes too wide, and the sour rot beneath his garlic smell pressed at Harry's nose like a hand at a bell rope. Mr. Potter. A moment, if you will. Yes, Professor. I have heard you are a very talented young man. Charms. Transfiguration. Flying. I practice. Yes, I am sure you do. Quirrell's eyes flicked to Harry's scar, and away. I would like you to know that my office is open, Mr. Potter, should you ever need to talk. Harry held very still. The system flared. Proximity, 2 meters. Signature, hostile overlay detected. Recommended response, neutral. He smiled with his mouth only. Thank you, Professor. Your SCSC scar, Quirrell said, very softly, as if he were trying out the word the way a thief tries a key, does it ever hurt? The scar pulsed, exactly once, like a finger pressing on a bruise. Harry, with a calm he was proud of, said, sometimes, sir, when the weather changes. Quirrell's eyes flickered. The thing under the turban, on the back of his head where Harry could not see and did not need to see, was watching him through the man's eyes, and Harry knew this the way he knew the difference between a stove that was hot and a stove that was warm. He met the eyes, very steadily, and he did not look away. How interesting, Quirrell whispered. Most interesting. Thank you, my boy. Thank you. He patted Harry's shoulder, and his hand was cold even through the robe. Off you go to breakfast. Harry went. Hermione caught up with him at the doors. Was that Quirrell? Yes. Are you all right? I'm fine. Harry. I'm fine, he said. He was. The scar had pulsed once and then quieted, and the system was already running an analysis pass under his ribs, and he could feel the system's calm certainty that he was safe in the great hall with 300 witnesses and a headmaster. He sat down. He ate. He drank pumpkin juice. He chewed his bacon. Across the hall, Quirrell took his seat at the staff table and ate nothing. After breakfast Harry went up to the 7th floor and into the unused classroom with Hermione and Ron, and the three of them practiced for 2 hours straight. Harry's Lumos Rivus cut a clean spiral into a stack of 3 pine boards. Hermione's Lumos Spectra cut 2 of them. Ron's Wingardium Stability lifted a desk from the corner and held it shoulder high without trembling for 90 seconds. The system pinged with the regular cheerful patience of a metronome. Wingardium Stability, Level 4. Lumos Spectra, Level 6. Lumos Rivus, Level 3. Weekly Quest, endure a full school day without incident. Reward, permanent intuition buff. Harry laughed. Ron and Hermione looked at him in alarm. He waved them off. It told me a joke, he said. It can do that? Hermione said. Apparently. What does it look like? Ron asked. Blue and polite. They went down to lunch. They ate. They went to defense against the dark arts. Quirrell lectured on the proper way to recognize a vampire in a poorly lit room, and his stutter was particularly thick that day, and Harry took notes with one part of his mind and watched Quirrell with another, and at the end of the lesson Quirrell asked him to stay behind. He did not. He stood up with the rest of the class and walked out, and did not look back, and Hermione and Ron flanked him in the corridor without being asked. That night a sealed envelope appeared on his bed. It was addressed in spiky black handwriting to Mr. H. Potter, Gryffindor Tower. The seal was a stylized Q. Harry held it for a long moment, and then he took it down to the common room, and he laid it in the fire without opening it. The parchment caught at once. The Q-shaped wax bubbled and cracked. Inside the flames, for one strange instant, Harry thought he saw a shape coil and uncoil, like a ribbon of red thread that did not want to burn. Then it was ash. The system flared. Unknown hex repelled. Containment insignificant. Threat neutralized. Note: do not open mail from Professor Quirrell. I gathered, Harry said. He sat in the chair by the fire for a long time. Hermione came down at midnight, and Ron at past, and the three of them sat in silence with the embers and watched the chimney pull the last of the smoke up into the dark above the castle. Harry, Ron said at last. Are we going to die? No. Are we going to fight? Probably. How big a fight? I don't know yet. Hermione, on the rug at his feet, said softly, we'll be ready. Harry put his hand briefly on her shoulder, and then on Ron's, and the three of them sat by the fire while the castle slept, and the wind off the lake came up through the corridors, and somewhere in the dungeons a cauldron bubbled, and somewhere on the staff floor a man with a turban paced the floor of his quarters with his hand against his head, and the boy whose lightning scar he wanted laid down in front of the embers and slept with his friends beside him for the first time in his life. The system, watching, did not log the moment. Some things, even a system, will not record. In the morning, McGonagall summoned Harry to her office. There was a long wrapped parcel leaning in the corner. Open it, Mr. Potter, she said. He opened it. The Nimbus 2000 was darker than he had imagined, and lighter, and the polished handle smelled of beeswax and birch. He held it across his palms and looked up at McGonagall with his eyes bright and his mouth steady, and McGonagall, watching him, allowed herself, for one short fraction of a second, a smile. Practice with care, Mr. Potter. Bring us the cup. Yes, Professor. He carried the broom out. He carried it through the corridors with his head up and his face calm. He carried it past Malfoy, who saw it, and stopped, and went the color of curdled milk. He carried it to the practice pitch, and Wood, seeing him, laughed out loud and slapped his hands together, and the team gathered around the new seeker as though Christmas had come early. Above the lake, the sky was grey and high and cold. In the dungeons, Quirrell's hand pressed against the back of his head. In the great hall, the Halloween decorations were going up. The ceiling glittered with 1,000 floating candles. The smell of cinnamon and roasted pumpkin filled the corridors. The first feast of the year was 3 weeks away, and the air in the castle had the brittle bright edge of a season turning over, and Harry Potter, 11 years old, walked into his first Quidditch practice with a broom under his arm and a system humming in his ribs, and the evolution system whispered, in its small quiet way, "Let the games begin." The first Quidditch practice ended at sundown with Wood breathless and Harry's hands rope burned from the leather grip and the team grinning at one another like men who have just been told that the war they have been losing for 3 years is over. Wood swore he would tell nobody, which meant nothing because Fred and George Weasley had a sense of theater that no oath of secrecy could survive, and by the second practice on Friday half the school had ambled by the pitch on some pretext or another and watched Harry pluck a charmed walnut out of the air at 60 miles an hour. The walnut was Wood's idea. He had read in an old training manual that the Slytherin captain in 1973 had used live moths and a friend with a butterfly net. Wood preferred walnuts. They did not bleed. Harry, who had a system that politely projected the trajectory of any small object he was paying attention to, caught 72 walnuts in a row before Wood made him stop because Wood had run out of walnuts. He flew home through the dusk with his cloak snapping at his shoulders and the first stars over the mountains. The system, watching, gave him another small chime. Broomcraft, Level 4. New passive installed, Aerial Instinct, low. Saturdays at Hogwarts had a particular quality of light. The corridors were emptier. The professors ate breakfast late. Hagrid stood out on the lawn cutting wood with the apparent satisfaction of a man who had been waiting for the weekend so he could swing an axe in public. Harry went down to Hagrid's hut after breakfast with Hermione and Ron, and Hagrid greeted them like a man receiving long-lost cousins, and they had tea, and a kind of biscuit Hagrid called rock cakes that the system tagged, with a polite note, as structurally unsafe for consumption. Harry ate one anyway. The system upgraded the tag to noted. Hagrid talked about Fluffy. He did not mean to. He had meant to talk about the cabbages he was growing in the back garden, but Hagrid talked the way a long river runs, and the river took a turn through Gringotts on the day he had collected Harry, and from Gringotts to the headmaster's errand he had been on that morning, and from the errand to the contents of the small grubby package he had collected from Vault 713, and from there to Fluffy, and Hermione, who had been quietly listening with her teacup hovering near her mouth, set the cup down very carefully and said, "Hagrid. Who's Fluffy?" Hagrid blinked. Fluffy. Oh, Hagrid said. He scratched his beard. He went a little pink. Just a little something I lent Dumbledore. 3-headed dog. Bought him off a Greek chap I met in the Leaky last year. Lovely temperament, just plays the harp, 3 of them are sweethearts. 3-headed dog, Hermione said. Guarding what? Hagrid choked on his tea. I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't be. That's between Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel and, he stopped. He looked stricken. You haven't heard nothing, he said. You haven't heard a word. Now eat up your rock cakes. Harry chewed his rock cake. He smiled at Hagrid. He did not look at Hermione, because if he looked at Hermione he was going to laugh. Back in the Gryffindor common room he watched Hermione fly across the carpet to the bookshelf she had been quietly accumulating in a corner, and pull down volume after volume, and within 40 minutes she had the name Nicholas Flamel and the words Philosopher's Stone written in a neat hand on a scrap of parchment, and she pushed it across the table to Harry with the triumphant red cheeks of a girl who had cracked a code. Whatever's behind that dog, Hermione whispered, it's the stone. The only known Philosopher's Stone in the world. Flamel's been alive for 665 years on it. He must have given it to Dumbledore for safekeeping. Which means, Harry said, Quirrell wants it. Quirrell. Or whatever's living on the back of his head. Ron, who had been chewing a sugar quill and listening, said, on the back of his head, in a tone of mild horror. Don't worry about it, Harry said. I'm going to worry about it, Ron said. I'm going to worry about it a lot. The system, hearing all of this, set itself a quiet new background task. Priority objective logged, protect the Philosopher's Stone. Subordinate objective logged, remove threat vector Q, note, host currently underpowered for direct confrontation. Continue evolution regimen. Harry stretched, got up, went to bed. He lay under the duvet with the wand against his chest and he ran through Lumos and Lumos Spectra and Lumos Rivus and Wingardium Leviosa and the Match to Needle, and he ran through a new spell he had picked up that morning called Reparo from a bored older student who had broken her quill, and he ran through Alohomora, which he had picked up out of a textbook and tested on the Gryffindor common room door, and he ran through Locomotor, which he had read about and not yet cast, and the system. With the calm of a tutor checking off a syllabus, ticked through them. Lumos, level 11. Nox, level 11. Lumos Spectra, level 7. Lumos Rivus, level 4. Wingardium Leviosa, level 8. Transfiguration, Match to Needle level 6. Reparo, level 2. Alohomora, level 3. Locomotor, level 1. He had been at Hogwarts 3 weeks. He had 10 registered spells. The system, in its private way, was beginning to imply that this was an unusually fast accrual. He did not need the implication. He could feel the change in himself the way a young soldier feels his shoulders broadening across a winter of drills. The next morning Snape's class was the brewing of a forgetfulness potion, and Harry brewed his with Hermione because he had decided that Snape would be less unpleasant if Harry was paired with someone Snape liked even less than him. He was correct only in the sense that Snape's contempt was distributed more evenly. The potion came out the correct silvery blue. Snape walked past their cauldron and said, "Adequate." "Adequate," Hermione hissed under her breath, 20 minutes later, in the corridor. "He has never given anyone in this school an adequate. He has given Penelope Clearwater an acceptable and that was it. Adequate." "It might be a compliment," Ron said. "It is a compliment," Hermione said. "I am going to write it on a small framed plaque and hang it over my bed." By the second week of October the unused classroom on the 4th floor had become, for the 3 of them, a kind of second common room. Harry had done 2 things to it. The first was to charm the door with a small ward of his own design, derived loosely from a chapter on home protection charms in the book Hermione had pressed on him, and registered by the system as Doorward 1, level 1. The second was to ask the Bloody Baron one evening, with the polite formality of a boy speaking to a creature older than his country, whether the Slytherin ghost happened to know the layout of the unused classrooms on the upper floors, and the Baron, faintly impressed at being asked anything by anyone, had pointed Harry to a room 2 corridors over that contained a very old wardrobe full of out-of-date school uniforms which Harry, with Hermione's help, had transfigured into practice dummies. Hermione named them. There was Stiff, and Stiffer, and Stiffest. There was a 4th one that Hermione called Stiffany which was an in-joke Harry pretended he understood. They threw spells at the dummies for an hour every night after dinner, and the dummies, being made of straw, robed in Hogwarts black, complained mildly to one another in a faint thready voice that the transfiguration had not entirely smothered. Wood scheduled his Quidditch practices around Harry's schoolwork. Wood said it was because he wanted to keep Harry's grades up. Wood said it was because McGonagall had threatened him. Wood, when pressed, admitted it was because he thought a school that could turn out a seeker like Harry was a school worth respecting, and that he wanted to do his bit. Wood was 19 years old and burned with an inner fire on the subject of Quidditch that the rest of the team had learned to treat as a kind of weather, and when he stood on the edge of the pitch and roared his lungs out at the chasers about line-of-flight integrity, the whole team braced and listened the way a ship's crew listens to a captain in a gale. Harry liked Wood. Harry liked the team. Harry, for the first time in his life, had what he was beginning to recognize as a circle. He told Hermione this one Tuesday evening, on the grass behind the greenhouses, while Ron was off quidditching and the sun was setting in a long broad fall of red across the lake. "I have a circle," he said. She looked up from the book on her knees. "Pardon?" "I'd never had one before." "A circle. People you sit with. People who notice if you're not at breakfast." She didn't speak for a moment. She closed the book. She put her chin on her hand and looked across the water. "I didn't either," she said. "Not before this. No. At my old school I read books at lunch on a bench by the bike sheds." She said it very calmly, the way you state a fact you are no longer ashamed of. "There was a girl named Lucy who pretended to be my friend so she could copy my homework. I knew. I let her, because it was the closest I had. Hermione. It's all right. It's behind me. I have a circle now." "Yes." She picked up a small pebble from the grass and tossed it into the water. The pebble went plink. The lake went on being the lake. "You're going to do something extraordinary," she said. "I know it. The system told you, but I don't need a system. I knew it the first time you told Malfoy to get out of our compartment. I'm just trying to stay alive. That's how everyone extraordinary starts, Harry." He thought about that for a long time after they had walked back into the castle. He thought about it in the four-poster while Ron snored. He thought about it the next morning at breakfast while Quirrell, 2 tables over, ate nothing, and the man's hands trembled around an empty fork. The system, listening, made a single quiet note on the bottom of its panel, half a line where Harry could see it without trying. Noted, host is building a family. Noted, the family is more important than the evolution. Subroutine installed, protect the family. He read it twice. He swallowed once. He did not, even in his head, say thank you. He did not need to. The system, by then, knew him. Wednesday afternoon he was summoned to McGonagall's office. She was sitting at her desk with a stack of parchment and a quill that wrote without her hand. She gestured to the chair across from her. She set the quill down. She looked at him for a long moment with her sharp pale eyes. "Mr. Potter," she said. 3 of your teachers have come to me this week to ask me whether I am accelerating you." I am not accelerating you. I am, however, considering it." She tapped the desk once with one finger. "Professor Flitwick says you are casting at 4th year level. Professor Sprout says you are quietly correcting her 7th years on greenhouse work. Professor Quirrell says," her mouth thinned. "Professor Quirrell says you are a very interesting young man." He did not move. "I do not entirely trust Professor Quirrell," McGonagall said, very softly. "I would like you to keep clear of him. I would like you, when you can, to walk in groups in the corridors. I would like you to come to me, or to the headmaster, if you ever feel that the man has paid you attention you would prefer him not to pay. Are we clear?" "Yes, Professor. I have already spoken to Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger." "Thank you." She nodded. She picked up her quill. She wrote a line of parchment without looking at it. She paused at the end of the line. "Your mother," McGonagall said, in a voice that was not quite as steady as she meant it to be, "would have been very proud of you, Mr. Potter." He could not speak. He nodded. She did not look up. She let him sit there for a moment until his throat had unstuck, and then she said, "Off you go," with her eyes still on the parchment, and he went. He stood in the corridor outside her office for a long minute with his hand against the cold stone wall. The system did not log anything. The system, which by now knew him well, kept very politely out of his head until he was ready to come back. That night Hermione found a passage in a book about the founding of Hogwarts that mentioned a corridor on the 3rd floor, locked, behind which the founders had set their final guard. Ron found a passage in another book that mentioned that Nicholas Flamel had been Dumbledore's partner in alchemical research as far back as 1923. Harry found, in his own head, a small kernel of certainty he had been waiting for, and he laid it out for the other two on the worn carpet of the practice classroom in the lamplight. "Quirrell is going to try for the stone," he said. "Probably this year. Probably in the spring, when his nerve is up. We are going to be ready." "Ready how?" Ron asked. "Ready as incapable of stopping him." "Stopping him how?" "By cutting him in half," Harry said. There was a small silence. "Right," Ron said. "All right," Hermione said. "I was hoping you'd say that," Harry said. He pulled out his wand. "Lumos Rivus. Both of you." They drew their beams of light. They practiced for 2 hours. They went to bed with their hands aching and their minds quiet, and Harry slept with his wand under his pillow and his three-headed dog of a system curled politely around his ribs. Outside his window, in the high cold air over the mountains, the first frost of the year settled on the slate roof tiles. Halloween was 11 days away. In the days running up to the Halloween feast, the castle began to put on its costume. Pumpkins as large as motorcars rolled into the great hall on Hagrid's wheelbarrow. Bats screamed in the bell tower. Filch wandered the corridors looking for unattended sweets and confiscating them with an expression that suggested he intended to compost the children too if anyone gave him the chance. The Bloody Baron, swooping past Harry on the second-floor stair, paused briefly to incline his silver head, which was the most courtesy a Slytherin ghost had been recorded as showing to a Gryffindor in 100 years, and nearly headless Nick was so put out by it that he held up Harry for 15 minutes the next afternoon explaining the historic offenses of the Baron's house. Harry let Nick talk. Harry liked Nick. He listened, and asked all the right questions in all the right places, and at the end Nick said, "You're a polite boy, Mr. Potter," which Nick clearly considered the highest praise he had ever bestowed. The system, with the dry quiet humor it had begun to develop, logged this as diplomacy passive, level 2. On the morning of Halloween Harry woke at 5 with the sun not yet up and the dormitory dark. He got up. He padded down to the common room. He went out through the portrait hole, and Hermione, who had been sleeping on the settee with a book over her face because she had stayed up trying to finish a charms essay, caught him by the sleeve in the corridor outside. "Where are you going?" "I want to see the dawn from the top of the astronomy tower." She blinked. "Why?" "Because it's Halloween. Because something feels wrong. Because I want to see the sky before the day starts." She thought about it. She tucked her book under her arm. She came with him. They climbed in silence. They came out at the top of the tower into a wind that smelled of frost and dragon dung from the greenhouses far below. The sky was the gentle bruise color of a sky just before dawn. The mountains were a low dark line in the east. The lake, far below them, was a single pewter mirror with one small white fishing bird trailing across it. Harry sat on the parapet with his feet hanging over the void. Hermione, more cautious, sat beside him with one hand firmly on the stone. They watched the sky. "What do you think Quirrell did," she said at last, "that turned him into whatever he is now?" "He went looking for power," Harry said. "He found it. It found him. It was bigger than he was. Could that happen to you?" He thought about it. He thought about the system humming in his ribs, courteous and patient and very strong, and he thought about the cool calm fact that it had asked him whether he accepted, and he thought about the line on the bottom of the panel that he was not supposed to have seen, "Protect the family." "No," he said. "Why not?" "Because power can't ride me unless I let it. And I won't let it. Because the cupboard taught me how to wait, and because 3 weeks ago a thing in my head asked me a question, and because," he paused, and laughed a little, and did not look at her. "Because I have a circle now." The sun came up. It came up red and gold over the mountains and the lake caught the light and held it, and Harry and Hermione sat side by side on the high cold parapet of the astronomy tower and watched the morning of Halloween unfurl across the highlands like a banner being shaken out, and far below them, in a small office on the 3rd floor, a man with a dingy purple turban paced before a window with his hand against the back of his head and whispered things that had nothing to do with the morning. The day began. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, Troll's Bane. The Halloween feast was a banquet of orange light and oversweet cider and the steady comforting roar of 400 children eating with the focused single-mindedness of an army that had marched a long way to get there. The ceiling of the great hall rolled with bewitched bats in slow uncountable waves. The pumpkin lanterns, each as broad as a wheelbarrow, glowed with a soft yellow fire that did not flicker. Hagrid sat at the staff table with his enormous spoon halfway to his mouth, beaming. Dumbledore, beside him, looked at the bats and looked at the children and looked, for one brief moment, at Harry Potter, and inclined his silver head a fraction in a greeting only the system caught. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, said the panel, very small, in the corner of Harry's eye. Alignment, inscrutable but probably allied. Threat, negligible to host. Recommendation, trust carefully. He inclined his head back. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled and went back to the bats. The food appeared in waves. There were roasts. There were potatoes done 4 different ways. There was a pudding shaped like a haunted house that Fred Weasley reached for with both hands and was solemnly slapped away by George. The Hufflepuff first years passed Gryffindor a basket of sweet rolls that the Gryffindor first years had been waiting for. Ron, beside Harry, was demolishing a chicken leg with the methodical gravity of a small army. Hermione, on his other side, was dividing her plate with mathematical precision into protein, starch, and vegetables, and eating each section in turn. "Where's the defense against the dark arts, Professor?" she said, between bites. Harry looked up. The seat at the staff table that should have held a dingy purple turban was empty. He stood up so fast his bench scraped 2 inches. That was when the doors of the great hall slammed open and Quirrell came running. He was not stuttering. That was Harry's first thought. The man who came pelting up the central aisle of the great hall, with the 4 house tables and 400 children turning to stare, was Quirrell only in the most basic sense of the word, the way a costume is the man wearing it. His eyes were wide. His mouth was open. He was not stammering at all. He pelted to the staff table, planted both hands on it, and shouted, "Troll, in the dungeons, thought you ought to know," and then, with the long theatrical grace of an actor delivering a stage feint, he collapsed. He collapsed neatly. He collapsed with one arm bent under his head and one arm flung out, and his turban did not slip an inch. The system flared at the back of Harry's skull like a struck bell. Diversion confirmed. Professor Q has used the troll to remove the staff from the 3rd floor. Probability of an attempt on the stone, 78%. Also logged, the troll is real. Also logged, host's companion Granger is not in this room. Harry's blood went cold and very slow. Where's Hermione? Ron, beside him, looked around the hall. She wasn't at the feast, Lavender Brown said from across the table, with the wide-eyed pleasure of a girl who had recently acquired a piece of news worth telling. Ron, didn't you? She was crying in the bathroom. Parvati saw her this afternoon, after charms. She was upset, Ron, you said. The blood in Harry's face went up the way a flag goes up. Ron, beside him, looked stricken. Harry remembered, in a single sharp white flash, the comment Ron had made on the way out of Charms about Hermione being a nightmare and no wonder she had no friends, and he remembered the way Hermione had pretended she had not heard, and he remembered that she had not been at lunch, and he remembered that she had not been at dinner, and he was already moving. He was already moving while Dumbledore stood up at the staff table and called for silence in a voice that froze the blood in your hand. He was already moving while McGonagall barked orders at the prefects. He was already moving while 200 children began to file out of the great hall in the orderly Hogwarts way and the staff disappeared in the opposite direction toward the dungeons. He was already moving up the great staircase 3 steps at a time, with Ron pelting at his shoulder, both of them peeling left at the 2nd floor landing and right at the 3rd floor turn and left again past the suit of armor that bowed to all Gryffindors. Where's the girls' bathroom on this floor? Harry barked. 2 corridors over, Ron panted. I think. Maybe 3. The system, behind Harry's eye, opened a small map of the 2nd floor and overlaid it with a single red blinking dot. Granger, Hermione, bathroom, east corridor. Also logged, troll, mountain, 12 feet, 1 ton. Current position, bathroom, east corridor. East corridor, Harry said. Move. They moved. They came round the corner of the east corridor at full sprint and they nearly knocked into the troll's left foot. The troll was 12 feet of dirty grey mountain. It wore a loincloth that had been rags before the troll was born. It carried a club the size and shape of a young oak. Its head was small and bumpy and its eyes were the dim yellow eyes of an animal that had lived a long time on what it could grab and break. It smelled. It smelled in the way only mountain trolls smell, which is the smell of an open sewer left in a hot bin, and behind the smell there was a smaller, terrified smell, the smell of a girl who had been trapped in a room with a creature out of a children's nightmare. The troll had its back to the bathroom door. The door had been broken in. The troll was not yet inside. The troll was preparing to be. Oi! Ron bellowed, with the courage of a boy who had decided 5 seconds ago that there was no alternative. Oi, ugly! The troll turned. Its small yellow eyes settled on Ron. Its club went up. The system, in the strange bright slow time of a fight, opened a tactical panel 2 feet across. Options: 1. Wingardium Leviosa, lift the club out of its hand. 2. Lumos Rivus, score the eyes. 3. Allohammer derivative, unhinge the jaw, new application, risk of backfire. 4. Lumos Spectra, cut. Recommendation: engage with Leviosa to remove weapon, follow with Spectra. He did not even read it through. He was already moving. He was already, with his wand up and his weight braced, casting the cleanest Wingardium Leviosa of his short life. The troll's club rose out of the troll's enormous fist. The troll blinked. Harry steered the club up to the ceiling, lined it up over the troll's small bumpy skull, and let it drop. The club hit the troll between the eyes with the precise dull clunk of a wooden hammer striking a melon. The troll swayed. The troll blinked again. The troll, with the slow dignity of a falling tree, fell. The dust came up off the floor in a single long beige cough. For a moment there was only the sound of breathing. Harry's. Ron's. Through the broken door, Hermione's, raw and shaking and trying very hard not to be heard. Then she came out from behind the cubicles. She came out very slowly, her hands held flat against her sides, her eyes huge, her face streaked with the kind of tears you do not get to choose. She looked at Harry. She looked at Ron. She looked at the troll. She looked at Harry again, and her mouth opened, and the sound that came out of her was not a word at all. He went to her. He put his arms around her. She fitted her face into the hollow of his shoulder and shook. "It's all right," he said. "It's all right. It's all right. I thought I was going to die," she whispered. "You weren't. You aren't. We have you." She cried for a minute. Ron stood 3 feet away with his eyes shining and his mouth set, and when she lifted her face from Harry's shoulder she went and hugged Ron too, hard, and Ron hugged her back with the awkward fierce loyalty of a boy who had just learned that he could be the kind of friend a person threw their arms around. "I'm sorry," he said, into the top of her hair. "Hermione. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have said what I said. I was an idiot." "Yes," she said, muffled, "you were. I know. Don't do it again." "I won't." The troll, behind them, gave a single weak twitch. Tactically, the system observed, in its quietest voice, "You have not yet finished it." Harry let go of Hermione. He turned to the troll. He raised his wand. He set the tip against the underside of the troll's enormous chin and he thought, with the cool steady sad certainty of a boy who had decided long ago not to leave anything alive that had tried to kill his friend, the new word he had chosen for himself. Lumos Spectra. The blade came out. The blade went in. It went in cleanly. There was a small puff of acrid smoke. The troll did not cry out. The troll did not move. The troll, which had been a confused enormous animal full of dim hunger and dim rage and dim slow life, became, in the space of a quarter second, the body of an enormous animal that was dead. Harry killed the spell. He stepped back. The system flared. Lumos Spectra, Level 8. Lumos Spectra has reached a new mutation threshold. A derivative form is available. Choose 1. Lumos Mortis, a focused light tuned for soft tissue. Kills quickly. 2. Lumos Precision, a fine light for delicate work. 3. Lumos Expanse, a wider blade, useful against multiple targets. He thought about it for half a second. He chose Expanse. Confirmed. Lumos Expanse, Level 1. Effect, a wider blade of light, useful for sweeping attacks. Noted, the host is 11 years old and has just killed a mountain troll. Noted, the host's hands are steady. Noted, the host did not flinch. Health Passive, Level 3. Composure Passive, Level 1. Kill Count, 1, he looked at the troll. He looked at his wand. He looked at his shaking friend. He took a breath. He said, very quietly, right. Right. Anyone hurt? Just my pride, Ron said. Hermione. I'm all right. I'm all right. Footsteps came down the corridor. Many of them. Running. Tell them I did it, Hermione said. Her voice steadied as she said it. Tell them you saved me. Tell them I went looking for the troll because I didn't think you two could find it on your own. Tell them anything that gets us out of this without me having to explain a Lumos Spectra to McGonagall. Harry and Ron exchanged a look. There was not, in that look, a single flicker of doubt. They nodded. Professor McGonagall came round the corner with her tartan robes flying and her wand up. Snape was behind her, limping slightly, his black robe streaked with what looked like blood. Quirrell came last, leaning hard on the corridor wall, his turban askew, his eyes not meeting anybody's. McGonagall took in the scene in 1 second flat. The troll on the floor. Hermione, white-faced, tears still drying on her cheeks. Ron, blood on his shirt front from a graze he had not noticed. Harry, calm and small, his wand in his hand. She turned the color of a sheet. What in the name of Merlin, she said, very low. Professor, Hermione said, and her voice was steady the way a tightrope is steady, it was my fault. I went looking for the troll. I'd read about them and I thought I could handle it. Harry and Ron came after me to stop me. The troll was about to club her, Ron said. We distracted it. It threw its club at us. The club came back down on its head. And killed it? McGonagall said. It was already weak, Ron said. When it hit Hermione's bathroom it dropped its club on its own foot. And then we lifted it back up and dropped it on its head. And then, Harry said, very steadily, I cut its throat. With a charm I learned from a book. It seemed important to make sure it was dead. I'm sorry, Professor. McGonagall stared at him. She stared at him for a long time. Her mouth was a hard line. Her eyes were full of an emotion Harry could not name, somewhere between fear and pride and grief. What charm, she said softly. A light-cutting charm, Professor. From an old text in the library. I've been practicing. That has not been on the curriculum since the 17th century. No, Professor. You taught yourself. Yes, Professor. Snape, behind her, made a small sound. It was not quite a hiss. It was not quite a laugh. It was the sound of a man who had just had a very long-held suspicion confirmed. McGonagall did not look at Snape. McGonagall looked at Harry. McGonagall, after a long careful breath, said, 5 points to Gryffindor for sheer dumb luck, Mr. Potter. 5 points to Mr. Weasley for the same. 5 points from Miss Granger for a foolish lack of judgment, which I shall not deduct again so long as you all leave this corridor and go to your dormitories now. She paused. And, Mr. Potter, she said, quieter still, we will speak in the morning. Yes, Professor. She nodded once. The three of them walked away down the corridor without looking back. Behind them, Snape said something low to McGonagall that Harry, with his analysis passive at level 3, caught as a single sentence. He cut its throat with light, Minerva. With light. I heard him, Severus. He is 11. I am aware. Harry did not turn his head. He kept walking. Up the 7th floor corridor and through the portrait of the fat lady and into the Gryffindor common room, where the rest of the house had assembled in their pajamas and Lavender Brown was crying about the troll and Percy Weasley was reading a list of safety regulations and Fred and George were systematically picking pockets. Harry, Ron, and Hermione climbed the stairs to a corner of the common room nobody was using. They sat. Ron made tea on the small fire with a charm he had picked up from his mother. Hermione held the mug in both hands and did not drink it. You killed it, she said. Yes. Just like that. Just like that. Are you all right? He thought about the question. He thought about the cleanness of the cut. He thought about the simple fact that he had not felt anything when the wand tip went in. He thought about the system's neat efficient note, kill count, 1, I'm all right, he said. You're sure? I'm sure. It was going to kill you. I'm not going to lose sleep over a thing that was going to kill you. She set the mug down. She looked at him for a long moment with the same look she had given him in the corridor when he had bluffed Malfoy with the line of light. Then she nodded once, very slowly. All right, she said. Ron, by the fire, said, he's going to come for the stone. Tonight? Hermione asked. He couldn't have, Harry said. Not while everyone was running around the dungeons. The stone wasn't the goal of the troll. The troll was a probe. He was testing how the staff respond. He was testing whether anyone would stay in the Great Hall while everyone else ran. He was testing whether, he stopped. He started again. He was looking at me. At you? Hermione said. At what I'd do. At where I'd be. At whether I'd run toward you or away from you. He looked into the fire. He picked you because you were missing and he saw I'd come. He used the troll because he wanted to see how I'd handle it. He wanted to see what I am. What are you? Ron asked. Harry looked at him. He smiled, a small steady smile. A boy with a system, he said. Who isn't going to die in this castle, and isn't going to let either of you die in it either. Ron considered this. Ron, after a moment, said, all right. That was all he said. He drank his tea. Hermione drank hers. The three of them sat by the fire while the common room emptied behind them and Fred and George tried to convince Percy that the ghost of Sir Cadogan had stolen Percy's prefect badge. The fire died down to a red glow. The night went very still. Outside, in the corridors, Filch wandered with his lantern, and the suits of armor settled themselves back into their alcoves, and the castle, after its first attempt on the life of one of its students in 7 years, began to recover. Harry went up to bed at midnight. He did not sleep at first. He lay on his back, and the system unfolded its panel beside his face, and presented him, for the first time, with the long full list of his registered spells. Lumos, level 12. Nox, level 12. Lumos Spectra, level 8. Lumos Rivus, level 5. Lumos Expanse, level 1. Wingardium Leviosa, level 9. Transfiguration, Machtioneedle level 7. Transfiguration, Confectionteorodent level 4. Reparo, level 3. Alohomora, level 5. Locomotor, level 3. Summon Broom, level 2. Doorward, 1, level 2. Lumos Pulse, Level 2. Broomcraft, Level 5. Passives, Survivor's Mark. Avada Residue. Parseltongue, Dormant. Health Passive, Level 3. Composure Passive, Level 1. Analysis Passive, Level 3. Diplomacy Passive, Level 2. Intuition Passive, Level 1. Aerial Instinct, Level 1. Kill Count, 1, Level 5, Rewards Unlocked, 1, New Spell Slot, Protego. 2, New Spell Slot, Stupefy. 3, New Passive, Slow Perception. He read it 3 times. He registered Protego and Stupefy in Slow Perception, and the system absorbed them with quiet courtesy. Slow Perception, the system explained politely, was a passive that would slow Harry's experience of time during moments of high danger. He thought back to the strange bright slow time of the corridor and recognized, with the small private satisfaction of a boy who has caught a thief in the middle of a friendly act, that the system had been giving him the passive on credit, and was only now charging him for it. He smiled at the canopy. He slept. In the morning McGonagall summoned Harry to her office before breakfast. She did not offer him a chair. She stood by the window with her arms folded and looked at him for a long moment. "I have spoken to the headmaster," she said. "I have not told him about your light-cutting charm. The headmaster is, busy. I will tell him in due course. You will not be expelled. You will not be punished. You will, Mr. Potter, do me a single favor." "Yes, Professor." "You will trust me," McGonagall said. "When something happens in this castle, before you face it alone, you will come to me. You will come to Madame Pomfrey. You will come to Hagrid if I am not available. You will not, under any circumstances, attempt to face Professor Quirrell alone. Are we clear?" He met her eyes. He thought about it. He thought about the system's careful private estimation that the headmaster could not be kept out forever and the staff at large could not be kept out forever and the war he was going to fight with a man on the back of someone's head was going to need allies. He nodded. "Yes, Professor." "Thank you, Mr. Potter." Her voice softened. "And Mr. Potter." "Yes, Professor." "Well done." He nodded again. He left. In the corridor Hermione and Ron were waiting. She had a book under her arm. He had a fresh helping of toast. They walked down to breakfast together. The other Gryffindor first-years parted before them at the entrance to the Great Hall, not because they had been told to, but because the 3 of them had walked across the threshold of a different kind of childhood overnight, and the other children, with the unerring instinct of children, had felt it. The Gryffindor table opened a space for them. Harry sat down. He took toast. Across the hall, Quirrell did not eat. He was hunched over his plate and his hands were trembling. He did not look up. He did not look at Harry. The thing on the back of his head, behind the turban, was very still. The system, watching, made a small note. Threat vector Q has reassessed. Threat vector Q is afraid. Noted. Harry chewed his toast. He did not know yet how long it would take Quirrell to make his move. He did not know yet the shape the spring would take. He did not know yet that there was a mirror in a chamber and a boy his own age looking into it. He did not know yet that he would stand in front of that mirror with 300 candles burning and a man with 2 faces reaching toward him with both hands. He only knew that the troll was dead. That his friend was alive. That his hands were steady. That his wand was warm against his ribs. That his circle, after the longest night of all of their lives, was complete. He drank his pumpkin juice. The day went on. Outside the Great Hall, on the long lawn that ran down to the lake, the first snow of the year drifted down out of a high white sky. It fell on the parapets of the towers. It fell on the slate roofs of the greenhouses. It fell on the bowed shoulders of a man with a turban who walked alone along the edge of the forbidden forest with his hand against the back of his head, whispering. It fell on the forbidden forest, where the centaurs lifted their faces to the sky and the unicorns moved silvery between the trees. It fell on the tower of the great hall, where Dumbledore stood at his window with his half-moon spectacles in his hand and watched the first-year Gryffindors at their breakfast, and his eyes, behind their lines of weariness, glittered with something that was almost a smile. Halloween was over. Winter, with its dark long nights and its bright cold mornings, had arrived. The first week of November passed in a blur of weather and rumor. The story of the troll mutated as it traveled. By Tuesday it had Hermione driving the troll off with a single charm taught to her by Professor McGonagall personally. By Wednesday it had Ron Weasley wrestling the troll to the floor. By Thursday it had Harry Potter pulling a flaming sword from the air in the manner of a small Arthur. Harry, who had walked into the great hall on Thursday morning to find that the third years had taken to standing up when he passed the table, said nothing, ate his eggs, and asked Hermione if they could move that night's practice an hour earlier. She agreed without asking why. It was not that the attention bothered him. It was that the attention was a kind of pressure, a subtle warm pressure, the way of fire across the room is a pressure on the side of your face, and Harry, who had spent 11 years being looked at like a stain and now found himself being looked at like a hero, was learning that both kinds of looking were a thing to manage. The system, with its courteous patience, opened a new tab. Reputation, Gryffindor first year. Status, Tier 1. The host is now visible to the broader castle. Recommendation, continue low profile where possible. Escalate only under necessity. He nodded at the panel and dismissed it. In charms, Flitwick took to calling Harry up to the front of the class to demonstrate. Harry demonstrated. He demonstrated Lumos. He demonstrated Wingardium Leviosa. He demonstrated, when invited, a small amusing flash from his Lumos pulse that lit the dust motes in the corner of the classroom and made the 3 Hufflepuff girls in the second row gasp. Flitwick clapped. Flitwick gave Gryffindor points the way a man gives sweets to children at a fair. In Transfiguration, McGonagall raised the difficulty of his exercises without comment. Harry turned a teapot into a tortoise. Harry turned the tortoise back into a teapot. Harry turned a teacup into a small white mouse, set the mouse on the floor, and let the mouse run for the door before catching it under a charmed bowl that had also, that morning, been a teacup. The system flared 3 or 4 times during the lesson and stopped, with the polite quiet of a thing that had decided it did not need to keep notifying him every 5 minutes. Transfiguration, Teapot Teo Tortoise Level 4. Transfiguration, Teacup Teo Mouse Level 3. Note, host's transfiguration capability is generalizing. Expect a category merge within 2 weeks. In potions, Snape was Snape. He glided between desks and made small acid comments about the Gryffindors' work, and he made the sort of acid comment about Harry's work that another teacher would have used as actual praise. Adequate, Mr. Potter, became sufficient, Mr. Potter, and once, in mid-November, when Harry brewed a sleeping draught with such precision that the tested mouse went down in 12 seconds flat, Snape said, acceptable, and walked away as if he had been forced to swallow a fly. Hermione caught Harry's eye and mouthed the word with the reverent awe of a girl who had grown up in a household of dentists and knew the rarity of certain kinds of approval. In the corridors Quirrell avoided him. The man would see Harry coming from 20 feet away and find a sudden urgent need to consult a portrait or examine a tapestry. The thing on the back of his head, hidden under the turban, did not do the avoiding. Twice Harry felt, in passing, the cool unfriendly attention of something that was not Quirrell pass across him like a hand. Twice the system flared a small warning. Twice Harry walked past at the same calm pace, and twice the attention fell off him as if it had not found a hold. The Slytherin first years took longer to recover from the troll incident than the Gryffindors did. Malfoy, who had spent most of October finding new ways to insult Ron, switched in November to a strategy of careful avoidance that allowed him to maintain his dignity while not making any active attempts to test Harry's limits. Crabbe and Goyle followed Malfoy. Pansy Parkinson, however, had inherited from her grandmother a particular vein of cruelty that did not respond well to negative reinforcement, and she made the mistake, on a Tuesday afternoon outside the library, of mocking Hermione's hair within earshot of her, in a tone that suggested she had not heard the troll story or had heard it and chosen to disbelieve. Harry, who was 3 feet away with his hand on the library door, paused. Hermione turned. Hermione's chin came up. Hermione, with a small tight smile, said, "Pansy. May I show you something?" She drew her wand. She tilted it. She whispered "Lumos Spectra," and a clean blade of cold white light a foot long flowered from her wand tip and hovered in the corridor between her and Pansy. Pansy, who had been about to deliver another remark, swallowed it. Hermione held the blade for 2 seconds, no more. She killed the spell. She tucked her wand back into her sleeve. "I'm going to do my homework," she said, mildly. "Have a nice afternoon, Pansy." She went into the library. Pansy stared after her. Pansy looked at Harry, who had not moved. Pansy turned and walked, slightly stiffly, in the opposite direction. Harry held the door open for Hermione and went in after her, and at the corner shelf where they liked to work he sat down and looked at her with an expression that was halfway between admiration and amusement. "That was unkind," he said. "It was efficient," Hermione said. She was pink across the cheekbones with the small electric pleasure of a girl who had, for the first time in her life, defended herself in front of a bully without any tears at all. "I'm not having her say things like that about my hair, Harry. I'm just not." "Good," he said. "Don't." She smiled into her book. He smiled into his. By the 3rd week of November he had Lumos at level 14 and Lumos Spectra at level 10 and Lumos Rivus at level 7 and a brand new derivative he had earned for managing to draw a clean spiral cut on a marble paving stone in the practice classroom one Friday evening. New derivative, Lumos Scripsi. Effect, etches permanent words or shapes into stone or metal with focused light. Note, useful for words, names, and the occasional poetic flourish. He had practiced his name on the back of the wardrobe in the practice classroom that night, in tiny careful letters, and a half-circle below it that he had begun, idly, to call his crest. Hermione had teased him about it for an hour. Ron had wanted his own crest. They had made Ron a crest of 3 crossed wands. Ron had been very pleased. Wood drove the team 6 nights a week. The first match of the season was Gryffindor against Slytherin on the 2nd Saturday in November, and Wood had decided that Gryffindor needed to win this one not just for points but for the ancient honor of the house, by which he meant for his own personal hatred of the Slytherin captain. The Slytherin captain was a boy named Marcus Flint who had a face that looked as if it had been built out of the parts of 2 different statues. Wood had dueled Flint at dueling club in his 4th year. Wood had lost. Wood had not forgotten. Harry trained. He trained with the team and he trained alone. He flew in the dark and he flew in the rain and he flew through morning fog so thick the goal hoops were ghost rings, and the system, with the steady patience of a thing that had been built to do exactly this, ticked up his broomcraft and his aerial instinct and his slow perception, and on the morning of the match Harry stood in the team changing rooms with the rest of the Gryffindor team in his scarlet robes and he was not afraid. He was, he discovered, ready. The match went the way matches go. The crowd was a single roaring beast. Lee Jordan called the game with the bright editorial bias of a Gryffindor commentator who had made no secret of his loyalties. The Slytherin chasers played with their usual brutal efficiency. The Gryffindor beaters answered them with the kind of unprintable creativity that the Weasley twins specialized in. Harry, in the air, watched. Harry, in the air, waited. Harry, in the air, with his slow perception purring quietly behind his eyes, saw the snitch the moment it broke cover from behind one of the crossbars, and he saw it exactly 2 seconds before the Slytherin seeker did, and he was on it. The Slytherin seeker, a tall 15-year-old named Higgs, had 2 stone of weight on Harry and 3 years of Quidditch under his belt and a Comet 260 that was a year newer than Harry's Nimbus. He should, by every fair calculation, have caught the snitch. He did not catch the snitch. Harry caught the snitch. Harry caught it with a high tight Wronski feint that he had not been taught, that he had simply realized, mid-air, was the right shape for the angle of approach, and that the system, with its quiet pleasure, logged as a new combat technique under his broomcraft tree. Harry caught it at the bottom of the dive with his fingers closing on the small struggling gold ball 1 foot above the wet grass, and he pulled out of the dive and rose into the cheering of 1,500 witches and wizards and one extremely loud half-giant on the front row. Gryffindor won by 150 to 20. Wood cried. Wood actually cried. Wood put his hands on Harry's shoulders in the changing room and his face was wet and he said, "I knew it. I knew it. I knew it," over and over again until McGonagall, who had walked in to congratulate the team, laid a brisk hand on Wood's arm and said, "Pull yourself together, Oliver." The system, in the small cool corner of Harry's vision, whispered, "Weekly quest complete. Permanent reflex buff installed. Kill count remains, 1, he smiled at the panel. That night, in the common room, the party went past midnight. Fred and George had stolen pies from the kitchens and the kitchens, instead of being upset about it, had sent up a second batch with the house elves' compliments. Hermione, who normally would have disapproved of stolen pies, had decided that this once she would eat one. Ron was demolishing a treacle tart. Harry, with the snitch still struggling in a small velvet bag in his pocket, sat by the fire and let his back press into the warm leather of the chair and let the system tally up the day's accumulation of small experiences. Reputation increased. Slow perception, level 2. Aerial instinct, level 3. Broomcraft, level 7. New unlock at level 6, Aura Sight, limited. He registered Aura Sight. The world, as he registered it, did not change for a long moment. Then, gradually, like a fog dissolving, he became aware of the people in the common room as more than bodies. Each of them, when he looked, was wrapped in a faint colored light. Hermione's was a clear bright violet, edged with gold. Ron's was a deep warm red, like firelight on brick. The twins were the same shade of mischievous green. Lavender Brown's was a soft pink. Neville's, surprisingly, was a steady noble silver, banked low like a coal that meant to last. He looked into the fire. He looked at his own hand. It was wrapped in a quiet calm white that pulsed, very faintly, with a deeper undertone he could not name. Noted the system, Aura Sight is a powerful tool. Use with discretion. He nodded. He looked across the common room toward the portrait hole. He thought, idly, of Quirrell. He could not see Quirrell from here, but he wondered. He wondered what color the man's aura was, and what color the thing on the back of his head was, and whether the colors fought each other or fed each other or sat side by side like two roommates in an uneasy peace. He would find out in time. The next morning at breakfast Dumbledore stood up at the staff table during the announcements and called for silence. He smiled at the Gryffindor table. He smiled at the Slytherin table. He smiled at all the tables. He said, without preamble, on the matter of the Halloween disturbance, I should like to thank Professor Snape, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Quirrell for their swift response. I should like to thank the prefects, who shepherded their houses with admirable efficiency. And I should like to thank, with particular feeling, the 3 first-year Gryffindor students whose cleverness in the corridor that night prevented an injury that might otherwise have cost us a member of this school. We do not name students from this table, but I think we all know who they are. 5 points to each of them. And let us, on this fine December morning, proceed with breakfast. The Gryffindor table erupted. Hermione went the color of a beetroot. Ron grinned around a sausage. Harry, with as much grace as he could muster, dipped his head once at the staff table. Dumbledore's eyes, beneath the half-moon spectacles, met Harry's for the briefest of moments. The system flared. Albus Dumbledore has looked into your eyes. Attempted legilimens detected. Defense subroutine engaged. He saw what you wanted him to see. Which was that you are a polite boy with a good heart. Harry, very carefully, did not smile. He turned his attention to his porridge. He stirred. He ate. Across the hall, Quirrell did not look up. Outside the windows, the snow kept falling. Soft. White. Patient. The kind of snow that promises a long winter. By the second week of December the lake had frozen at the edges and the stones of the courtyard wore long white coats and the owls came in over the morning post in clouds of breath. Hagrid's hut was almost buried in drifts. The whomping willow rattled bare branches at anyone who came too near. The students put on heavier robes and gloves and scarves, and Hermione invited the entire Gryffindor first-year girls' dormitory to charm a hand-knitted blanket every Saturday afternoon, and Lavender Brown, who had previously been frightened of Hermione, now followed her around with the uncomplicated worship of a cat who had decided to switch owners. Harry trained. He trained 4 hours a night when there was no Quidditch and 2 hours a night when there was. He trained through the evenings of December until Madame Pomfrey, who had no idea what he was training for, took him aside outside the Great Hall one Thursday and slipped a small phial of pepper-up potion into his pocket and said, in her crisp matter-of-fact way, "Whatever you are doing, Mr. Potter, drink half of this every other morning until the holidays. You look like a ghost. The headmaster has noticed. I have noticed. Don't argue." He did not argue. He drank half of it every other morning. He stopped looking like a ghost. The system, polite as ever, observed. Pepper-up potion, a recovery agent. Noted. Health passive, level 4. The night before the start of the Christmas holidays, Hermione cornered Harry in the common room and made him swear, on his honor, that he would not attempt to reach the third-floor corridor in her absence. Ron, who was going home with his family for Christmas, made him swear the same thing in the same words. Harry swore. Hermione, who was going home to her parents for Christmas, looked at him with the doubtful affection of a girl who knew her friend well enough to suspect a loophole. "And no quarrel," she said. "No quarrel. No lumospectra in the corridors. No lumospectra in the corridors. And eat 3 meals a day. I'm serious, Harry. The system put that on a quest list and I'm going to enforce it." He laughed. 3 meals a day. And write to me. Every other day. Every day. All right. Every day. She nodded. She kissed his cheek the way an older sister kisses a younger brother at a railway station. She climbed onto the train the next morning with Ron and the Weasleys, and Harry stood on the platform with his hands in his pockets and his breath in a small white cloud, and the system, watching, said, "The family is leaving. They will return. Do not attempt the corridor alone. Level up. Wait." He smiled. He nodded. The Hogwarts Express pulled out of the station in a long white plume of steam, and Harry walked back up to the castle with the snow squeaking under his boots, and the system, friend that it had become, kept him company up the long path to the great doors. Christmas at Hogwarts, he had a feeling, was going to be educational. The lake glittered. The mountains stood. The wind moved through the high cold trees on the south side of the school in a long quiet hush. Harry put his head down against the wind and walked. In the distance, on the very edge of the forbidden forest, a stag stood for one moment between 2 snow-laden pines. It looked at the boy on the path. It dipped its great antlered head once, slowly, as if in some private greeting. Then it turned, with the unhurried grace of a creature that did not belong to time the way men did, and it stepped into the trees and was gone. The system, watching, did not log the moment. Some things, even a system, will not record. That night Harry slept for the first time in his life in a 4-poster bed in a dormitory that contained only him. The other Gryffindor first-year boys had all gone home for Christmas. The dormitory was very quiet. The fire in the small grate at the foot of the room burned down low and then back up, and shadows moved on the wall, and the wind beyond the lattice windows pushed soft handfuls of snow against the glass. He laid the wand on his pillow. He looked at it for a long moment. "Holly," he said quietly. 11 inches. Phoenix feather core. Hand-picked. 3 months of my life. Are we ready? The wand, naturally, said nothing. The system, behind his eyes, said, in its quiet voice, not yet. Almost. Soon. He closed his eyes. He slept. In the morning the snow had drifted up to the ankles of the gargoyles on the south wall, and Hagrid's lantern was a small yellow comma moving across the white. The castle bells rang for breakfast. Down in the great hall, 3 long tables had been pushed away and replaced with a single round one for the dozen students and 4 staff who had stayed for the holiday. Harry sat between a 6th-year Hufflepuff named Cedric Diggory, who was cheerful and golden and shook Harry's hand as if the two of them were equals, and a small first-year Ravenclaw named Sue Lee, who was reading a book of geometric proofs at the breakfast table. Dumbledore presided. Snape sat at the far end and did not look at Harry. Quirrell did not appear. Quirrell, McGonagall murmured to Harry over the porridge, had taken a sudden trip to Albania for academic reasons. Harry, with a small cold settling in his chest, nodded. Albania, Professor. Albania, Mr. Potter. I see. McGonagall looked at him over the rim of her teacup. I am sure he will be back in good time. I am sure he will. She did not say anything else. She did not need to. The system, ticking, registered the new variable and added it to the running calculation of the year. Harry drank his pumpkin juice. The holidays began. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, Quidditch and the Cursed Broom. The first morning of the Christmas holidays Harry woke to a small soft weight on his chest and a sound that was almost music. The weight was a cat, or the magical equivalent of a cat, that lived in the 7th-year girls' dormitory and had decided, in her old age, that the Christmas holidays were when she descended to the boys' rooms to claim a warm body. The sound that was almost music was Christmas itself, ringing in the small bells the older students had charmed onto the banisters of the Gryffindor staircases, and humming in the suit of armor on the second-floor landing, which had begun, the night before, to sing carols at any passerby it suspected of being on its side. Harry sat up. The cat, displeased, slid off and padded away down the dormitory stairs without acknowledging him. He swung his feet to the cold floor. He rubbed his eyes. He looked across at the foot of his bed. There was a small pile of presents. He stared at it. He had not received presents for Christmas. He had, in his life, received one present for Christmas, which had been a 50-pence piece from Aunt Petunia when he was 7 years old, and which had been the smallest 50-pence piece in the country at the time. He had, on his 7th birthday, received a single old sock from Uncle Vernon. He had, in general, not received presents. Now there were 6 presents. He went over and looked at them with the careful curiosity of a boy approaching an animal he was not sure had been tamed. The first was a small lumpy parcel from Hagrid that turned out to be a hand-carved wooden flute. He blew it. It made the sound of an owl. Hedwig, on her perch, woke up and looked at him reproachfully. He set the flute down. The second was a parcel of fudge from Mrs. Weasley, with a note that said, "From Ron's mum. We hear you're stuck at school. Help yourself," and a hand-knitted jumper of dark green wool with a large yellow H on the front. Harry put the jumper on. It fit. It fit perfectly. He did not know how Mrs. Weasley, who had never met him, had known his exact shoulder width. The third was from Hermione, a leather-bound notebook with his initials embossed on the cover in gold, and a note that said, in her careful round hand, "For your spell evolution charts. Don't lose any pages. Love, Hermione." The fourth was from Ron, a chocolate frog, a packet of every flavor beans, and a small drawing of a Quidditch pitch with arrows on it labeled in handwriting Harry did not recognize. The note said, "Mom said I had to give you something good. This is what I had. Would approve. Happy Christmas. Ron." The fifth was from the Weasley twins, a small box that, when opened, screamed in McGonagall's voice. He laughed. He closed it. The sixth was a long, soft, oddly shaped package wrapped in brown paper and twine, with no card. He picked it up. He pulled the twine. He folded back the paper. A river of silver poured into his hands. It was a cloak. It was the most beautiful thing he had ever touched. It was made of a fabric that looked, when folded, like spiderweb, and that ran through his fingers like water, and that seemed, when he held it up to the lamplight, to be made of the cool grey light of a foggy morning. There was a small note pinned to the inside of the collar. The handwriting was thin and careful and strange. Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. A very Merry Christmas to you. He stood with the cloak in his hands. He read the note 3 times. Each time he read it, the small silent place at the bottom of his chest opened a little wider. He did not cry. He had not cried in a long time. He simply stood, with the cloak running cool through his fingers, and he thought of the man who had owned it, and who had been killed by Quirrell's master one rainy October night a long way from anywhere, and who had loved his son enough to leave him the only thing he could. The system, watching, did not announce anything for a long moment. It did not log the cloak. It did not classify it. Then, very small, in the corner of his vision, I am sorry, host. I am glad he could still reach you. He set the cloak on the bed. He pulled the silver hood over his head. He looked down. He had no body. He had only a pair of unsupported eyes hanging in the dormitory air. He laughed, once, sharply, into the empty room, and the laugh was the laugh of a boy who had just been given the keys to 100 locked rooms. New magical item registered, Cloak of Invisibility, Peveril Artifact. Classification, Halloclass. Note, this item is unique. This item is undetectable by standard detection charms. Note, the host's father used it in his youth for the exact purposes the host is now contemplating. He spent the morning under the cloak. He spent the afternoon under the cloak. He spent the evening under the cloak. He went to dinner without it on, because Dumbledore was watching, and when Dumbledore looked at him at dinner the old wizard's eyes were very blue and very steady and very full of an emotion Harry did not yet have words for. Harry inclined his head once. Dumbledore inclined his head once. Nothing was said. Everything was understood. That night Harry went exploring under the cloak. He had a list. He had been making the list since Halloween. He had a section of the 3rd floor corridor he had been wanting to map, and a section of the dungeons he had been wondering about, and a particular doorway at the back of the trophy room he had a feeling about, and at midnight on the day of Christmas he set out with the cloak over his shoulders and his wand at low lumos and the system at his ribs. He did not find the 3rd floor corridor that night. He found, instead, after an hour of the kind of careful patient work that the cupboard had taught him, a doorway in an unused classroom on the 4th floor that opened onto a small dark room with a single object in the middle of it. A mirror. It was tall. It was framed in gold. The frame was carved with a single line of writing along the top, Erist Stra Eru Oytube Kafru Oyt Onwosi. He looked at it. The system, in his vision, ran a brief decoding pass. I show not your face but your heart's desire. Note, this is a known artifact. The Mirror of Erist. The host is advised to be brief. He stood in front of the mirror. He looked. His mother and his father stood beside him. They were not the photographs he had seen. They were themselves, or the parts of themselves the mirror had pulled out of his blood and his heart and his small private memory of the smell of his mother's hair from a moment that may or may not have been real. His father had James Potter's face, untidy hair, a mouth that smiled the way Harry smiled at Hermione. His mother had green eyes. She had Harry's exact green eyes. She had her hand on his shoulder. Her hand was warm. He could feel it. She was crying. She was crying the way a mother cries when she sees a son she has missed for 10 years. It's all right, Mum, he said, in the dark. She did not speak. She could not speak. She was a mirror. He stood for a very long time. The system, with the gentlest pressure he had ever felt from it, brushed his ribs. Host. The mirror does not give what it shows. Host. Please. Step back. He stepped back. He turned away. He pulled the cloak around himself. He stood in the dark with his back to the mirror and his breath shaking once, and then he steadied himself, and he walked out of the room. In the corridor he closed the door behind him. He did not go back the next night. He did not go back the night after. He told the cloak, in his head, that this would be a fight he won by fighting on his own ground, and not on a mirror's. The cloak, naturally, said nothing. The system, satisfied, gave him a passive he had not earned in any other way. Passive installed, stillness of heart. Effect, host resists desire-based compulsion. He smiled into the dark. The week between Christmas and New Year was quiet. Harry trained. Harry flew. Harry, on the cloak's recommendation, mapped the unused corridors of the upper floors. He found, on the 7th floor, a doorway that did not always exist, and which gave him, on the third occasion he passed it pacing and thinking, I need a place to practice, a high room with a vaulted ceiling and 100 straw practice dummies and a long polished floor. He stared. He went in. He spent 4 hours in the room shooting Lumos spectra at the dummies, and the dummies, with the room's apparent indulgence, regenerated themselves between shots. New magical location registered, room of requirement. Note, this location is rare. Respect it. By the time Hermione and Ron came back on the Hogwarts Express on the 2nd of January, Harry had Lumos at level 17, Lumos Spectra at level 12, Lumos Rivus at level 9, Lumos Expanse at level 6, and a brand new derivative he had earned in the Room of Requirement on New Year's Eve called Lumos Lancia, which was the long stabbing beam he had originally rejected and which the system had quietly reissued to him on the 5th night of training. Lumos Lancia, level 4. Effect, a long, solid, stabbing beam. Can punch through plate steel at full charge. He met Hermione and Ron on the platform. Hermione, the moment she saw him, threw her arms around him. Ron, the moment he saw him, punched him in the shoulder. Hermione had brought him a tin of biscuits. Ron had brought him a homemade Christmas card from his sister Ginny that featured a crayon stag and a crayon lion and a small crayon owl, all wishing Harry a happy Christmas. He looked at the card for a long moment. He folded it. He put it in his pocket. He carried it on his person every day for the next month. That night the three of them went up to the Room of Requirement, which Hermione had read about and which had immediately produced for her, with the room's unfailing tact, a small reading nook with a fire and a wingback chair. They trained until midnight. They came down to the Gryffindor common room at 1. They went to bed. January passed in a fast cold blur. The lake froze. The Whomping Willow shivered. Hagrid, who had spent the entire holiday in his hut, came back into the castle for meals with frost in his beard and a faintly distracted look that Harry, with his aura sight at level 3, classified as guilt about something to do with a Norwegian ridgeback, but which Harry decided he did not have time to investigate. The second Quidditch match of the season was Gryffindor against Hufflepuff on the 22nd of January. The third was Gryffindor against Ravenclaw on the 15th of February. The fourth, and the one that mattered, was Gryffindor against Slytherin on the 7th of March. Wood, the moment the schedule went up, started having nightmares about the Slytherin match. Wood, who normally carried a small notebook around with him that he used to record imaginary Quidditch plays, started carrying too. Wood started waking the team at 5 for practice. Wood, in mid-February, took to standing in front of the Gryffindor goal hoops at sunset and shouting at them. The hoops, being inanimate, did not respond. Harry, watching from the bleachers, ate his sandwich and let his captain shout. The match against Hufflepuff went the way matches go when one team has a seeker who is being told by a system exactly where to look. Harry caught the snitch in 7 minutes. The crowd cheered. The Hufflepuff captain shook his hand. Cedric Diggory, smiling his honest smile, said, "Well done, Harry. A pleasure to be beaten by someone who deserves it." Harry liked Cedric. Harry made a small note in his head to look out for him. The match against Ravenclaw went almost the same way. Harry caught the snitch in 12 minutes. The Ravenclaw seeker, a thin tall boy named Cho Chang, shook his hand. He liked her, too. Then the 7th of March came. It was a clear cold morning. The wind was light. The sun was high. The Slytherin team came onto the pitch in a single grim line, with Marcus Flint at their head, and the Gryffindor team came on in a tighter, livelier formation. Madam Hooch released the balls. The whistle blew. Harry kicked off into the air on his nimbus. He had been in the air for 40 seconds when his broom tried to throw him off. It tried it gently first. It tried it like a horse testing how loose its rider sat in the saddle. It bucked once, and then twice, and then it began to swing in long erratic figure eights, and then, with the sudden helpful clarity of a thing that had been waiting for an instruction, it began to climb very fast, very straight up, into the cold high sky above the pitch. Harry knew what was happening before the second buck. The system, beside his eye, opened a small panel. Jinx detected, Major Hex. Source not immediately visible. Recommendation, begin counterspell but do not break concentration. Hold seat. Scan staff box for eye contact. Note, at this height, a fall will be unsurvivable. Harry held his seat. Both his hands clamped on the broom handle. His knees clamped on the broom shaft. His teeth clamped on the inside of his cheek so hard he tasted blood. The nimbus rolled over once, full 360, and Harry, with his slow perception on at level 3, felt the world go bright and slow and clear, and he scanned the staff box. Quirrell. Quirrell was looking up at him. Quirrell was muttering. Quirrell's lips were moving in a long thin line of muttering, and Quirrell's eyes were not blinking, and Quirrell's hands were folded under his cloak in the unmistakable posture of a man holding a wand under cover. Snape. Snape was beside Quirrell. Snape's lips were also moving. Snape was muttering as well. Two muttering professors. The system, with the cool interest of a researcher, presented Harry with a probability tree. Quirrell, hostile intent, jinxing. Snape, unknown intent, counter-muttering possible. Recommendation, contain the broom, signal Hermione. Harry could not signal Hermione. Harry was on a broom that was trying to kill him. Hermione, however, had aura sight at level 1, Harry had taught her a derived subpassive over the holidays, and Hermione, in the bleachers, was already looking through her omnioculars at the staff box with the focused fury of a girl who had identified a problem and was now planning the solution. The nimbus dipped. Harry's bag almost slid off. He shouted into the wind. The crowd below him gasped. Hermione, in the bleachers, made her decision. She slipped out of her seat. She slipped under the bleachers. She slid sideways through the crowd toward the staff box. She pulled out her wand under her robes. She muttered Lumo Spectra at low intensity into a small bunched-up ball of cloth she had been carrying in her pocket for 3 months for exactly this purpose, because Hermione had read every Quidditch death report in the school library and she had decided, on the night of Halloween, that she was not going to be in the bleachers when something bad happened to Harry. She lit the cloth with her tiny blade. The cloth caught fire. The cloth, which she had charmed with a quick stick fastened itself instantly to the hem of Quirrell's robes. Quirrell yelped. Quirrell broke eye contact with Harry. The nimbus stopped trying to throw him off. Harry, with the relief of a man whose horse has stopped bolting, lowered his head against the wind and shot for the snitch, which he had been keeping track of all the while in the corner of his mind. He caught it 3 feet above the goal post with a clean grab of the right hand. He pulled out of the dive. He landed. The crowd erupted. Slytherin lost by 170 to 60. Snape, in the staff box, looked at Quirrell with an expression of pure and undiluted murder. Quirrell, beating out his smoking robe, did not meet Snape's eye. That night, in the Gryffindor common room, Harry, Ron, and Hermione held a small council on the rug by the fire. It was Quirrell, Hermione said. I saw his lips. I saw his hands. Snape was muttering too, Ron said. Snape was counter-jinxing him, Harry said. I think. Snape's been suspicious of Quirrell for months. He limped the night of Halloween. He had blood on his sleeve. I think he tried to get into the third-floor corridor to see what Quirrell was after. Snape? Ron said. Snape, Harry said. Snape doesn't like me. Snape doesn't have to like me. Snape and I are on the same side this spring. How do you know? Ron said. Because Snape's the one who saved my life today, Harry said. And he didn't do it because he likes me. He did it because he hates Quirrell more than he hates me, and because he does not want a child to die at this school on his watch. There are worse reasons to save a person, Ron. Bloody hell, said Ron. Hermione, watching Harry, said softly, how long until Quirrell goes for the stone? 2 months, Harry said. Maybe 3. He'll wait until the third-floor corridor is loosened up. He'll try when the headmaster is away. And what do? We get ready, Harry said. And when he goes, we go after him. Hermione closed her eyes. She nodded. Ron looked into the fire. He nodded too. The 3 of them sat by the fire while the common room emptied around them, and the system, listening at the back of Harry's skull, registered a kill plan it had been promising to give him. Kill plan, Vector Q, Phase 1, detect. Phase 2, engage below. Phase 3, separate the passenger. Phase 4, terminate. Note, the passenger will not die. The passenger will flee. Prepare for later engagement. Note, host is now cleared for full offensive loadout. He read it. He nodded once at the panel. He smiled, very small, into the firelight. The wind howled outside Gryffindor Tower. In the dungeons, Severus Snape sat in his quarters with a glass of fire whiskey and a face like a thunderhead. In a small cold room on the 4th floor a man with a turban paced and pressed his hand to the back of his head. In the great hall the candles burned low and the bewitched ceiling reflected a high cold March sky. In Gryffindor Tower, by the fire, Harry Potter sat with his 2 best friends and worked, very quietly, on the future. By the time Easter came around, Quirrell had stopped pretending to teach. He held his lessons in a kind of glassy autopilot. He recited the textbook in a stutter that Harry, with his analysis passive at level 5, recognized as the cover of a man who was no longer paying any attention to what his mouth was doing because the back of his head had become a very busy place. He set them no homework. He gave them no quizzes. The class became, for Harry and Hermione and Ron, a 40-minute meditation on a man on a slow private slide, and Quirrell himself, when he glanced at Harry across the rows, did so with a hunger that went past Quirrell's control and into the thing that lived in his head. In the corridors he no longer avoided Harry. He would pass him on the 2nd-floor landing, on the 4th-floor stair, in the cloister of the Transfiguration corridor, and the thing on the back of his head, behind the dingy cloth, would brush across Harry's mind like a hand across a candle. Each time it brushed Harry, it found the wall the system had built behind his eyes, and each time the wall met the brush calmly and without strain, and each time the brush retreated frustrated. Once, in the small dim corridor outside the library, Quirrell put a hand on Harry's shoulder and held him still long enough to whisper, "He wants to meet you. Properly. He wants you to know that, when the time comes, he is not without offers." Harry, holding very still, said only, "Tell him I appreciate the courtesy. Tell him I have prior commitments." Quirrell laughed. It was not Quirrell's laugh. It was a thin dry hateful laugh, and the corridor, hearing it, went 6 degrees colder. Then Quirrell let go of Harry's shoulder and walked on. Hermione, who had heard it from around the corner, was waiting for him at the library door with her hand on her wand. He nodded at her. She nodded back. They went into the library. They sat. They worked. They did not discuss it. There was no need. In April Hagrid asked the three of them to tea. He had a fire in his stove that was not the kind of fire you have for warmth. He had the hut sealed up against the spring rain. He had a black egg the size of a small football sitting on the hearth, and his face, when Harry walked in, was the face of a man who had committed 3 federal crimes in a single drunken night and wanted very badly to be praised for them. "Hagrid," Harry said. What is that?" "What's what?" Hagrid said. That's just an egg, Harry. People have eggs. That's a dragon's egg." "It might be," Hagrid said, with the misty pride of a man whose biggest dream was about to hatch in his living room. Hermione stared. Ron stared. Harry, in the back of his mind, opened a small panel. New item registered, Norwegian Ridgeback egg. Note, illegal to possess. Note, will hatch within a fortnight. Note, Hagrid has apparently acquired it by cards. Note, this is going to go badly. "Hagrid," Hermione said, in a small careful voice. "We are going to write to Charlie Weasley." "Charlie?" Ron said. "He's in Romania. He works with dragons," Hermione said. "He has a colony. We are going to send Norbert to Charlie before he is 6 weeks old and before Hagrid's hut is on fire and before a ministry inspector hears about it." "Hagrid. Are you listening to me?" "I'm listening," Hagrid said, who was, in fact, looking at the egg the way a new father looks at a sonogram. "Hagrid." "All right, Hermione. Promise." "I promise." "I do. I'll send him to Charlie. After he's hatched. After I've got to know him a bit." The egg hatched on a Tuesday night in the 3rd week of April. The thing inside it was the color of soot, with eyes the color of orange embers, and it sneezed flame at Ron's hat the moment Ron leaned in for a closer look. Ron's hat caught fire. Hermione put it out with a Lumos Rivus that scored a small clean line in Hagrid's tea table. Hagrid did not notice. Hagrid was holding the dragon and crying with joy. The next 2 weeks were a study in covert logistics. Hermione wrote to Charlie and got a reply by the end of the week. Harry, with his cloak, scouted the path from Hagrid's hut to the top of the highest tower of the castle, where Charlie's friends would meet them at midnight on the 2nd of May. Ron was bitten on the hand by Norbert and spent 2 days in the infirmary with a strange kind of fever that Madame Pomfrey, who was a sharp woman, did not ask too many questions about. Hagrid went into a slow black depression. Norbert grew quickly. Norbert got better at sneezing. Hagrid lost a kettle, 2 cushions, and one of Fong's eyebrows, all to small inadvertent fires. On the night of the 2nd of May, Harry and Hermione carried Norbert in a strapped cage up the long stairs to the top of the astronomy tower. They did it under the cloak. They did it in silence. They handed the cage off to 4 cheerful young men in dragon leather jerkins, and the men thanked them, and the men flew off into the dark on broomsticks rigged with a clever harness, and Hagrid stood at the bottom of the tower with his face in his enormous handkerchief, and Norbert disappeared into the Romanian night. Harry and Hermione walked back to Gryffindor Tower under the cloak. They were spotted halfway down the 7th floor stairs. Filch's voice barked above them in the dark. They froze. They ducked into a side corridor. They crouched. Filch's lantern came up the staircase and went past, and as it passed, by the dimmest of accidents, the cloak slipped off Hermione's left foot. Filch saw the foot. The foot, by some miracle, was not attached to anyone Filch could see. Filch stared. Filch, who was a man of stunningly limited imagination, did not connect the foot to a cloak. Filch, instead, decided that the foot was a ghost, and Filch, who had a lifelong terror of the Bloody Baron, ran. Hermione, breathless, grabbed the cloak. They ran in the opposite direction. They got back to Gryffindor Tower without further incident. In the morning McGonagall summoned them to her office. McGonagall had been told, by Filch, that the Weasley twins had been seen out of bed. She did not believe Filch. She did, however, see fit to assign Harry, Hermione, Ron, and one Draco Malfoy, who had been wandering the seventh floor that night for reasons of his own that involved an attempt to embarrass Harry that had backfired comically, to a single shared detention. The detention was with Hagrid. The detention was in the Forbidden Forest. The detention was on the eve of the third-floor corridor's activation, and Harry, on hearing of it, looked at the system in his peripheral vision, and the system, with its quiet elegant patience, said, "This is useful. Accept." He accepted. The Forbidden Forest at night smelled of pine and water and the small clean smells of things that did not belong to people. Hagrid led them in along a narrow path with his crossbow over his shoulder. Fawne trotted at his heels. The moon was up. The leaves moved. Somewhere far off, an owl cried. Hagrid had brought them to track an injured unicorn. There was, he said, something out there that had been hunting unicorns. 3 had been killed in the last fortnight. He needed to find the latest one before it bled to death. He divided the 4 of them into pairs. Ron and Hermione with me, he said. Harry and Malfoy with Fawne. Don't go off the path. Don't lose your wand. Don't be stupid. Malfoy, whose face, in the lantern light, had become the color of old cheese, opened his mouth to object. Hagrid stared him down. Malfoy closed his mouth. Harry, with Fawne at his side and Malfoy 3 feet behind him with his wand wobbling, walked into the dark of the trees. They walked for 10 minutes in silence. Malfoy hated the silence. Harry, who had spent years in the cupboard, did not. After 15 minutes Malfoy could not stand it any more. Potter. Yes. If anything happens. To one of us. In the forest. I just want you to know that my father will pay you. To make sure Draco, Harry said. Shut up. I'm trying to listen. Malfoy, to his credit, shut up. They came out into a small clearing. The unicorn was on the ground. It was as silver as moonlight. It was, even dying, more beautiful than anything Harry had ever seen. Its silver blood was pooled on the leaves around it. A figure was bent over it. A hooded figure. A figure that, when Harry stepped into the clearing, lifted its head and looked at him with eyes that were not eyes. The hood was empty inside. Behind the hood there was a face Harry did not yet have words for, gaunt and white and stitched to the back of someone else's skull. The system flared. Threat vector Q detected. Possessed form. Proximity, 12 feet. Host is underpowered. Do not engage. Retreat. Harry's scar exploded. It was the first time it had ever truly exploded. It went hot. It went white. It went burning down into his skull like a poker. He hit his knees in the leaves. He clamped his hand to his forehead. The figure rose. The figure took one slow gliding step toward him, and the night around it bent. Then a great white shape came out of the trees behind it. A centaur. Tall, palomino, his coat the color of late summer wheat, his eyes a calm and ancient gold. He came out of the trees at the gallop and the figure on the ground fled, gliding away into the dark of the trees with the speed of smoke pulled up a chimney. The centaur stopped. He looked down at Harry. He inclined his great head once. Are you all right, Harry Potter? Yes. I think. That was the wrong place to be tonight. The centaur looked into the dark where the figure had gone. He has been growing stronger. He has been drinking the blood of unicorns. It will keep him alive. It will not let him live well. Do you understand the difference? Yes. Mars is bright tonight. The centaur knelt, very slowly, and Harry, who understood the offering, climbed onto his back. I will take you to your friends. Stand fast on me. Hold to my mane. We will go quickly. He went quickly. The forest streamed past in long dark blurs. They came out of the trees onto the path where Hagrid was bellowing Harry's name and Hermione was running in his direction with her wand up. The centaur set Harry down. He nodded once at Hagrid. He nodded once at Hermione. He looked, for one long moment, at Harry himself. "Harry Potter," the centaur said. "When you stand against the man who is not yet a man, do not look at his face. Look at the ground his shadow falls on. The ground is honest." Then he was gone. Hagrid stared after him with his mouth open. Malfoy, who had bolted from the clearing the moment the figure had risen, was sitting on the path with his back against a tree and his hands pressed against his eyes. Hermione clutched Harry's arm so hard he thought she might bruise it. "What did you see?" she whispered. "Quirrell," Harry said. "Or what's wearing Quirrell? He's been drinking unicorn blood." "Oh," she said, very small. They walked out of the forest in silence. They went up to the castle. They went to bed. In the morning, Harry, Hermione, and Ron held a council in the room of requirement. The room produced for them, with its quiet sympathy, a small round table and 3 deep chairs and a fire and a window that did not exist on any other part of the castle and that looked out over a sunlit summer field. Harry laid the cloak across the back of his chair. He set his wand on the table. He looked at his friends. "He'll go for the stone tonight," he said. "Or tomorrow night. Dumbledore got an owl from the ministry yesterday. He's leaving for London this afternoon. Quirrell knows it. The corridor will be soft tonight. We have to be ready." "Ready how?" Ron said. "Down the trapdoor. Past Fluffy. Past the chambers. To the room where the stone is. Before he gets there, or while he is trying. Whichever." Harry put his hands flat on the table. "I'm going." "We're going," Hermione said. "You don't have to. Don't be ridiculous, Harry. We're going." Ron, who had been pale all morning, set his jaw. "We're going." Harry looked at the two of them. He had a moment of pure, terrible love that he did not know what to do with. He swallowed it. He nodded. "Right," he said. "Tonight, then." The system, listening, opened a long final panel. Kill plan, Vector Q, Phase 1 initiated. Host's current loadout. Spells, 21 registered. Primary offensive, Lumos Lancia, Lumos Expanse, Stupefy, Lumos Rivus. Defensive, Protego, Level 8, Dorward 1, Reparo. Utility, Wingardium Leviosa, Level 14, Alohomora, Level 9, Locomotor, Level 7, Transfiguration, Category Merged, Level 10, Lumos Scripsy. Passives, Slow Perception, Level 4, Aura Sight, Level 5, Diplomacy, Level 4, Health, Level 5, Composure, Level 3, Stillness of Heart, Analysis, Level 6, Aerial Instinct, Level 4, Intuition, Level 3. Items, Wand, Holly, Phoenix, Cloak of Invisibility, Hallow, Nimbus 2000. Host is now Level 9. Expect Level 10 breakthrough upon engagement. Level 10 Promise, a new class of derivative spells. He smiled at the panel. He folded the cloak over his arm. He stood up. "Tonight," he said. Outside, the spring wind moved across the lake. The sun fell on the high mountains. The castle, ancient and patient and ready, went on holding its breath. The headmaster's owl flew south out of the Ollery toward London. In a small dark room on the 3rd floor, behind a door no student was supposed to open, a 3-headed dog lifted 3 sleepy heads and yawned. Harry Potter, 11 years old, walked down to dinner with his friends on either side of him and his cloak over his arm and his wand at his hip, and the evolution system, calm and patient and proud, walked beside him. Dinner was quiet. Hermione picked at her food. Ron, with the steady appetite of a boy who had decided to face what was coming on a full stomach, ate 2 helpings of shepherd's pie. Harry ate the right amount, the way he had been eating since the system had given him the third meal quest, and he watched the staff table out of the corner of his eye. Dumbledore's chair was empty. McGonagall sat at the head of the staff with her shoulders a little straighter than usual. Snape sat at the far end of the table with his eyes on the doors, as if expecting a delivery. Quirrell sat in his usual place. Quirrell did not eat. Quirrell, halfway through the meal, stood up, gave a small stiff bow toward McGonagall, and left the Great Hall. He left the Great Hall the way a man leaves a building he is never coming back to. Hermione's hand found Harry's under the table. She squeezed. Ron, on his other side, leaned in so his shoulder touched Harry's. "Now," Hermione whispered. "After curfew," Harry whispered back. "The corridor will be empty. Snape will go down too, but later. We need to be down there first. And then we do what we've trained for. The system, gentle, said in the corner of his vision, and then we finish it." He stood up. His friends stood up. The three of them walked out of the Great Hall together, side by side, the way they had walked into the night Hermione had been crying in a bathroom. They climbed the great staircase with the small unhurried purpose of 3 Gryffindor first-years going to bed. They did not go to bed. They went to the boys' dormitory. They got the cloak. They got Harry's wand. They got Hermione's wand and Ron's wand. They came back down to the common room. They walked out through the portrait hole. The fat lady, half asleep, did not notice. They pulled the cloak over the three of them. The cloak, which was generous, covered them. They went down the staircase to the 3rd floor. They went down the 3rd floor corridor. They came to the door at the end. The door was not locked. The door was not, on inspection, even properly closed. Harry, Hermione, and Ron stood outside the door. They looked at one another. They nodded. Harry pushed it open. A long deep growling came out of the dark inside. In a small slow patient white blossom, the system said, "Descend, host. The last casting is at hand." The growling stopped halfway through the second growl. Hermione, with the inspired calm of a girl who had read about the original Greek myth and had remembered the right detail, drew a small wooden flute from her pocket. She had taken Hagrid's flute from his hut 3 nights ago for exactly this reason. She had practiced. She put the flute to her lips. She blew. The sound that came out was an off-key dirge. It was the kind of sound a child gets out of a flute when the child has practiced for 3 nights and has more devotion than skill. It was, however, music. The 3 heads of Fluffy went very still. 6 of Fluffy's eyes blinked. The middle head let out a sleepy whuffle. The left head began, almost embarrassed, to snore. The right head, after a long resistance, lowered itself onto its enormous paws and closed its eyes. The whole dog was, in 80 seconds, asleep. Underneath one of his enormous paws, the trapdoor in the floor was visible. Harry, with Hermione still playing her dirge, knelt beside the paw and slid Wingardium Leviosa under it like a knife. He levitated the paw 2 inches. He pulled the trapdoor open. The trapdoor opened on a black square hole. "How deep?" Ron whispered. The system, helpful, ran a scan. Vertical drop, approximately 15 feet. Soft landing detected. Probable, devil's snare. Devil's snare, Harry murmured. Hermione. The plant. You'll need to be ready with a firelight charm the moment we land. Hermione, who had played her dirge for nearly 4 minutes, eased the flute from her lips. The dog stayed asleep. She nodded. Harry sat on the lip of the trapdoor. He looked at his 2 friends. He smiled at them. They smiled back. He pushed himself off and dropped into the dark. He landed in a tangle of cool green vines. The vines began, instantly, to coil around his ankles. A second weight thumped down beside him, Ron. A third, Hermione. The flute was tucked safely in her pocket. Her wand was up. "Lumo Spectra," Hermione said calmly, and her thin clean blade of cold white light caught the nearest vine and severed it, and Hermione, with a fast follow-up, said, "Incendio," which she had been practicing all spring, and a small bright blossom of fire kindled at her wand tip and the devil's snare recoiled like a struck animal. The vines shrank back into the corners. The three of them stood up on the cold flagstones of a low corridor that lay beneath the trapdoor. "Come on," Harry said. "He's ahead of us. He came down half an hour before we did." They ran. The corridor opened onto the next chamber. A high stone room with 1,000 winged keys flying in restless circles around the ceiling. A broomstick on the floor. A heavy door in the far wall with a complicated lock. Harry, who had been getting ready for this moment for 6 months, simply set his palm on the door and said, "Alhamra," at level 9. The door clicked open. He did not need the keys. He did not need the broom. He walked through. The system, very pleased, awarded him a small notation. "Alhamra, level 10. Evolution trigger reached. Derivative, Alhamra magnum. Effect, opens locks regardless of sophistication short of goblin made." He registered it. He moved on. They came into the next chamber, where a great chessboard stretched across the floor and a statue of a black king lifted his sword as they entered. Ron, for whom this was a kind of homecoming, took one look and grinned with the focused pleasure of a boy who had been preparing for this moment without knowing it. "Get past me," he said. "I'll handle this." "Ron, it's chess, Harry." "I know chess. Go. Both of you." Hermione kissed Ron's cheek. Harry clapped his shoulder. They ran. Behind them Ron said, "I'll be the knight," with the casual courage of a boy who had never been the knight in his life and who had decided, with a perfect clean simplicity, to become it now. In the corridor beyond the chess room, Harry and Hermione ran shoulder to shoulder with the cloak balled in Harry's free hand and their wands up. Behind them they heard the crash of the chess pieces engaging. They did not look back. Ron, the system whispered in Harry's ear, was holding. Ron was alive. They would come back for him. They came to a low door. They opened it. They stepped through. The next chamber smelled of something dead. The smell of a troll. A second troll, larger than the first, was lying on the floor on its back with a great gash across its chest and a faint trickle of dark blood drying around its mouth. Harry stared. The system, helpful, said, "Prior engagement." The passenger or its host passed through. The troll did not slow it. "Quirrell killed it on the way down," Harry said. "Then he's strong," Hermione said. "Then we'll be stronger." They went on. The next chamber held 7 bottles on a long stone table and a row of riddling verses written on a panel. Hermione, scanning the verses, almost laughed. "Logic puzzle," she said. "Snape set this one. I can solve it." She solved it in 2 minutes. She picked up the smallest bottle. She handed Harry the largest. She drank her bottle, which was the bottle that would let her go back. He drank his, which was the bottle that would let him go forward. The cold ran through him like spring water. "I have to go alone," he said. "From here." "I know. Get back to Ron. Get to McGonagall. Tell her where we are." "I will." He kissed the top of her head, the way a brother kisses a sister. He walked through the black flames. On the other side of the black flames, in a low domed chamber lit only by 100 floating candles, the mirror of Eriste stood on its golden frame in the very middle of the room. And in front of the mirror, with his back to Harry, slowly unwinding his dingy purple turban, stood Professor Quirrell. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, The Mirror's Truth. Harry stood in the doorway of the low domed chamber and looked at the back of Professor Quirinus Quirrell, and the system, which had walked beside him all the way down, settled itself behind his ribs the way a friend settles into a chair before a long conversation. The room was lit by 100 floating candles in long irregular rows above the floor, and the candles cast small uncertain shadows on the polished stones. The mirror of Eriste stood on its golden frame in the exact center of the room. Quirrell stood 3 feet from it, with his back to Harry, his hands raised behind his head, the dingy purple turban half unwrapped and trailing on the floor like a dropped bandage. He turned slowly. He turned all the way round. He had 2 faces. The face on the front of his head was Quirinus Quirrell. It was thinner than it had been on the first day of term. The skin was gray. The eyes were tired. The mouth, when it opened in a normal human way. The face on the back of his head was not human at all. It was white. It was flat. The eyes were red. The slits where the nose should have been were 2 flat slits, and the mouth was a bloodless line, and the expression on the face, when it found Harry, was the expression of a thing that had been waiting 11 years for the doorbell to ring. "Harry Potter," it said. The voice was a thin, dry, hateful whisper. "I have been waiting for you." The system, behind Harry's eyes, opened a single panel. Voldemort, Tom Riddle. Soulbound to Quirrell. Wandless. Current power, approximately 1/10 of former peak. Limited by his current vessel. Host is now level 10. Evolution slot unlocked, final casting. He read it. He filed it. He looked at the face on the back of Quirrell's head, and he held himself very still, and he said, mildly, "You're shorter than I thought you'd be." Quirrell's hand twitched. The face on the back of his head did not change expression. "Cleverness will not save you, boy. I don't need it to. I have a system." The face on the back of Quirrell's head paused. It was a small pause. It was the pause of a creature that had not, in 11 years of half-life, been told something genuinely surprising. "A system," Voldemort said softly. "A system. I see it now," the thing breathed. "I see it. I see it on you. The colors. The lattice. There is a structure inside you, Harry Potter. A frame. I can almost touch it." His head tilted, on Quirrell's shoulders, the way a snake tilts its head when it is interested. "Where did you get such a thing?" "I don't know," Harry said honestly. "I was 11. It came from me in the cupboard." The cupboard. How quaint. Voldemort's red eyes moved across Harry's chest and Harry's hands and Harry's wand. "I would like that frame, Harry Potter. I would like to wear it the way I am wearing this one." "That seems unlikely." "Look in the mirror, boy." "No." "Look in the mirror. Tell me what you see." "No." The face on the back of Quirrell's head went very, very still. "Quirrell," Voldemort breathed, "kill him." Quirrell raised his wand. He never finished the cast. The system, behind Harry's eyes, opened a panel that was no longer blue. It was white. It was the bright clean white of a struck bell. It said, in a single calm line, "Phase 2, engage below." Harry, with the speed his slow perception had been giving him in small installments since November, was already moving. He was already crossing his wand left to right. He was already speaking the word he had registered 3 months earlier and had been saving for exactly this moment. Protego. A shield of clean blue light bloomed 2 feet in front of him. Quirrell's curse, a green and ugly thing that the system, in the cool calm corner, classified as a cruciatus, weak, broke against the shield in a long shrill crackle and dissipated into smoke. Harry's next word came out before Quirrell had recovered from the recoil. Lumos Lancia. A long bright stabbing beam of white light went out of the holly and crossed the chamber in a quarter of a second. It went past Quirrell's left ear. Quirrell, who had not been ready to dodge, was a quarter second too slow. The beam, which was Harry's deliberate near miss, was not aimed at Quirrell. It was aimed at the candles. The candles were the system's idea. Harry's beam scored a line across the candle field. 40 candles, suddenly, fell from the air. 40 wax columns hit the floor in a long clattering rain. 40 small flames went out. The room went 6 steps darker. Quirrell, with the trained reflex of a defense professor, flicked his wand to relight the candles. He could not. The system, with a small private satisfaction, presented Harry with a notation. Lumos Scriptsy application, wax has been etched with an anti-ignition script in the passing. It will not relight. Nice work, host. He had not done it consciously. The system, after 11 years and a bad cupboard, had begun to anticipate him. In the half-light, Harry moved. He moved laterally along the wall. He kept the mirror between him and Quirrell. He let his aura sight, at level 5, give him the rough position of the man through the dark, and he watched Voldemort's red glow on the back of Quirrell's head turn left and right and try to find him. "Boy," Voldemort hissed. "Boy." "Yes," Harry said softly, from the dark. "Your father was a brave man." "Yes." "He died screaming." "Yes." "Your mother died begging." "No," Harry said. "She died standing." Voldemort hissed. Harry's wand came up. Harry's Lumos Rivus uncoiled out of the holly tip in a thin clean line a foot long, then 2, then 3, then 4. He drew it across the dark of the chamber the way a spider draws a thread. He guided it. The thread moved. The thread, with the careful patient guidance of a boy who had spent 6 months teaching it to bend, looped once around the empty space behind Quirrell. It looped twice. Voldemort, on the back of Quirrell's head, saw it. Quirrell, Harry tightened the loop. The loop of Lumos Rivus, which was a thin coherent beam of light tuned for cutting, cinched around Quirrell's right wrist at the level Harry had drilled with the practice dummies, and Quirrell's hand, with his wand still gripped in it, came off in a single clean fall and dropped to the floor. Quirrell screamed. Voldemort, on the back of Quirrell's head, screamed louder. Harry did not flinch. He had decided, on the 4th night of training in the Room of Requirement, that he was not going to flinch. He had decided, on the night Hermione had cried in his shoulder in the bathroom corridor, that he was not going to flinch. He had decided, in the cupboard under the stairs at 11 years old, that he was not going to flinch. The system, with a small satisfied note, composure passive, level 4. "Stupefy," Harry said, almost gently. The red bolt crossed the chamber. It hit Quirrell in the chest. Quirrell's body folded. Quirrell's body fell. Quirrell's body lay on the cold flagstones in the middle of the room, with a great blood stain spreading from the stump of his right wrist, and the face on the back of his head turned upward with its red eyes still open. Harry walked toward the body. He walked the way a hunter walks toward a wounded animal he means to put down. He walked with his wand at his hip and his cloak tucked over his shoulder and his system humming behind his ribs. Voldemort, looking up at him from the back of his dying host, hissed, "You think this ends me, boy?" "No," Harry said. "I think it ends you for now. I will return. Yes. I will be stronger when I do. Maybe. Will you be stronger?" "Yes." Voldemort's red eyes blinked. The thing on the back of Quirrell's head smiled. It was not a kind smile. "Then we have a war, you and I. We always did." He raised his wand. The system, watching, opened the final casting panel. It was a blank slate. It was an offer. It was not a kill spell. It was a question. Choose, termination of Quirrell host with Lumos Lancia. Choose, attempted exorcism of Voldemort with new derivative, unlocked by host's mother's sacrifice. Note, second option risks host. Harry chose the second option. He did not need to think about it. He had been raised by an absence, and he had been saved by an absence, and he had been carrying a small old absence inside him since he was a year old. He chose the second option because the first one was easy and the second one was hard, and his mother, who had died standing, would have wanted him to choose the hard one. Confirmed. New derivative, lumos matris. Effect, a focused light infused with the protective love that saved the host as an infant. Will strip a foreign soul from its host without killing the host. Harry knelt beside Quirrell. He laid his hand, with the steady gentleness of a doctor, on the man's chest. He held his wand in his other hand. He set the tip of the wand against the front of Quirrell's forehead, just above the eyes. The face on the back of Quirrell's head began to scream before Harry had even spoken. Lumos matris, Harry said. A soft warm white light grew at the tip of his wand. It was nothing like Lumos spectra. It was nothing like Lumos rivus. It was the color of his mother's eyes, which were also his own eyes, and it came up out of the holly in a slow steady bloom that filled the chamber with an even gentle glow. Voldemort, on the back of Quirrell's head, began to come apart. He came apart in long thin streamers of black smoke. He screamed as he came apart. He screamed in the language of a man who had not been a man for a long time and who was now being told, by a child, that the world was not, after all, his to keep. The black smoke poured out of the back of Quirrell's skull in a long dark coughing river. It hit the ceiling. It coiled. It looked for a way out. The chamber had no door but the one Harry had come through. Harry, who had foreseen this with the quiet help of the system, raised his wand a second time. He thought, very carefully, the door behind me is open. The corridor behind that door is open. The forbidden forest beyond that corridor is not warded. Let the smoke flee. Let the man live. Let me, in this moment, choose mercy where I have a choice. The smoke fled. It tore down the corridor behind him in a long fast black gust. It went up through the chambers above. It came out into the forbidden forest somewhere above the trees, and the forest, who knew it of old, opened the way for it grudgingly, and the smoke streaked away to the east into the night and was gone. The system flared. Voldemort, Tom Riddle. Exorcised from vessel. Quirrell, Quirinus. Alive but gravely wounded. Host choice, mercy. Noted. Lumos matris, level 1. Level up, host is now level 11. Kill count, 1, Harry sat back on his heels. He looked at Quirrell. The man's chest was rising and falling. The face on the back of his head was gone. The skin was smooth, plain, ordinary, the back of an unremarkable man's skull. His severed hand lay on the floor a foot away. Harry, with a careful flick, lifted it back to its arm with Wingardium Leviosa, and repared the cleanly cut bone, and pressed it back into place, and sealed the skin with a clumsy field medic spell he had read about in a book Hermione had given him in February. It would not be perfect. It would heal. The hand might not work the same way again. Quirrell, when he woke, would have a story to tell that nobody was going to believe. That was acceptable. Harry stood up. He stepped back. He walked to the mirror of Eriste. He stood in front of it. The mirror showed him, for one long moment, exactly what it had shown him on Christmas night. His mother. His father. Their hands on his shoulders. His mother's green eyes meeting his own. Then the mirror, with the system's quiet help, showed him something else. It showed him, very small, a small red stone in his own pocket. "Hello," he said softly. The stone was, the next morning when he checked, in his pocket. He did not know how the mirror had given it to him. He did not know whether he had pulled it out of the mirror by knowing he did not want to use it, by deciding that he would seek the stone only to keep it from someone who would. He did not know whether the mirror had been built for that exact moment. He suspected, as he walked back through the chambers, that Dumbledore had built it that way, and that the long old chess game between the headmaster and the thing in the back of Quirrell's head had ended with a board piece set down at the right moment. He did not need to understand it. He walked. In the chess room, Ron was lying on the floor. He was breathing. He was unconscious. He had a large bruise on his forehead. Harry, with a small careful renervate, woke him. Ron sat up. Ron looked at Harry. Ron said, "I won," and Harry, weeping for the first time since he was 4 years old, hugged him. In the Devil's Snare room, Hermione had been waiting. She had not been able to come back through the black flames. She had waited at the edge of the corridor, and now she ran across the room and threw her arms around both of them, and they stood there, in the cold dark of a chamber under Hogwarts, 3 first-year Gryffindors with their lives intact. The system, listening, did not log anything. It only watched. It approved. Snape was waiting at the top of the trapdoor. He had come down at last, after the sleeping dog had refused him entry and after a delay caused by Norbert's old cage, and he found the 3 of them coming up out of the dark with Quirrell's body floating on a stretcher behind them, alive, breathing, faceless in the back of his head. Snape stared. He stared at Quirrell. He stared at the cleanly sealed wrist, the steady breath, the absence of the thing that had been on the man's head all year. He stared at Harry. "Mr. Potter," Snape said, very quietly. "What did you do?" "I did what was needed, sir." "What did you do?" "I exorcised him." Snape's eyes closed for a long moment. When they opened, they were brighter than Harry had ever seen them, and there was something in them that was, very nearly, the beginning of respect. "The headmaster," Snape said, "will want a word with you." "Yes, sir." Dumbledore was waiting in his office, when McGonagall escorted him there 40 minutes later. The headmaster sat behind his desk with his hands folded on the wood. The portraits on the walls were craning forward to look. Fawkes the Phoenix, on his perch, lifted his red and gold head and considered Harry with eyes that did not blink. Dumbledore did not speak at first. He looked at Harry for a long, quiet, weighing moment. Then he smiled. It was a small careful smile. "Mr. Potter. I understand that you have had an unusually busy night." "Yes, sir." "I understand that you have killed nothing." "Yes, sir." "I understand that you have, however, exorcised a Dark Lord from the back of one of your professors with a spell I have never heard of." "Yes, sir." "Lumos Matris." "Yes, sir." "A pretty name." "Thank you, sir." Dumbledore looked down at his hands. He drew breath. He let it out. "Mr. Potter. I owe you, perhaps, a number of explanations. I will not give them all to you tonight. I will, however, ask you a single question, if I may, and if you would do me the courtesy of an honest answer, I shall be grateful." "Yes, sir." "How did you come by the spell you used tonight?" Harry was silent for a long moment. He considered. He looked into Dumbledore's old blue eyes, and the system, calm at his ribs, said in his ear, "Tell him. He will hold it well." So Harry told him. He told him about the night in the cupboard. He told him about the cool blue panel and the question and the yes. He told him about Lumos and Lumos Spectra and Lumos Rivus. He told him, only at the end, about Lumos Matris and the choice the system had given him at the very last minute. He left out, with the small careful instinct of a boy who had been taught patience by the cupboard, only the precise mechanism of how the spells leveled, because that was a private thing, and it was his. Dumbledore listened in silence. When Harry had finished, the old wizard sat for a long time looking down at his hands. "Harry," he said at last, very softly. "May I tell you something?" "Yes, sir." "In all the long years of my reading, I have heard of such a thing only twice. Both of those times the host did not survive his system." He looked up. His eyes were full of an emotion Harry did not yet have words for. "You have it because you are loved. You will keep it because you are honest. You will use it well because, for all your power, you are kind." He paused. "Do not let it go. Do not let anyone take it from you. Not even me." "No, sir." "And, Harry." "Yes, sir. Thank you, my boy. For sparing your professor's life." "He didn't spare mine, sir. But I thought one of us should." Dumbledore's eyes glittered. He did not speak. He did not need to. He stood up. He came round the desk. He laid one old hand, very briefly, on Harry's shoulder. Then he sent him to bed. Harry walked back to Gryffindor Tower under the cloak with his cloak under his arm and his stone in his pocket, which he turned over to McGonagall on the way, and McGonagall took it without comment and slipped it into her own robes for delivery to its owner, who lived in the south of France and had decided, the system noted, that morning, that he was going to die soon and would prefer to do so before the long darkness began. Harry did not feel sad about that. He felt, instead, a small clean sense of having done his job. He came up through the portrait hole. The fat lady was awake this time. She looked at him for a long moment. "You look older, dear." "I am older." She smiled. She let him in. The common room was empty. The fire had burned down. Ron and Hermione were asleep on the rug with a blanket over them. Harry pulled a second blanket over himself and lay down beside them on the rug, and the system, behind his ribs, settled itself like a tired dog. Chapter complete. Level 11. New thresholds unlocked. Go to sleep, host. He went to sleep. In the morning the sun came up over the lake. Voldemort, somewhere far to the east, regathered himself in the body of a small dark animal in a field above the Adriatic, and his small dark eyes, when he opened them, were the red eyes of a thing that had been told a single new thing the night before and had not yet decided how to feel about it. He would think about it for 2 years. He would come back. But the boy who had stood in front of the mirror of Eriste and chosen mercy over termination would, by the time the man in the cloak came back, be a great deal harder to kill. The next morning the great hall was loud with rumor. Quirrell had been taken to St. Mungo's in the dawn hours, alive but not himself, and the defense against the dark arts position was, as it had been every June at Hogwarts for the last decade, suddenly and inexplicably vacant. The students did not know what had happened in the chamber under the school. The students knew only that something had happened, that the headmaster had been seen at 3 in the morning leading a man on a stretcher down a corridor toward the Fleur network, and that Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and Ron Weasley had been seen in robes with smudges of soot on them coming through the portrait hole an hour before dawn. The story arrived at the breakfast table before the first slice of bacon. Harry, eating his eggs with the steady appetite the system had been quietly cultivating in him since September, looked up from his plate at one point to find that the entire Slytherin first-year contingent, including Malfoy, was watching him with the unblinking attention of cats watching a kingfisher. He inclined his head once at Malfoy. Malfoy, after a long careful pause, inclined his head back. It was not friendship. It was, however, a kind of treaty. Harry filed it under diplomacy in his head and went back to his eggs. Hermione, at his elbow, was reading a copy of a theoretical compendium of light-based spellcraft she had renewed for the 7th time. Ron, on his other side, was eating with the methodical determination of a boy who had been knocked unconscious by a chess piece the night before and had decided that the cure was 3 full breakfasts in a row. McGonagall, at the staff table, stood up. She tapped her glass with her fork. The hall went silent. "Today," she said, "is the last full day of classes. Tomorrow your end-of-year examinations will begin. They will run through Friday. The end-of-year feast will be on Saturday evening. The Hogwarts Express will return you to King's Cross on Sunday morning. Please prepare accordingly." She sat down. The hall, after a stunned moment, began to discuss exams instead of Quirrell. Hermione reached for a quill and a parchment without thinking about it. Ron groaned. Harry, with the small warm pleasure of a boy who had been planning for this exact stretch of time since November, opened his system panel and asked it, politely, to schedule his revision. The system replied, "Host is projected to achieve top marks in every subject with a single night of revision. Recommend 1 night of revision. Recommend other nights be spent with friends." He smiled at the panel. He put away the parchment. He turned to Ron and Hermione. "Let's go fly," he said. "Now." Now. We've earned it. They went. They borrowed brooms from the school cupboard. They flew out over the lake in long lazy figures with the wind in their hair and the sun on the water and Hagrid waving up at them from his cabbage patch. They flew until the sun was halfway down the sky. They went down to dinner. They went up to bed. Harry revised that night. The system, true to its word, walked him through every subject in 3 hours. By midnight he was reading the index of his Transfiguration textbook for fun. He passed his exams. They all passed their exams. Hermione, with the inescapable need of a Hermione to be seen achieving, passed hers with the highest marks the school had recorded for a first year in 20 years. Ron, to his own astonishment, passed charms with an exceeds expectations and Transfiguration with an acceptable. Harry passed everything with an outstanding. Snape, who marked the potions exams personally, gave Harry an outstanding with a small sour pencil note in the margin that said, adequate. Progress detected. Do not relax. Harry framed it. Hermione laughed for an hour. The end-of-year feast was held in a great hall draped in green. The Slytherin colors. Slytherin had won the House Cup. They had won it on points, narrowly, and they had won it with the careful steady plodding of a house that had not lost any students in the corridors that year. Marcus Flint sat at the Slytherin table looking smug. Then Dumbledore stood up. Yes, yes, he said. Slytherin have won the cup, with 472 points. A fine effort. A very fine effort. However, recent events must be taken into account. I have 1 or 2 last-minute points to award. The hall went still. To Mr. Ronald Weasley, Dumbledore said, for the best-played game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years, 60 points. A roar went up at the Gryffindor table. Ron's ears went the color of his hair. To Miss Hermione Granger, for cool use of intellect when others were in danger, 60 points. Hermione hid her face in her hands. The roar got louder. To Mr. Harry Potter, for outstanding nerve, exceptional skill, and the singular display of mercy in a moment when mercy was the harder of 2 roads, 70 points. The roar became a wall of sound. The Gryffindor table was hammering the wood. The Hufflepuffs were on their feet. Even the Ravenclaws were applauding. Slytherin, with the dignified bitterness of a house that had been within a hair of winning, watched and said nothing. And finally, Dumbledore said, when the noise had died down, to Mr. Neville Longbottom, for the singular courage required to stand up to one's friends in a difficult moment, 10 points. Neville, 3 seats down from Harry, went the color of a tomato. He had stood up to Harry, Hermione, and Ron in the common room 3 nights before they had gone down through the trapdoor, and he had told them very seriously that he did not want them breaking school rules, and they had petrified him in the doorway of the common room because they had had no time and no choice, and they had felt about it ever since the way a knight feels about the squire he has had to leave behind. Hermione, who had been the one to do it, was crying with relief at her plate. Neville waved at her shyly across the table. Ron threw a roll at him out of pure affection. Dumbledore clapped his hands once. The decorations of the great hall changed. The green and silver of Slytherin became, in a single soft bloom of color, the scarlet and gold of Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table came up out of its seats like a single creature. Snape, at the staff table, smiled. It was the smallest possible smile, almost not a smile at all. He smiled it at his lap. He did not let anyone see. The feast went late. The food, which had been good all year, was at its best. The pudding was a thing of beauty. The Hogwarts ghosts gave a performance of their own at the end, which was as terrible as ever, but nearly headless Nick led a procession around the hall that was, for him, something close to triumphant. Lavender Brown decorated Hermione's hair with 3 small daisies. Ron ate 3 helpings of treacle tart. Harry sat between his friends and watched the year close. The system, in its corner, did not say anything. It did not need to. The next morning the Hogwarts Express pulled in to King's Cross. Vernon Dursley was waiting on the platform with his mustache trembling and his car double-parked. Harry, with the cool steady peace of a boy who had 11 months of system training ahead of him, said goodbye to Hermione and Ron and Hedwig and the Weasley family and the Grangers, who were small and shy and unmistakably the parents of their daughter, and he went home to Privet Drive. Vernon, at the dinner table that night, told him in clipped sentences that there would be no funny stuff. No magic. No wand work. No owls. Harry, who had been planning the summer with the system since the morning of the feast, said, "Yes, Uncle Vernon," and ate his portion of the small dinner Petunia had served him, and went up to his cupboard, which was no longer his cupboard, because the Dursleys, in a small cowardly act of forward planning, had moved him to Dudley's second bedroom. He laid out his trunk on the bed. He laid out his books. He laid out his cloak under the loose floorboard. He set his wand on the desk. The system, in his vision, opened a quiet panel. Summer regimen. 6 hours of silent practice per night. No trace, the house is outside the trace buffer, noted. Recommend all spells be kept at level 10 or above by the end of August. New unlock at level 12, wandless basics. Recommend focus on, Protego, Stupefy, Expelliarmus, Incendio, Glacius, Confringo, Reducto, Bombarda. New spells above will be registered on contact with their incantations. He nodded. He read the books. The summer at Privet Drive was the strangest summer of his life. The Dursleys, having decided that Harry was now too dangerous to bully directly, did not bully him directly. They simply pretended he did not exist. They spoke past him at meals. They walked around him in the corridor. Dudley, whose memory was longer than his uncle's, gave him a wide berth on the stairs. Petunia, occasionally, looked at him with an expression that was almost regret, and looked away. He did not mind. He preferred it. He spent his days reading the school books from the year ahead, which Hermione had owed him copies of in the second week of June, and his nights practicing in the room with the door locked and a silencing charm on the windows. The system, with its calm efficient pleasure, leveled everything he had and added new spells as quickly as he could read the incantations. Hermione wrote him every day. Ron wrote him every other day, with the tight brief honesty of a boy who hated writing letters but was determined to do so anyway. The Weasleys, on the second week of August, broke into Privet Drive in a flying Ford Anglia and rescued him in front of 3 pajama-clad Dursleys, and Harry spent the rest of the summer at the Burrow. The Burrow was the first house Harry had ever been in that felt like a home. He helped degnome the garden. He played Quidditch with the boys in the orchard. He read his books on the front steps in the long afternoons. Mrs. Weasley fed him 3 meals a day plus tea plus snacks plus, occasionally, biscuits at midnight if she heard him moving around, and the system raised his health passive twice in 3 weeks. He slept 10 hours a night for the first time in his life. He grew an inch. He met Ginny Weasley, properly. She was small and red-haired and serious, and she had, at the start, been so terrified of meeting Harry Potter that she had spent the first 3 days of his visit staring at him from doorways and running away. By the end of the second week she had relaxed. By the end of the third she was beating him at chess and laughing at him for it. He liked her. He filed her, in a small private corner of his head, under friend. The 1st of September came. Mrs. Weasley drove them all to King's Cross. Hermione met them on the platform with new cropped hair and a triumphant grin. The 4 of them, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny, boarded the Hogwarts Express together. The train pulled out of London. The fields rolled past. The afternoon turned into evening. The countryside went green and gold and blue. In the corridor of the train, halfway to Hogwarts, the door of their compartment slid open. A man stood in the doorway. He was tall, and blond, and his teeth were so white they were almost luminous, and he was smiling the smile of a man who had been smiling the same smile in front of mirrors for so long that he could no longer be sure when he was alone. "Harry Potter," he said. "How wonderful. How perfectly wonderful. I am Gilderoy Lockhart." The system, in Harry's peripheral vision, opened a small panel. Gilderoy Lockhart. Age 41. Wand, cherry, dragon heartstring. Skill, memory charms, master. Alignment, cowardly, fraudulent. Note, he is your new defense against the dark arts professor. Host is advised to suppress laughter. Harry, with a heroic effort, suppressed his laughter. Pleased to meet you, Professor, he said. The pleasure, Lockhart said grandly, is entirely mine. I look forward to teaching you a thing or two, my boy. A thing or two. He swept out of the compartment. Hermione, the moment he was gone, looked at Harry with the wide amused horror of a girl who had read all of Lockhart's books over the summer and who had, 10 minutes ago, thought he was the most extraordinary man she had ever heard of, and who had been quietly preparing to be educated by him, and who was now reassessing. Oh dear, she said. Yes, Harry said. Oh dear. Yes. Ginny, who was about to start her first year at Hogwarts and who had been holding a small black diary in her lap on the train all afternoon for reasons of her own that she had not explained, opened the diary and began to write. Harry, with his aura sight at level 5, glanced at the diary in passing. The diary's aura was wrong. The diary's aura was the color of dried blood and old smoke. The diary, the system observed in a small private note that Ginny did not see, was not an inert object. He filed that away. He did not say anything. He looked at his sister friend, in her new robes, with her quill steady in her hand, and he set himself, calmly and quietly, the second great task of his school career. The train pulled into Hogsmeade Station at sundown. The mountains were dark against a long red sky. Harry stepped down onto the platform. The system, walking with him, said in his ear, "Welcome back, host. Year 2 begins." He smiled. The carriages, drawn by creatures Harry had not been able to see the year before, drew them up the long avenue to the castle. Harry, who could now see the thestrals because the system had quietly granted him the relevant perception passive after the troll, watched the great black horses pace through the dusk and felt nothing about their presence except the small grateful relief of a boy who was finally seeing the world as it was. Hermione, beside him, asked him what he was looking at. He told her. She nodded, with the small mournful nod of a friend who had known he could see them and had been waiting for the year he would say so. The sorting was a long quiet ceremony in the great hall under the bewitched ceiling. The ceiling was a starless black, the kind of sky that came before rain. The first years filed up in their groups. Ginny went up to the stool with her diary tucked under her arm, and the hat went on her head, and the hat said Gryffindor before the hat had quite finished settling. The Weasley table erupted. Ginny sat down between Hermione and her brother Fred, and Fred kissed the top of her head, which Ginny tolerated for 2 seconds before elbowing him in the ribs. Dumbledore stood and spoke. He welcomed them. He warned them off the Forbidden Forest. He introduced Lockhart, who stood and gave a small theatrical bow that the entire staff table watched with carefully arranged faces. He told them dinner would be served. He sat down. The food appeared. Across the table, Ginny pulled her diary out from under her plate and laid her hand on it without thinking, the way a person rests a hand on a sleeping cat. Harry, watching, said nothing. The system, in his peripheral vision, opened a small careful note. Object registered, Black Diary, TMR warning. 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 Soulbound parasitic artifact. Class, Horcrux, assessed. Note, we will deal with it, host. We will deal with it. Harry nodded once at the panel. He turned back to his roast beef. He smiled at Hermione across the table. He passed Ron the gravy. He let the warmth of the great hall move through him, and he let his gaze pass briefly across Ginny's hand on the small black book, and he made himself a promise. The diary would not have her. The diary would not have any of them. The system, listening, settled itself for a long campaign. That night Harry lay awake in his four-poster in the boys' dormitory and ran through, with the calm steady patience he had built over the summer, every spell he had registered. He cast each of them silently under the duvet, with the wand against his chest, and the system tallied them and confirmed each at its current level and moved on. Lumos, level 30. Nox, level 28. Lumos Spectra, level 22. Lumos Rivus, level 18. Lumos Expanse, level 14. Lumos Lancia, level 13. Lumos Matres, level 4. Lumos Scripsi, level 11. Lumos Pulse, level 7. Wingardium Leviosa, level 22. Transfiguration, category merged level 18. Reparo, level 13. Allohamra Magnum, level 9. Locomotor, level 12. Protego, level 14. Stupefy, level 12. Expelliarmus, level 10. Incendio, level 11. Glacius, level 8. Confringo, level 7. Reducto, level 8. Bombarda, level 6. Dorward 1, level 9. Summon Broom, level 7. Broomcraft, level 12. Renervate, level 5. Passives. Slow Perception, level 6. Aura Sight, level 7. Analysis, level 9. Intuition, level 6. Composure, level 6. Health, level 7. Diplomacy, level 5. Aerial Instinct, level 5. Stillness of Heart. Survivor's Mark. Avada Residue. Parseltongue, active, unlocked, late August. He had become, in a single summer at the Burrow with Mrs. Weasley feeding him biscuits at midnight, the most dangerous 12-year-old in Britain. The system, with the small dry humor it had developed, not bad for a boy from a cupboard. He smiled at the canopy. He slept. The first week of year 2 was almost ordinary. Almost. Lockhart's defense against the dark arts class on the second day of term turned out to be 90 minutes of Gilderoy Lockhart reading aloud from his own books, with 20 minutes set aside for a quiz he had written about himself. Hermione, who had spent the train ride reassessing her opinion of him and had revised it downward by a full magnitude, scored full marks on the quiz with the expressionless competence of a girl who had decided that she was not going to learn anything in this class but she was at least going to win it. Ron, beside her, drew a small cartoon of Lockhart in the margin of his parchment that turned the man's perfect teeth into a single straight line of fence posts. Harry, who was watching Lockhart's wand the way a chess player watches a piece, took notes on the man's casting form and concluded, by the end of the lesson, that Lockhart had perhaps 3 working spells and one of them was a very bad memory charm. The system, in a small private aside, agreed. Noted, host. The man will not trouble us. The diary will. Hagrid, on the lawn behind his hut, told Harry on Saturday afternoon that there had been some kind of disturbance in the lower corridors over the summer. A pipe had burst. A cat had been petrified. Filch was beside himself. Harry, listening, watched Hagrid's face and the system, listening with him, made small careful notations. Chamber of Secrets, active. The diary has begun its work. Host's timeline for intervention, 6 to 8 weeks. Recommend, continue training. Continue observation. Protect Ginevra Weasley. He nodded. He drank his tea. He ate his rock cake. He left Hagrid's hut at sundown with Hermione and Ron beside him and the long high stars over the mountains, and he walked back up to the castle with the calm steady purpose of a boy who had a system and a circle and a year of work ahead of him. The wind off the lake was warm. The owls were out hunting. The portrait of the fat lady was already humming the carol the Weasley twins had taught her in June. Harry Potter, 12 years old, walked into year 2 of Hogwarts with his cloak in his trunk and his stone in the south of France and his wand at his hip and a small black diary on the lap of a small red-haired girl 2 corridors away, and the evolution system, calm and patient and ready, walked beside him. In the dormitory, late, Harry sat up with his wand at low lumos and wrote, in the leather-bound notebook Hermione had given him at Christmas, 3 lines on the first clean page he had not yet used. Ginny is wearing the diary. The diary is wearing Tom Riddle. Tom Riddle is wearing me, the way he was always going to. He tapped the wand against the page. The system etched his words in faint silver onto the leather. The notebook closed. He laid it under his pillow with his wand and the cloak. He turned over. He slept the easy clean sleep of a boy who knew, at last, the shape of the year ahead of him, and who was not afraid. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, Chamber of Secrets. Ginny Weasley began to thin during the second week of October. It was not a dramatic thinning at first. It was the small slow thinning of a girl who was sleeping less than she should have been and eating less than she should have been and writing in her diary later and later into the night. Mrs. Weasley, who would have noticed at a single glance, was at the Burrow. Her brothers, who saw her every day, did not notice because brothers seldom did. Hermione, who would have noticed, was distracted by an essay on the theoretical mechanics of the animagus transformation. Harry, who was watching, noticed. He had been watching her since the first night of term. The diary's aura, which the system had told him was the color of dried blood and old smoke, had grown a slow steady inch each day. The aura of Ginny herself, which had been a clear bright copper in September, had dulled into a tired thin orange by the third week of October. She had begun, in the corridors, to look down at her shoes when she walked. She had begun, at meals, to push food around her plate. She had begun, at night, to wake in her dormitory weeping for reasons she could not explain. He cornered her on a Thursday afternoon in the Gryffindor common room, when her brothers were at Quidditch practice and Hermione was in the library and the rest of the house was at dinner. He sat down opposite her. He asked her, very quietly, whether the diary was talking to her. She went white. She tried to lie. She tried for 2 seconds. Then she put her face in her hands and cried, with the long shaking sobs of a girl who had been carrying a secret for 2 months and who had not, until that moment, known that anyone was going to ask her about it. He let her cry. He did not touch her. He did not touch her because she was 12, and tired, and embarrassed, and the system, in his ear, had said, "Give her space. She will take what she needs." After a long minute she lifted her face. She wiped her nose on her sleeve. She said, in a small steady voice, it started writing back. Yes. In its own handwriting. It said its name was Tom. It said it was a memory. It said it was lonely. Yes. I gave it things, Harry. I gave it my school week. My homework. The boys I liked. Things I didn't tell my brothers. Things I told no one. It said it would keep them safe. It did the opposite. I know, she whispered. I know now. I lose hours, Harry. I lose mornings. I lose Tuesdays. I came up out of a basin of cold water yesterday morning and I do not remember walking to the basin. There are feathers in my pockets. Rooster feathers, Harry. There were 3 roosters in Hagrid's coop in September and there are 0 now. She stopped. She breathed. She said, I think I have been killing them. You haven't been killing them. The diary has. It's wearing my hands. Yes. Get it off me. He nodded. He went up to his dormitory. He came back down with the cloak and his wand and a clean linen handkerchief and a small glass bottle Hermione had filled, for him, with the venom of a doxy 3 weeks earlier. He sat down opposite her. He said, in his calm even voice, "Give me the diary." She took it out of her robe. It was leather-bound, black, slightly smaller than a hand. It was warm. It pulsed. Harry, with the cool steady patience of a boy who had been planning this since the train, set the diary on the small table between them. He said, Lumos Scripsi, at the level he had now built it to. A thin clean blade of cold white light flowered from the holly. The diary tried to scream. It tried to scream the way a man tries to scream while being held under water. It vibrated. It sweated, somehow, a thin black liquid out of its pages. The aura around it burst into a furious red flare, and Harry, with his aura sight at level 7, watched the soul fragment in the diary writhe like a creature in a snare. He drew the tip of his wand across the cover of the diary. He etched a single rune. The system supplied it. It was a containment glyph 2,000 years older than Hogwarts. The diary went still. The aura around it dimmed. The red flare flickered. The pulse stopped. The system, behind Harry's eye, said quietly, "Bound. Not yet destroyed. The fragment is from a larger work. We must go to the chamber for the true destruction. We must go tonight." He nodded. He put the diary in the linen handkerchief. He folded it. He pocketed it. He looked at Ginny. Ginny, across the table, had her hand pressed to her chest. She was breathing in slow steady breaths. The thin tired orange of her aura was, in front of Harry's eyes, brightening back through pumpkin to copper to bright clean Weasley red. "Did I?" she said. "You did not. The diary did. You held on as long as you could. You held on longer than most people would have, Ginny. I'm sorry, Harry. I'm sorry. I should have told you. You told me the moment I asked. That's all that matters." She took his hand. She squeezed it once. She let it go. He said, "Go to bed. Sleep. Eat tomorrow. Do not leave the dormitory tonight. I'm going to deal with this." "What is the chamber, Harry?" "It's where the diary's master made it. It's a room under the school where Salazar Slytherin kept his pet." "His pet? A basilisk?" She stared. She nodded. She went up to bed. Hermione came in through the portrait hole as Harry was buckling his cloak. Ron was behind her. Harry told them, in 3 sentences, what was happening. Hermione, for the first time in his memory, did not argue. "What do you need?" she said. "A rooster." "A rooster?" "A basilisk's gaze kills. A basilisk's voice doesn't. A rooster's crow kills a basilisk. We get a rooster from Hagrid. We bring it. We crow it. We finish the snake." "Right," Hermione said, with the brisk efficient air of a girl who had been preparing all year for this conversation. "Ron, you go to Hagrid. Tell him we need a rooster for a charms project. Don't elaborate. On it." Ron disappeared. "Harry. Where is the chamber?" "Second floor girls' bathroom. Behind a sink. Moaning Myrtle." "Yes. All right. I'm coming. You'll need eye shields. I have 3 pairs of mirror glasses in my trunk. I don't ask why I packed them. I just know past me knew something." He smiled at her. He shouldered his pack. They walked down the 7th floor corridor with their wands out and a cloak over their shoulders, and the system, walking with them, opened the kill plan for a Class S magical creature with the calm competence of a thing that had, all year, been waiting for this exact night. Kill plan, Basilisk. Phase 1, enter. Phase 2, blind. Phase 3, crow. Phase 4, terminate. Primary offensive, Lumos Lancia at level 13. Support, Rooster, ETA 20 minutes. Cloak. Aura Sight. Defensive, Protego at level 14, mirror glasses. Note, a Basilisk Fang is required for the final destruction of the Diary Horcrux. Recommend harvesting 1. Harry and Hermione met Ron in the corridor outside Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Ron had a rooster under his arm. The rooster was furious. The rooster had also, Ron explained breathlessly, only been acquired after Ron had to engage in a brief screaming match with Hagrid that had ended with Hagrid agreeing to go to bed and forget the conversation if Harry would write him a letter explaining everything in the morning. Harry agreed. They went into the bathroom. Myrtle was not there. The taps were silent. The sink with the small carved snake on its tap stood in the middle of the row. Harry, who had unlocked Parseltongue in the second week of August by accident in the Burrow's back garden, opened his mouth. He said the word. Open. The sink shifted. The pipe slid down. The wall opened onto a long dark slide. You sure about this? Ron asked, looking down it. No, Harry said. But it's still the plan. He went down first. Hermione second. Ron third with the rooster squawking. They landed at the bottom in a long stone-floored corridor, knee-deep in old bones. Mouse bones. Rat bones. The skeleton of something larger that had wandered down here and not come back. The system, briskly, basilisk shed is present. Proximity, approximately 80 meters ahead. They walked. The corridor opened, after a long curving slope, into a great cathedral of a chamber. Pillars carved with serpents rose along both sides. At the far end, a colossal statue of a bearded wizard towered over the floor. The walls dripped. The water in the channels along the floor was black. A figure lay on the flagstones at the foot of the statue. It was not a person. It was the diary itself. Open. On its back. Writing. It was writing in a steady fluent hand that flowed across the air above the page in pale silver letters. Above the diary, gathering itself out of the silver letters into the shape of a tall thin 16-year-old boy, stood Tom Riddle. He was as Harry had imagined him. Black hair. Pale face. A face that had not, yet, become the eyeless red horror of the back of Quirrell's head. He was beautiful in the way certain kinds of cruelty are beautiful, and his eyes, when they found Harry, lit with the calm interested recognition of a man meeting his author. Harry Potter, he said. The voice was clean. It was almost warm. I have been waiting for you. Yes, Harry said. Everyone seems to be. Riddle's mouth twitched. I have been told a great deal about you. Ginny was very informative. Her brother, in particular, was a topic of conversation. So was the system inside your chest. His head tilted. I would like to see it. You can't have it. I will take it. You will not. Hermione. Hermione threw her glasses at him. She did not, of course, throw them at Tom. She threw them at the eye of the colossal statue at the far end of the chamber, the eye out of which a basilisk would emerge if Tom commanded it to. Tom watched her glasses bounce off the statue's stone eye in long slow incomprehension. Tom, who was 16, was used to children fearing him before they made plans against him. He had not yet learned that some children planned and feared in the same heartbeat. Open, Tom hissed in Parseltongue. The mouth of the great statue began to open. Ron threw the rooster. The rooster, furious and bewildered and being tossed across an underground chamber, did the thing roosters do when they have been tossed. It flapped. It crowed. The crow was loud. The crow was the loudest sound in the room. It echoed off the pillars. It rolled through the cathedral. It hit the slowly opening mouth of the statue at the moment that something deep inside the statue had begun to slither toward the air, and the something inside the statue, on hearing the crow, recoiled. It hit the back of its own throat. It thrashed. It made a sound, behind the stone, that was half hiss and half scream. Harry moved. He moved across the chamber in a long fast line with his slow perception at level 6 humming in his ears. He moved because he had a window of perhaps 4 seconds before the rooster stopped crowing or before the basilisk recovered or before Riddle, who had been standing still, decided what to do about the rooster. He moved with his wand up. He did not aim at Tom Riddle. He aimed at the diary on the floor. Lumos Lancia. A long bright stabbing beam of cold white light went out of the holly in a quarter of a second. It crossed the chamber. It punched through the open diary at Tom Riddle's feet with the brisk efficiency of a hot knife through tissue. The beam came out of the back of the diary and struck the flagstones underneath. The diary screamed. Tom Riddle screamed. He came apart at the edges first, the way an old photograph comes apart when held up to a strong light. He came apart in long thin lines of silver. He came apart in long thin lines of black. The silver, which was the diary's writing, vanished into the air like mist. The black, which was the sole fragment of Tom Marvolo Riddle, began to coil in a furious spiral above the chamber floor. The basilisk, behind the statue, had recovered. The basilisk struck. It came out of the open mouth in a great green and bronze rush, and Harry, who had foreseen this exactly, was already turning. He was already raising his wand a second time. He was already speaking the word he had practiced at level 8. Lumos expanse. A wide blade of cold white light, this one a foot wide and 4 feet long, swept out of his wand in a hard horizontal arc. The basilisk's head, which had been about to come down on him, met the blade. The basilisk's head separated from the basilisk's body in a single clean stroke. The body whipped on. The body, 50 feet of furious dying snake, slammed into the pillar to Harry's left and brought half of it down. The head, which weighed perhaps 300 pounds, hit the flagstones beside Harry with a single great wet thump and bounced once and rolled. Its yellow eyes, half open, were unseeing. Its mouth gaped. 2 long fangs stuck up from its jaw like obsidian carvings. Harry, who had not flinched, walked over to the head. He levitated one of the fangs out of its socket with Wingardium Leviosa. He floated the fang across the chamber. He dropped it, point first, into the hole his Lumos Lancia had punched through the diary. The fang hit the diary. The diary, which had been writhing in its silver and black undoing, screamed a final time. The black coil above it gave a single thin shriek. The aura, the dried blood and old smoke aura that Harry had been watching since the first night of term, exploded outward in a single cold gust and was gone. The diary went still. Tom Riddle's silhouette, half-formed, still suspended in the chamber air, looked down at the diary. He looked at Harry. His face was, for one strange clean instant, the face of a 16-year-old boy who had just been told something he had not understood until now. "You," he said. He came apart. The system, behind Harry's eye, sang. Horcrux destroyed, diary, TMR. Soul fragment, annihilated. Note, 6 remaining. We will find them. Note, host is now level 14. New unlock, wandless advanced. New unlock, multicast, 2 spells per wand motion, at reduced level. Kill count, 2, the basilisk counts as a single kill. The fragment did not. Harry sat down on the flagstones. Ron came running across the chamber, the rooster, miraculously, still alive under his arm. Hermione came running with her mirror glasses still in her hand. They knelt beside him. Hermione, with the careful concern of a friend, ran her wand over him to check for venom. She found none. The basilisk's fang had not touched him. He let her check. He breathed. That was brilliant, Ron said. That, Hermione said, was the most efficient kill I have ever heard of. It was, Harry said. He looked up at the stone ceiling. It really was. He stood. They walked out of the chamber together. They walked out past the dead basilisk. They walked out past the broken pillar. They walked out past the small leather diary that lay split on the flagstones with a fang through its heart, and the system, with its quiet patient pleasure, packed the diary into Harry's bag for delivery to Dumbledore in the morning. The slide back up the pipe was harder than the slide down. They came out into Moaning Myrtle's bathroom at 3 in the morning with their robes covered in stone dust and their hair full of cobwebs and their faces lit with the bright cold satisfaction of people who had just done a thing they had not been entirely sure they could do. Myrtle, who had reappeared on her toilet seat, took one look at them and went into a fit of delighted giggling. Hermione, with the dignified courtesy she reserved for ghosts, asked Myrtle to please not tell anyone they had been in the bathroom that night, and Myrtle, with the dignity of a 13-year-old ghost who had been asked to keep a secret for the first time in 50 years, nodded solemnly and floated to the rafters. They walked back to Gryffindor Tower. They went into the common room. The fire had burned down. They sat on the rug. Ron set the rooster on the hearth, where the rooster, unfazed, began to peck at the ashes. Hermione said, "What do we tell Ginny?" "That it's done," Harry said. "That it's gone. That the boy in the diary won't come back." "Will he come back another way?" "Riddle." "Voldemort." "Yes. But not tonight. And not for a while. We've taken something big out of him tonight, Hermione. He'll feel it. He'll get clever about it. We'll be ready." She nodded. She leaned her head, briefly, on his shoulder. Ron sat with his back against the chair and looked into the embers. "Harry," he said. "Yes. That snake. You took its head off. With one cut. The snake was the size of a house." "Yes. Are we going to tell anyone?" "We're going to tell Dumbledore. Tomorrow. He needs to know about the chamber. He needs to know about the diary. He needs to know about the fawn." Harry paused. "He needs to know about the system." "Wait," Hermione said. "He doesn't already. He knows the system exists. He doesn't know what it can do. After tonight, he'll have an idea." Hermione looked into the fire. She nodded slowly. "All right," she said. "He's a good man. We trust him." "We trust him," Harry agreed. In the morning Dumbledore was waiting for them in his office. The phoenix on his perch lifted its bright head as they came in. The portraits on the walls leaned forward to watch. McGonagall, beside the desk, had her arms crossed and her mouth set in the line that meant she was both furious and proud and could not, for the moment, decide which to lead with. Dumbledore listened without interrupting. He listened to the diary. He listened to Ginny. He listened to the bathroom, the slide, the chamber, the rooster, the basilisk, the Lumos expanse that had taken its head off with a single horizontal stroke. He listened to the death of the diary. He listened to Tom Riddle's last fading word. When Harry had finished, Dumbledore sat for a long moment with his blue eyes closed. He breathed. He let the breath out. He opened his eyes. "Harry," he said. "Thank you. Sir. I owe you an explanation. Today is the day I will give it." He gestured to the chairs. "Sit. All three of you. Some of what I am going to say, you have already worked out. Some of it, you have not." They sat. He told them about Tom Riddle. He told them about the sevenfold fragmentation of a soul. He told them about the diary as one of seven, and about the others, in shapes Dumbledore did not yet know, in places Dumbledore did not yet know, scattered across Britain and beyond. He told them about the prophecy that had been made in a back room of the Hog's Head before Harry was born, and which had marked Harry to be the boy who fought a man with no nose. He told them, with a small careful tenderness, that Harry was not required to fight that fight. That Harry had a choice. That every prophecy was, in the end, a thing a person had to step into, and that the prophecies which had not been stepped into had simply quietly evaporated and ceased to be true. That Harry could, if he wanted, walk away. Harry sat with his hands folded in his lap. He thought about it. He thought about Lily Potter standing in front of his cot. He thought about James Potter going down without his wand. He thought about Quirrell on the chamber floor with his hand half cut off. He thought about Ginny Weasley with feathers in her pocket. He thought about a tall thin boy in the Chamber of Secrets saying you, with the bewildered surprise of a child who had been informed that his life was a thing that could be ended. "I'm not walking away, sir," he said. I thought you would not. I have a system, sir. I have a circle. I have a little sister now, in a way. If I do not finish this man, he will come back for them. I would like, sir, to be the one who decides on the timing of that conversation. Dumbledore inclined his head. His blue eyes were wet. He smiled. Very well, Harry. Very well. Then we will hunt the Horcruxes together. You and I. Yes, sir. And, Harry. Yes, sir. Take care of your friends. They will be the price of the ticket. They will also be the reason it is worth paying. Hold them, Harry. Even when they get tired of being held. Yes, sir. McGonagall, who had been standing very still, stepped forward. She laid one hand briefly on Harry's shoulder. She did not say anything. She did not need to. Harry, who had received in his life perhaps 4 such touches that meant exactly the thing they meant, accepted it without flinching, the way a tree accepts a hand on its bark. The rest of year 2 passed in a strange busy peace. Lockhart was eventually exposed, by Hermione, in a way that was both efficient and theatrical and that the school discussed for weeks. Snape, in the staff room, was overheard saying, "About time," with the delicate satisfaction of a man whose long patience had been vindicated. Lockhart was sent to St. Mungo's, where he turned out to have so much of his own wand backwash in his memory that he had spent the entire year casting memory charms on himself. Harry felt no pity for him. The system felt no pity for him. Hermione, with the small crisp finality of a girl who had been disappointed in her hero, did not feel pity for him either, but she did, in a small private corner of her room, return all of his books to the library and not check them out again. Dumbledore appointed a temporary defense against the dark arts professor, an old Auror named Aurelius Vance, who taught them, in the 8 remaining weeks of term, more practical defense than they had learned in the entire year before. Harry, who had been training without him, took the class with enormous satisfaction and added every spell Vance taught them to the system. Aura Sight at level 8. Stunning at level 15. Disarming at level 14. Shield Charm at level 18. By the end of June he had leveled 41 separate spells, 6 derivatives, and 3 categories. The system had begun, with the casual courtesy of a librarian, to merge categories and create cross-spell effects. He could now, in a single wand motion, fire a Lumos Lancia that detonated in a bombarda when it struck. He could, in 2 wand motions, draw a defensive lattice of Lumos Rivus around himself that lasted 12 seconds and that no curse below Masterclass could pierce. He could, in 3 wand motions, transfigure a stack of pebbles into a flock of small ravens that would fly in any direction he pointed. Wood, who had inherited Harry as Seeker for 1 more year before graduating to a professional career with Puddlemere, made him captain of the team in the last week of term. Ron made the team as a keeper that summer, beating out every other applicant by being the only one who had actually been trained, week in and week out, by the small dedicated genius of Oliver Wood at the practice pitch since November. Ginny, the next year, would make chaser. They were going to be terrifying. The end-of-year feast was a quiet one. Slytherin won the cup, narrowly, this time. Dumbledore did not move points around. He stood up, and he raised his glass, and he said, "Let us drink to the safe return of the petrified, to the safe return of the Chamber of Secrets to its long sleep, and to the safe passage of all of you into the summer." He drank. They drank. That night Harry lay on his back in the dormitory and read through the system's annual summary. Year 2 complete. Host level, 18. Kill count, 2, Horcrux count, 1 of 7 destroyed. Spells registered, 53. Derivatives, 19. Passives, 14. Circle, growing. Stable. He smiled at the canopy. Outside the window, the lake was a long silver mirror under the moon. The mountains stood. The wind moved in the high cold grass on the south side of the school. In a small dark place to the east, in a country he could not see from his bed, the man who would come for him in 2 summers' time was rebuilding himself slowly out of the small bodies of small animals. Harry, with his wand under his pillow and his cloak in the trunk and his ring of friends 3 feet away in their own beds, slept. The next morning, the Hogwarts Express pulled out of Hogsmeade Station. He sat in a compartment with Ron and Hermione and Ginny and Neville and a small pale boy named Colin Creevey who had just been freed from petrification and who looked at Harry with the slightly worshipful awe of a boy who had heard a story but did not yet know how much of it was true. Harry, who had decided that summer that he would be patient with the people who had heard the stories, smiled at him and asked him about his camera, and Colin, blushing, started to talk. The countryside rolled past. The fields went green. The afternoon turned into evening. Harry leaned back against the wall of the compartment, with his eyes half closed and the small rocking sway of the train under him, and he listened to his friends talking and the wheels turning and the system, behind his ribs, settled the way an old dog settles in a sunny patch. Year 2 was over. Year 3 was, by his own quiet calculation, going to be the year he met his godfather. He did not yet know that. The system, watching him, did. The system did not say so. It only smiled. Earlier in the spring, before Lockhart's exposure but after the chamber, Harry had begun a quiet new project. He called it, in his notebook, the Forge. The Forge was a regimen he had built with the system's help. It was a daily set of exercises designed to push a single spell into its mutation threshold within 2 weeks. The system had, since the chamber, begun to allow Harry choices about how spells evolved that it had not allowed him before. A spell could become more powerful, more efficient, more accurate, or more strange. A spell could split into 2, or 3, or even 4. A spell could be combined with another and produce a third that did not yet have a name. The first forge target Harry had chosen was Stupefy. He had stupefied 17 practice dummies a night for 14 nights in the Room of Requirement. He had stupefied them in single fast strokes, in long sweeping arcs, in delicate pinpoint shots into a single patch of straw at the back of the head. He had pushed Stupefy from level 13 to level 20, and at level 20, Stupefy had cracked open and presented him with a derivative branch. Choose, Stupefy Chain. 1 bolt, strikes up to 5 targets in sequence. Choose, Stupefy Area. Soft wide pulse, ranges to 10 meters, knocks out everyone in its cone. Choose, Stupefy Sustain. A lingering sleep that lasts hours rather than minutes. He had taken Stupefy Chain. Then, a week later, he had forged Expelliarmus to its first mutation threshold and taken Expelliarmus Sweep, which disarmed every wand in a wide cone in front of him. Then he had forged Protego to its second mutation threshold and taken Protego Reflectus, which bounced minor curses back at the caster. Then he had forged Wingardium Leviosa to its third mutation threshold and taken Wingardium Crash, which lifted heavy objects with great force and dropped them. Hermione watched him do it. Hermione had decided, quietly, in February, that she was going to keep up with him as far as she could. She had no system. She had only a brain like a steel trap and a stubbornness like granite, and the books Harry could feed her out of his system's polite annotations. She had registered, by April, 12 of his spells. She had progressed, by May, to her first derivative. By June she could draw a Lumos Spectra strong enough to cut through an oak plank. Ron, who had no system and no Hermione to drive him, had, with the steady patience of a boy who was not going to be left behind, picked the spells he was best at and trained them quietly. By the summer his Wingardium Crash, which he had derived independently, was almost as strong as Harry's. His Stupefy was not what Harry's was, but it was good enough. His Protego, in particular, had become almost as fast as Harry's, because Ron, who had survived a giant chess piece to the head, had decided that he was going to be the wall behind which his friends fought. The 3 of them were, by the time the Hogwarts Express pulled out of Hogsmeade, the most dangerous trio of second years in the country. The system, watching, with its quiet pride, did not say so. It only logged. Before that final feast, however, came the small private piece of the year that Harry would, in later life, count as one of the better days. 2 weeks before the end of June, Hermione cornered him in the room of requirement after a long evening of practice, and she sat him down on the wingback chair the room had produced, and she handed him a small wrapped package. "It's not your birthday," he said. "I know. What is it for?" "It's for 1.5 years of you teaching me to be a witch." He opened it. Inside was a small leather-bound journal, smaller than the one she had given him at Christmas, and inside the journal, in her careful round hand, was a long list. The list was titled Things the System Cannot Do for You. He read it. He read it twice. The list was, in order: 1. Tell you when a friend is sad. 2. Notice when Ron is hungry but won't admit it. 3. Notice when Ginny needs you to ask her how she is. 4. Choose what kind of man you want to be. 5. Apologize on your behalf when you have wronged someone. 6. Forgive Snape when he has been better than he wanted to admit. 7. Tell you when to put down the wand and just sit. 8. Make tea. 9. Hold your hand. 10. Be a circle. He looked up at her. His throat was tight. He could not speak. She smiled at him with the smile of a friend who knew the boy across from her well enough to have written 10 lines that would, when read out loud, leave him speechless. "It can't, you know," she said softly. "It can do a lot. It cannot do those." "I know. Then we'll do them. The 3 of us. The 4 of us. The 5 of us, when Ginny's caught up. The whole circle. Yes. All right." He pulled her into a hug. He held her for a moment. Ron, coming in through the door with a plate of biscuits, did not interrupt. Ron set the plate on the table. Ron sat down on the rug. Ron, with the easy wisdom of a Weasley, ate a biscuit and did not say anything. That night, in the dormitory, Harry copied Hermione's list into the front of his own notebook. He copied it on the first page, before all the spell evolutions and casting forms and tactical plans. He copied it in the same careful round hand she had taught him to admire. He underlined number 10. He closed the book. He set it under his pillow with the wand and the cloak. He turned over. He slept. The summer began. Privet Drive again. The Dursleys, having spent a year not being bullied by Harry, had decided that this summer they would attempt to test the boundaries. Vernon shouted. Petunia muttered. Dudley smashed Harry's school books. Harry, who had been planning his summer with the system since Easter, mended his books with a reparo at level 15, smiled at his cousin, said, "Try that again, Dudley, and your trousers will catch on fire and not stop catching on fire for the rest of the day," and went out for a walk. He did not need to test it. Dudley believed him. Dudley spent the rest of the summer eating in his bedroom. Harry's Aunt Marge came to stay in mid-July. She insulted his mother. He, in a rare lapse of composure, blew her up like a balloon. He did not mean to. The system, in his ear, said, "Accidental magic. Not your fault. Run." He ran. He fled Privet Drive at midnight on a hot July night with his trunk and his owl, and the night bus picked him up at the corner of Magnolia Crescent. He took it to the Leaky Cauldron. He spent the rest of the summer there, with Tom the barman, and the Diagon Alley shopkeepers, and the system. He did his homework. He bought new books. He bought a new Firebolt-class broomstick that the system had been encouraging him to save for since March, on the grounds that he was going to need it before Christmas. The Minister for Magic, a worried man named Cornelius Fudge, came to find him in the Leaky Cauldron and informed him that the ministry had not, in fact, expelled him for blowing up his aunt. Fudge looked at him for a long time the way men in power look at children they are not sure they are allowed to dismiss. Harry looked back. The system, in the corner of his vision, said, "He is afraid." Noted. Do not give him reason. He did not give Fudge a reason. Fudge, eventually, left. The Hogwarts Express pulled out of King's Cross on the 1st of September. Harry boarded it with Hermione and Ron and Ginny. Ginny, this year, sat by the window and read a book and did not write in any diaries. Crookshanks, Hermione's new ginger cat, sat in her lap and stared at Ron's pocket with the focused attention of a cat that had identified, by smell, that Ron's rat was not in fact a rat. Harry, who had aura sight at level 8, looked at Ron's pocket. The aura around the rat was wrong. The aura was the muddy uneasy color of a man pretending, very hard, to be something else. The system, in his ear, said softly, Animagus. Wizard. Peter Pettigrew. Noted, host. Noted. Noted. He smiled, very small, into the rolling green of the countryside. Year 3 was going to be very, very interesting. The carriages, drawn by their thestrals, climbed the long avenue. The clouds came in low. The first storm of autumn broke over the castle at the moment the new defense professor, a man with a tired face and a shabby suitcase, stepped off the train and walked up to meet the headmaster. Hermione, who had a copy of the new defense textbook with her, leaned past Harry to look at the man. "That's Professor Lupin," she said. "Says so on his suitcase. Look. R.J. Lupin." Harry looked. The system flared softly. Remus John Lupin. Age 33. Wand, cypress, unicorn hair, 10¼ inches. Skill, defense, advanced, dark creatures, expert. Condition, werewolf. Note, he was your father's friend. Harry, in the carriage, sat very still for a long moment. He looked at the man through the rain-streaked window. The man looked tired. The man looked shabby. The man looked, in the small careful tilt of his head, like a man who had not had a proper meal in a year. "He was a friend of my father's," Harry said. "Was he?" Hermione said. "How did you? The system told me." "Oh. Yes." She squeezed his hand. The carriage came up the avenue. The thunder rolled. The rain hit the cobbles in long thick sheets. They got out at the front doors and ran inside and shook the rain out of their hair, and Lupin, behind them in the entrance hall, paused for a long moment with his eyes on Harry, and Lupin's tired face, when Harry turned, was the face of a man who had just seen a thing he had not seen in 12 years. He inclined his head, very small. Harry inclined his head back. The system, with the calm pleasure of a thing that knew what was coming, settled itself for year 3. That night Harry lay in his four-poster and listened to the rain hit the dormitory windows in long uneven gusts. The wind sang in the high cold corners of the 7th-floor stair. The fire in the small grate had burned down to a red glow. Beside him, Ron snored. Across the room, Neville mumbled something in his sleep. Outside the curtains, in the corridor of the boys' dormitory, the soft rhythmic creak of the old castle settled itself for the night. Harry, with his wand in his hand, turned over once and watched the ceiling. He thought about his father. He thought about the man in the entrance hall. He thought about the rat in Ron's pocket. He thought about the forbidden forest, where the centaurs had told him to look at the ground a shadow fell on. He thought about the small black diary in the bottom of Dumbledore's drawer with a basilisk fang stuck through its heart. He thought about Ginny. He thought about the list Hermione had given him, and the 10 things the system could not do, and the way Ron had brought biscuits up to the room of requirement and not interrupted. He thought about his mother. He thought about the green of her eyes, which were also his eyes, and the warmth of her hand on his shoulder in the mirror, and the unmistakable steady fact that she had died standing. He breathed. The system, without speaking, put its small calm presence against his ribs the way an old dog leans its head into the side of a tired master. He laid his wand against his chest. He closed his eyes. Outside the windows, the storm settled to a low steady rain. Inside the dormitory, the boys slept. Inside the castle, the house elves moved quietly through the kitchens, preparing breakfast for the morning. Inside the headmaster's office, a phoenix, on its perch, lifted its red and gold head and looked, for one strange long moment, at the wall in the direction of the boys' dormitories, and then, satisfied, lowered its head and slept. Harry slept. The first day of year 3 would come at dawn. In the morning the rain had stopped. The corridors smelled of wet stone. The great hall was bright with sunlight and the long rolling weather of the bewitched ceiling. Harry sat between Hermione and Ron at the Gryffindor table and ate his porridge. Ginny sat across from him with a book of charms theory she had borrowed from Hermione and a small careful smile. Crookshanks, who had been allowed in, was on the bench beside her. Crookshanks was watching Ron's pocket. Ron's pocket, this morning, was conspicuously empty. "Where's Scabbers?" Hermione asked. "He got out last night," Ron said. "He'll come back. He always does." Harry, who had a fairly clear idea of where Scabbers had got out to, did not say anything. The system, in his ear, said, "We will catch him. Not this week. Not this month. When he breaks cover. When the time is right." He nodded, very slightly, into his porridge. Across the hall, at the staff table, Lupin was eating with a careful slow gentleness, the way a man eats who has not had a regular meal in a long time. Harry caught his eye across the rows of tables. Lupin smiled, very small. The system, behind Harry's ribs, smiled back. Year 3 was going to be the year his godfather came home. He finished his porridge. He took a piece of toast for Hedwig. He stood up. The great hall, around him, hummed with the bright morning noise of a school coming awake. He walked out into the sun. Chapter 6 End. Chapter 7, Death Eater Hunt. The Dementors came aboard the Hogwarts Express in October. It happened on the way back from the first Hogsmeade weekend. The train was rolling north through the late afternoon mist, and the lamps in the corridors had begun to come on, and Harry was sitting across from Hermione and Ron with a mug of cocoa from the trolley in his hand. Ginny, in the corner, was reading. Crookshanks, asleep, had spread himself across her lap like an enormous warm orange rug. The train slowed. The lamps flickered. The cocoa in Harry's mug began to freeze along the rim. The system, in his peripheral vision, opened a single fast panel. Dementors. Wizard-scale psychic predators. Multiple. Number, 6. Closing. Recommendation, Patronus. He had never cast a Patronus. He had read about it. He had, with Lupin's blessing, registered it in the system that morning at breakfast after Lupin had told him quietly in the corridor that he had been authorized to teach the new defense, and that Harry, as the boy who had drawn the Dementors' particular attention, would benefit from the practical demonstration first. Harry had not yet practiced. He had read the incantation. He had read the theory. He had read, with the careful patience the system had taught him, the warning about happy memories. He did not have time to practice. He stood up. He pulled his wand. He stepped into the corridor. The temperature in the corridor dropped 4 degrees in a second. The window at the end of the corridor was already beginning to ice over. A long thin grey hand, wrapped in a black sleeve, was reaching through the join of the 2 carriages. He did not, for once, panic. The system, in his ear, fed him a memory. It was the memory of the morning of the 1st of January in his 2nd year, when Mrs. Weasley had brought him a stack of pancakes the size of a small tower and had set them on the kitchen table with the absolute matter-of-fact confidence of a mother feeding her son. Harry held that memory. He raised his wand. He spoke the word. Expecto Patronum. A great silver stag burst out of the tip of his wand. It came out at full size, on the first attempt, with the cool steady solidity of an animal that had been waiting all year to be called. It was as tall as a man at the shoulder and the spread of its antlers reached the ceiling of the corridor and its eyes were 2 small bright suns. It looked at Harry. It inclined its great silver head once. Then, with the unhurried grace of a creature entirely indifferent to mortal danger, it walked the length of the corridor. The Dementors fled. They went out of the train the way smoke goes up a chimney that has just been opened to the sky. The cold drained out of the windows. The lamps came back. The cocoa in Harry's mug warmed. The stag, having driven off everything that needed driving off, turned, looked at Harry once more, and dissolved into a soft silver mist that settled gently over the carpet of the corridor and faded. The system, in his peripheral vision, sang. New spell registered, expecto patronum. Level 8, note, host has cast corporeal patronus on first attempt. Note, this is unusual. Note, the form is a stag. The stag is your father's animagus form. The name was Prongs. Noted, host. Harry stood in the corridor for a long moment with his wand still up. He breathed. He let one slow tear go down the side of his nose without doing anything about it. Then he walked back into the compartment and sat down. Hermione, white-faced, hugged him. Ron, speechless, put a chocolate frog in his hand. Ginny, who had also seen the stag, said softly, "That was beautiful, Harry." "Yes," he said. He ate the chocolate frog. The chocolate did him good. He drank his cocoa. He sat in the warm carriage with his friends and his sister friend and his cat, and the train rolled on through the gathering dark, and the system, beside his ribs, said gently, "Prongs has returned, host. Welcome him home." That night Lupin found Harry in the Gryffindor common room and sat down across from him in the wingback chair beside the fire. "You did not need my class," Lupin said quietly. "I had read the theory, sir. Readers do not, as a rule, produce corporeal stags on the first attempt. You are not a reader, Harry. You are a doer." "Yes, sir." Lupin looked into the fire for a long moment. He looked at Harry with eyes that were full of a kind of weary affection. "I knew your father, Harry. Your stag is his stag. I do not know whether to laugh or cry." "Both, sir, I should think." "Both, indeed." He smiled. He laid one hand briefly on Harry's shoulder. "Come and find me, Harry. When you have time. We have things to discuss. Old things." "I will, sir." He did. He went to Lupin's office every Friday afternoon for the rest of the autumn. They drank tea. They talked about James Potter. They talked about Sirius Black, who, Lupin said with a small careful pain, was very much not the man the Ministry believed him to be, and who Harry, with a small careful pain of his own, did not yet know how to forgive for the things he had not in fact done. Lupin told him stories. Lupin told him, in the third week of November, the entire story of how the four of them had become animagi. Lupin told him, with the long apologetic guilt of a friend, that he had been wrong about Sirius for 12 years, and that he had not been brave enough to investigate, and that he was very sorry. Harry listened. He did not blame Lupin. The system, behind him, agreed. On the last Saturday before the Christmas holidays, the rat that had been Scabbers Weasley made his mistake. He came up out of the boys' dormitory at 3 in the morning to scavenge in the kitchens, and Crookshanks, who had been watching the dormitory door for 4 months, pounced. The cat caught the rat. The cat brought the rat to Hermione in the Gryffindor third-year girls' dormitory. Hermione, who had been waiting for exactly this, pulled out her wand, looked Crookshanks in the eye, and cast a single careful stupefy at the rat. She woke Harry. She woke Ron. The three of them carried the unconscious rat across the corridor to Lupin's office. Lupin, who had been waiting, opened the door without surprise. They laid the rat on his desk. Lupin cast a single, simple, devastating spell that Harry did not know. The rat, on the desk, became a man. He was small, balding, watery-eyed, and he had a single front tooth that protruded over his lower lip. His robes, which had been rat fur, were now grey rags. He was unconscious. His breath came in long uneven gasps. The system, in Harry's vision, presented a calm panel. Peter Pettigrew. Confirmed. Animagus, rat form. Wand hand, right. Note, he betrayed your parents. Note, he framed your godfather. Harry breathed once. Twice. 3 times. He looked at Lupin. Sir. Yes, Harry. Sirius is innocent. Yes, Harry. And this man, Lupin said, is the man who told the Dark Lord where to find your parents on the night of the 31st of October, 1981. And he framed Sirius. He did. Harry looked down at Pettigrew. The man's chest rose and fell. The man's mouth was slightly open. The man, by every sensible accounting, deserved to die. The system, in Harry's ear, said, "No, host. Not by your hand. The courts are for this. The courts are why there are courts." He nodded. He looked at Lupin. "We deliver him alive. To Dumbledore. To the Ministry. To Sirius. Yes. Tonight. Tonight." They woke Dumbledore. They woke Madame Bones, the head of magical law enforcement, by flu. By dawn Pettigrew, bound in unbreakable conjured ropes and stunned twice over for safety, was in a holding cell at the Ministry. By noon Sirius Black, who had been a fugitive in Britain for 12 years and who had, the night before, been spotted near the gates of Hogwarts, was in a different cell. By the end of the week, with Pettigrew's testimony and Veritaserum and the simple incontrovertible fact that the rat was the man, Sirius Black was a free man. He was a thin man. He was a sad man. He was a man with eyes that had seen Azkaban for too long and who flinched at the noise of doors. He was also, when Harry met him for the first time, in a small private room in the Ministry's Department for Magical Welfare on the 2nd of January, his godfather. Sirius Black knelt down in front of the boy who looked exactly like his best friend, and Sirius Black, who had not held a child since 1981, said, "Harry." Harry. Sirius. "I'm sorry." "It's all right, Sirius. You're here now." "I'm so sorry." He hugged Harry. Harry hugged him back. Hermione and Ron, in the doorway, watched. Lupin, beside them, watched too. The system, behind Harry's ribs, said nothing for a long quiet moment. Some things, even a system, will not record. Sirius came home with Harry to the Burrow for the rest of the holidays. He took up the small spare room in the attic, beside Charlie's old room, and Mrs. Weasley fed him 3 meals a day plus tea plus snacks, and Sirius, by the end of the second week, had begun to put weight back on the long lean bones of his face. He laughed sometimes. He did not laugh as much as he must have laughed in 1980. He was getting there. Harry, who had survived a cupboard, recognized the pace of getting there. Year 3 closed in a quiet, almost affectionate way. The Dementors were dismissed from the school grounds in February by an outraged Dumbledore who had, with the diary and Pettigrew now in his back pocket, finally been able to convince Fudge that there were larger problems in the world than a single innocent man on the loose. Hagrid celebrated by buying hippogriff buns from Honeydukes for everyone in his Care of Magical Creatures class. Lupin taught his lessons with a steady gentle skill, and at the end of the year resigned because he had concluded, with the careful self-knowledge of a man who had spent his life managing his condition, that the school was not the place for him. He did so without Harry having to ask him to stay. Harry made him promise that he would write. Lupin promised. Lupin kept the promise. Year 3's end-of-year exam results put Harry top of the year in every subject, with Hermione 1 mark below him. Hermione, this time, did not cry. She had decided, sometime in January, that it was not a competition. The two of them had become, in the small private way of people who had decided, the same thing. The summer that followed was the first summer Harry did not spend at Privet Drive. Sirius rented a small cottage on the coast of Devon. Harry came to him on the 1st of July. Lupin came on the 2nd. Hermione came on the 3rd. Ron came on the 4th. Mrs. Weasley came on the 5th, with Ginny and a covered casserole, to make sure they were all eating. By the end of the first week the cottage had 8 permanent residents and 3 regular visitors and a small ginger cat asleep on every available windowsill. Harry trained on the beach in the mornings. He flew in the evenings. He read in the afternoons. He laughed more in that summer than he had laughed in his entire previous life. The system, watching, said only, "Heal, host." Good. It was in the second to last week of August, during the Quidditch World Cup riot, that Harry met his first real Death Eaters. It happened at the edge of the campsite. They had been at the cup the night Bulgaria played Ireland, and Bulgaria had lost, and the celebrations had gone on past midnight. Then a column of black smoke had appeared above the woods. Then a dozen masked figures in black robes had begun to march through the campsite, lifting tents into the air with their wands and laughing. A Muggle family was being dangled 50 feet above the ground. Harry, with Sirius and Lupin and Hermione and Ron, came out of his tent into the smoke. Ginny, who had grown up enough that summer to be trusted in a fight, came after them. "Harry," Sirius said quietly. "Behind us." "No," Harry said. "With you." "Harry, Sirius. I have a system. I have been training for 2 years. I have killed a basilisk and exorcised Tom Riddle from a man's skull and survived a year in a cupboard. I am 12 years old. I am with you." Sirius looked at Lupin. Lupin looked at Sirius. Both of them, after a second, nodded. The system flared. Kill plan, Death Eater mob. Targets, 12. Armed. Intoxicated. Intelligent but overconfident. Priority, save the family above the tents. Recommended loadout, Stupefy Chain, Expelliarmus Sweep, Wingardium Crash for the family. Host is level 22. Host is cleared for engagement. Harry walked into the clearing. He walked the way he had walked into the corridor with Malfoy in his first year. He walked with his wand at his hip and his cloak folded over his shoulder and his system humming behind his ribs. The Death Eaters, who had been laughing, paused. The lead Death Eater turned. He saw a small 13-year-old Gryffindor in school robes walking calmly toward him. He laughed. "Look at this," he said. "A baby, come to play." "Put the family down," Harry said. "Or what?" "Or I will kill you," Harry said. "I'm asking you nicely." "Once." The mask tilted. There was a long pause. Then the Death Eater raised his wand. He did not finish his cast. Harry's first wand motion was Expelliarmus Sweep. A wide cone of pale red light flowered out of his holly tip and crossed the clearing in a single half-second, and 12 wands, including the lead Death Eaters, came out of 12 gloved hands and clattered onto the grass. Harry's second wand motion, in the same fluid sequence, was Wingardium Crash. The Muggle family, hanging in the air above the tents, came down in a smooth gentle arc and was set on the grass behind Harry's feet. The system caught them with the careful patient delicacy of a thing that had been waiting all year for exactly this moment. Harry's third wand motion was Stupefy Chain. The first bolt hit the lead Death Eater in the chest. The bolt jumped to the second Death Eater. It jumped to the third. It jumped to the fourth. It jumped to the fifth. 5 Death Eaters, in a single chain, hit the ground unconscious in the time it took the rest of the group to begin to draw breath to scream. The remaining 7 turned to run. Sirius, with the easy practiced wand work of a former Auror's friend who had spent 12 years thinking about this exact moment, took down 4 of them in a long fast arc of stunners. Lupin took down 2 more. The last one made it to the edge of the trees, where Hermione, with a calm stupefy of her own that she had forged over the summer at the cottage, took him down on the run. The clearing went quiet. The Muggle family, on the grass behind Harry, sat in a small huddled circle and stared at him with the stunned bewildered eyes of people who had just been delivered by something they did not understand. "Sir," the father said, in a small dazed voice. "Sir. Are you a wizard?" Harry knelt down beside him. He smiled, very kindly. He said, "Yes, sir. We're going to make you forget this. We're going to take you home. You won't remember. Your children won't remember. There is a man at the ministry called Madame Bones who I am going to write to in the morning. She will visit you. She will know what to do. Until then, you will sleep. You will dream. You will wake up tomorrow in your own bed. Is this all right with you, sir?" The man, who had seen his children dangled 50 feet above the ground, nodded. "Sleep, sir. With my apologies." He stunned them, gently. Lupin, with a careful skill, applied the proper memory charms. Sirius, with a small grim satisfaction, levitated the unconscious Death Eaters into a single neat pile in the middle of the clearing and bound them in conjured ropes for the Aurors who would, eventually, arrive. The Aurors arrived 20 minutes later. They saw the pile. They saw the wands. They saw the slumbering Muggle family. They saw the small 13-year-old Gryffindor with his wand at his hip and his hair in his eyes. They asked Sirius, who had been an Auror's brother in spirit if not in fact, what had happened. Sirius told them. The Aurors looked at Harry the way Madame Hooch had looked at him on his first day on a broom. The system, at the back of Harry's skull, said, "Kill count remains, 2, noted, host chose not to kill. Noted, composure passive installed at level 8. The road gets longer from here." He nodded at the panel. By morning the front page of the Daily Prophet carried a single headline, 12 Death Eaters in custody. Potter, Black, Lupin present at Quidditch riot. By midday Madame Bones had been to see them. By afternoon she had taken Pettigrew's testimony again, on Veritaserum, this time about the locations and identities of his old colleagues. By evening 5 further raids had taken place in 5 separate counties of England and 4 further Death Eaters had been brought in. By the end of the week, Death Eaters in Britain had begun to whisper a name in their drawing rooms. Some of them had whispered it once before, 12 years earlier, in a different tone. Now they whispered it the way a man whispers the name of a wolf in the woods. Harry Potter. Year 4 was the Triwizard year. Harry, who knew it was coming, did not put his name in the goblet. The Goblet of Fire, however, did not consult him. A name was put in by a man wearing the body of a man wearing the body of an Auror, and the goblet, presented with a 4th school it had not been told to consider, picked Harry as the 4th champion. He stood up at the staff table when his name was called. He looked at Dumbledore. He nodded once. He competed. He competed without complaint. He flew past the dragon in the first task in 2 minutes flat. He rescued Ron from the lake in the second task with a bubblehead charm and a carefully placed Wingardium crash that broke the merpeople's ropes. He walked through the maze in the third task with Cedric Diggory, and the two of them, who had taken to each other since their first Quidditch match in second year, agreed, 10 feet from the Triwizard Cup, that they would touch it together. They touched it together. The cup was a portkey. They both came out of the portkey in a small graveyard in Little Hangleton. Cedric, instead of dying, ducked. Harry had warned him in advance. Harry had told him, at the entrance of the maze, that the cup was a portkey to a place where Voldemort would attempt to be reborn. Harry had told him to listen for a green flash and to drop to the ground at the first hiss of any spell. Cedric, who had a sense of what kind of boy Harry was by now, had nodded once and said all right. When the green flash came, Cedric dropped. The flash went over his head and into the gravestone behind him. The gravestone exploded. Cedric, on the ground, drew his wand. Harry, beside him, was already moving. Harry, beside him, had been preparing for this moment for 10 months. The system, in his ear, sang. Kill plan, Vector V, Phase 2 initiated. Targets, Wormtail. Ritual Cauldron. Resurrected Passenger, near form. Host is level 31. Host is cleared for full offensive loadout. Wormtail, beside the cauldron, had a knife in his hand and a small bundle of cloth at his feet that Harry knew was a near-formed Voldemort. Wormtail had already begun the ritual. Wormtail had already cut his own hand off. Wormtail was about to drop the bone of Tom Riddle Sr. into the cauldron. Harry's first wand motion, with both Cedric's wand and his own, was Lumos Lancia Bombarda. The combined beam, a long bright stabbing punch of light tipped with a detonation, crossed the graveyard and struck the cauldron in the center. The cauldron split in two with a single thin scream. The bundle of cloth at Wormtail's feet, which had been a small writhing not quite Voldemort, hit the cold ground and rolled. Wormtail screamed. Harry's second wand motion was Stupefy. It hit Wormtail. Wormtail dropped. Harry's third wand motion was a wider, careful Lumos Matrice. The soft warm white light grew at the tip of his wand and bloomed out across the bundle on the ground, and the bundle, which had been Voldemort's near-formed body, screamed the way smoke screams when it is pulled apart by the wind. The body dissolved. The smoke fled. It came up out of the cold cracked earth of the graveyard, and it streaked away east, and Harry, who had foreseen this, did not chase it. He had not destroyed the soul that night. He had destroyed the body. The soul, which the system had told him was tethered to the remaining Horcruxes, would not be able to make a body again easily. It would take years. Years they would use. He turned to Cedric. Cedric, on the ground, had a small graze on his cheek from the gravestone shrapnel. His eyes were wide. His hands, gripping his wand, were steady. That was him. Cedric whispered. That was him. Is he gone? He'll be back. But not soon. We have time. Right, Cedric said. He stood up. He brushed off his trousers. He looked at the cracked cauldron and the unconscious Wormtail and the empty cold graveyard. What do we do now? We go home. Harry pointed his wand at the Triwizard Cup, which had landed 20 feet away. Accio. The cup came to him. He took it. He held it out to Cedric. The two of them, side by side, took hold of it together. They came back to the Hogwarts pitch. They came back into a roar of cheering that died, halfway through, when the crowd saw their faces. They came back with the bound unconscious body of Peter Pettigrew's twin, who had served as the last Voldemort had ever had. The Aurors, who had been waiting all year on Madame Bone's orders, took Wormtail too into custody. The crowd was silent for a long moment. Then Cedric, still holding Harry's hand, raised it, and the two of them, joint champions, lifted the cup together. The crowd erupted. Dumbledore, in the staff box, watched them. His old blue eyes were wet. He did not blink. That night, in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore poured Harry a small glass of mead and set it before him on the desk. "You are 14 years old," Dumbledore said. "Yes, sir. You have, this evening, prevented the resurrection of Lord Voldemort." "Yes, sir. The country does not yet know what you have done. The country will know in due time. The country will, in some respects, become a difficult place for you. There will be gratitude. There will also, Harry, be fear." "I expected that, sir." "Yes," Dumbledore said. "Yes, I think you did." He looked into the fire for a long moment. He looked back. He smiled. "Drink your mead, Harry." Harry drank his mead. He went up to Gryffindor Tower. He walked into the common room. The party for Cedric and Harry had been going for an hour. The whole of Gryffindor was there. Cedric, who had been adopted that night as an honorary lion for the duration of the party, was being toasted by the Weasley twins. Hermione was crying. Ron was eating treacle tart. Ginny was sitting on the arm of Harry's favorite chair, waiting for him. He stopped in the doorway. He looked at them. He thought about the list Hermione had given him in the room of requirement. He thought about number 10. Be a circle. He went in. He sat down. He took the cup of butterbeer Ginny offered him. The system, behind his ribs, settled into a sleeping curl. Chapter complete. Level 32. New thresholds unlocked. Go to your friends, host. The war is not tonight. He drank his butterbeer. He went to his friends. Outside the windows of Gryffindor Tower, the long warm summer wind moved through the high cold trees on the south side of the school, and somewhere far to the east, in a country he could not see, the small cold thing that had once been a Dark Lord regrouped itself in the body of a small dark animal in a field above the Adriatic, and its small dark eyes, when they opened, were the eyes of a thing that was beginning, at last, to be afraid. The hunt began that summer. Dumbledore came to the cottage at Devon at the start of July with a small leather case full of folded parchment and a single black ring. The ring was cracked. The ring was, Dumbledore explained, a Horcrux. He had, in his stubbornness, attempted to wear it the previous winter to read the curse on it, and the curse had begun to creep up his hand. He showed Harry the hand. The skin beneath the right cuff was black to the wrist. The system flared. Curse, necrotic, soul-bound. Half-life, 11 months without intervention. Lumos Matres will not repair this directly. Recommend, Phoenix Tears, Confinement Charm, Professor Snape. Note, life of Dumbledore can be saved if intervention is made now. Harry, with the calm urgency of a boy who had decided long ago that he was not going to lose any of his older guardians on his own watch, summoned Snape from Hogwarts by Flo. Snape arrived in 20 minutes. Snape, who had treated Harry with a long contempt that had begun, since the Chamber of Secrets, to thaw into a long careful guarded respect, took one look at the hand and went grey. Albus, he said. I know, Severus. You did not call me. I did not wish to alarm you. You did not wish to be told you had been a fool. Yes. Snape, with the cold steady fury of a man who had been doing his master's medical management for 15 years, brewed 3 potions in the cottage kitchen. Harry, at the back door, set up a confinement charm. Sirius, in the front room, kept everyone else out. By midnight Dumbledore was lying on the couch with his hand bound and his color slowly returning. By dawn, with Fawkes the Phoenix on his perch beside him and a small steady stream of Phoenix tears applied to the affected tissue every 2 hours, the curse had been pushed back beneath the skin. By the 3rd day, the curse had been confined to a small dark ring just above the wrist. By the 7th day, the curse, with Snape's 3rd potion finally taking effect, had been excised. Dumbledore lived. He would, the system noted with a quiet satisfaction, live many more years than he otherwise would have. Snape, on his way out of the cottage at the end of that week, looked at Harry for a long moment with an expression Harry did not yet have words for. Mr. Potter. Sir. Thank you. You're welcome, sir. Snape, after a long careful pause, said, You are not your father. No, sir. The man stopped. He breathed. He started again. I have been unfair to you. For 3 years. I will not be unfair to you again. Thank you, sir. Do not thank me. I have not earned thanks. I have only stopped failing to earn it. There is a difference. He nodded once, sharp, to himself. He walked out of the cottage. He apparat away. The hunt continued. By August they had found and destroyed the locket, which had been hidden in a sea cave by an 18-year-old Tom Riddle and which had been recovered, with the help of a stoic and resigned Regulus Black-style suicide note that Sirius had found in his old family home, and a single small dose of poison drink that Dumbledore took on Harry's wrist instead of his own, on the night of the full moon. By September they had found the cup of Helga Hufflepuff in a vault at Gringotts and recovered it with the help of a goblin Harry had befriended at the World Cup. By October they had located the diadem of Ravenclaw, hidden in the room of requirement, and Harry, returning to school for his 4th year, had destroyed it in the forge of his own training room with a basilisk fawn. 4 Horcruxes destroyed. 2 remaining. The snake. The boy. Voldemort was, Dumbledore explained at the start of October, going to begin moving openly the moment he had recovered enough power to do so. The hunt was a race. Harry, who had a system, was winning. But the war was coming. In November the war went public. It went public in 3 stages. The first stage was an attack on a small wizarding village in Yorkshire by a column of 15 Death Eaters who had not been bagged at the World Cup. The Death Eaters destroyed half the village before the Aurors arrived. They escaped with 3 captives. The Aurors, on Madame Bone's orders, sent out a coded summons to the small group that had become, by then, an unofficial body within the Ministry, the Order of the Phoenix, refounded by Dumbledore in July, headquartered at Sirius's old family home in Grimmauld Place. The second stage was an attack on the Ministry itself in late November. A dozen Death Eaters operated into the atrium and held the building hostage for 6 hours before Aurors and Order members combined to drive them out. 6 Aurors died. 2 Death Eaters were killed. 4 were captured. The remaining 6 escaped. The third stage was Voldemort. He appeared, at last, in body, on a small windswept hill above a Muggle village in Kent in mid-December. He had restored himself slowly over the autumn, drinking the blood of unicorns again, drinking other things he should not have been able to drink, and his body, when he stepped onto the hill in his black robes, was thin and white and snake-eyed and almost, but not quite, the body Dumbledore remembered from 20 years before. He stood on the hill. He raised his wand. He laughed, his old high cold laugh. He cast the dark mark into the sky. It hung over the village all night. It hung over Britain in the morning papers. The country went into what Dumbledore, at the staff table the next morning, called a period of difficulty. Harry, who had spent the autumn training in forging and hunting Horcruxes, accepted the news with the calm steady patience the system had taught him in the cupboard. He went down to the Ministry that afternoon, with Sirius and Lupin and Madame Bones, and he met with the new Auror Corps in their training rooms. He spoke. He told them, in plain language, what was coming. He told them, in plain language, that he was on their side. He told them, in plain language, that the next time Death Eaters were captured, they would not be allowed to kiss Death Eaters with Dementors before trial, because Dementors were not, any longer, on his side. Madame Bones agreed. Harry, with Madame Bones' support, instituted a small change in protocol. Death Eaters captured alive would be put through Veritaserum with their consent or under judicial order. Their information would be used to preemptively raid the homes of their colleagues. Within 4 months the Death Eater roster had been cut by a third. Within 6 months it had been cut by a half. Bellatrix Lestrange escaped from custody 3 times. The 4th time, Sirius Black was waiting for her in a small back room of the Department of Mysteries. They dueled for 30 seconds. Sirius, who had spent 12 years in Azkaban thinking about exactly this moment, won. He did not kill her. He stunned her. He bound her. He delivered her, alive but unconscious, to Madame Bones with a small handwritten note that said, "For the courts." Bellatrix went to Azkaban. The Dementors had been replaced, on Harry's recommendation, with a new corps of trained Aurors who lived in the prison in shifts. The Ministry, with Madame Bones at its head and Madame Bones with Harry Potter at her shoulder, had begun to remember what it was for. The Death Eaters, around their drawing-room tables, began to whisper Harry's name with a different tone. They whispered it now the way men whisper the name of a coming winter. By the end of February they had begun to disappear. A Death Eater named Avery vanished from his estate in Sussex one night in late February. The next morning his body was found dangling from the gates of the Ministry, alive but petrified, with a small handwritten note at his feet that said simply, "Avery. Murdered Bones, 1981. Submitted for trial." Avery went to Azkaban. He turned over 4 other names on Veritaserum. A Death Eater named Mulciber vanished from his townhouse in March. He turned up the next morning at the Ministry with the same kind of note. He turned over 5 names. The Death Eaters began to suspect each other. The Death Eaters began to suspect Voldemort. The internal politics of the dark side began, with the small efficient ruthlessness of a creature pulling itself apart, to consume itself. Nobody knew who was kidnapping the Death Eaters. Harry, in the room of requirement, with Sirius and Lupin and Hermione and Ron and Ginny, smiled. The system, beside him, smiled wider. The campaign Harry waged that spring was a campaign the system had been laying out for him since the autumn. It worked like this. The Order would gather intelligence on a Death Eater. Snape, who had spent 20 years as Dumbledore's spy and who had come, since the cottage, to trust Harry the way a surgeon trusts a colleague, would supply gaps in the intelligence. Harry would plan the kidnap. Harry would do the kidnap, with 2 Order members at his shoulder. Harry would deliver the kidnap to the Ministry with a Veritaserum-prepared note attached. He never killed. He had decided, in his 4th year, on the night of the graveyard, that he was going to leave the killing to the courts. The system, with its quiet pride, agreed. The result was that, by April, every Death Eater in Britain was sleeping with one eye open. By May, 3 of them had defected and turned over their colleagues in exchange for protection. By June, the Death Eater roster had been reduced to Voldemort, his snake Nagini, Bellatrix's husband Rodolphus, who would not betray her, and a thin scared core of perhaps 15 true believers. Voldemort, in his stronghold in the north of Scotland, sat at a long stone table with the 15 and listened to the news of another colleague being delivered to the Ministry, alive, in handcuffs, with a note. Voldemort hissed once. The 15, around the table, did not look up. He was running out of soldiers. He was running, the system noted with a small private satisfaction, out of options. In late June the system gave Harry a very clean tactical map of Voldemort's stronghold and a recommended timeline for the final engagement. Harry studied it. He took it to Dumbledore. The 2 of them, with Snape and Sirius and Lupin, planned. They would attack on the night of the longest day of the year. They would hit the stronghold from 3 sides. They would kill the snake first, which was the last Horcrux. They would, Harry, alone, finish the man. Dumbledore said, at the end of the planning session, Harry, you do understand that the prophecy says the one with the power to vanquish him will be marked as his equal. It does not say killed by his hand. I know, sir. You may not need to die. I know, sir. Voldemort, in his fragmentation, made you the 7th and unintended Horcrux. You carry a piece of his soul. The piece must be expelled before you can finish him. Otherwise he will return through you the way he tried to return through Quirrell. I know, sir. I worked it out in February. The system knew earlier, but I worked it out without it. Yes. I will use Lumos Matres. On myself. I will need someone there. Someone I trust, sir, in case it does not work. Someone who can finish me, if it does not work. Dumbledore went pale. He looked away. Sirius would not do it. Lupin would not do it. No, sir. You have an idea. Snape, sir. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. He looked at Harry. He looked away. He breathed. Harry. Yes, sir. You are wiser than I was at 14. I want you to know that. Thank you, sir. That night, in Snape's office in the dungeons, Harry asked Snape for the favor. Snape sat with his hands folded on the desk for a long moment. Snape, eventually, said, "Yes, Mr. Potter. If you cannot expel the fragment yourself. If, and only if. I will do what is necessary. Thank you, sir. Do not. Do not thank me. Live, Harry. Live, and your mother's friend will not have to keep his promise. That is all I ask." Harry, looking at this man who had loved his mother and had hated his father and who had spent 15 years protecting the orphan child of both, nodded once. He left the office. He walked back up to Gryffindor Tower with his cloak under his arm and his system humming behind his ribs and his decision made. The longest day of the year was 3 weeks away. He had 3 weeks to be ready. He spent the 3 weeks training. He spent them with his friends. He spent them doing the small ordinary things that, in the end, he was fighting to keep. He played chess with Ron. He read to Hermione the way Hermione had always read to him. He flew with Ginny. He wrote letters to Lupin and Sirius. He ate Mrs. Weasley's biscuits at midnight at the Burrow on the long warm summer nights when the war seemed, for a moment, far away. The longest day of the year arrived. The system, beside his ribs, woke him at 4 a.m. Wake up, host. The last casting is at hand. He woke. He dressed. He took his wand. He took his cloak. He took the small leather notebook with the list Hermione had given him on its first page. He went down to the kitchens and ate 3 full meals worth of food in a single sitting, because the system had told him to. He met the order at the front gates of Hogwarts at 5. They flew north. They flew low and fast in a long arrow formation across the highlands. The sun came up over the mountains as they flew. The wind was clean and cold. Harry, in the lead with his firebolt at full power, looked once over his shoulder at the long line of the order behind him. Sirius. Lupin. Snape. Tonks. Moody. Kingsley. Ron. Hermione. Ginny. Neville. Luna Lovegood, who had insisted on coming with her father's blessing and who carried, inexplicably, a small jar of pickled radishes that the system insisted was a tactical resource. The Weasley twins, Fred and George. Bill Weasley. Charlie Weasley. Mrs. Weasley. His circle. His enormous, uncountable, growing circle. The stronghold rose ahead of them out of the mist on the side of a long black mountain. Voldemort's tower. Voldemort's last refuge. Harry, at the head of the formation, let one slow breath out. All right, he said. We do this. We do this together. We come home together. We come home together, Sirius said. We come home together, Lupin said. We come home together, Hermione said. We come home together, Ron said. We come home together, Ginny said. We come home together, the rest of the order said. The system, behind Harry's ribs, said softly, We come home together, host. He smiled. He raised his wand. The order swept down on the tower from 3 sides, just as the sun cleared the eastern peaks, and the long final battle of Harry Potter's school years began. But that battle, with its long roll of names and its longer roll of moments, belongs to its own chapter, and not this one. This one closes here, at 5 a.m, on the side of a black mountain in the Scottish Highlands, with the boy who had begun in a cupboard and ended in a column of friends in the air, raising his wand at last to write his name in the bones of a war that was, by sundown, going to be over. Chapter 7 End. Chapter 8, the last casting. The first ward broke beneath Harry's wand at 5:03 a.m. He had drawn the breaking glyph in the air with a Lumos Scripsi at level 22, and the glyph, when it landed against the outer ward of Voldemort's tower, sliced through it the way a hot blade slices through wax. The ward gave way with a small thin scream. The stronghold, on the side of the Black Mountain, woke. Voldemort's people came out of the tower in a dark line. Black robes. Silver masks. Wands up. 15 of them. They came out fast and they came out shooting, and the morning above the mountain filled, in less than 4 seconds, with green and red and a dozen colors that did not have names in any wizarding curriculum. Harry was already moving. He was already in the air. He was already at the head of the Order's diving line. He was already, with his slow perception at level 9 humming in his ears, watching the duels he had not yet fought play themselves out in his head a half-second before they happened. The system, beside his ribs, fed him targets the way a quartermaster feeds a soldier ammunition. Left wing, Bellatrix's husband, Rodolphus Lestrange. Center, Amicus and Electo Caro. Right wing, Mulciber, Avery the Younger, not. Tower, Voldemort, Nagini. Recommendation, engage periphery, breach tower, kill the snake. He banked his firebolt left. He came in low across the ridge. He cast Stupefy Chain at the first knot of 3 Death Eaters and dropped them clean. He cast Expelliarmus Sweep at the second knot and stripped 4 wands. Lupin and Sirius, on his left and right, swept in behind him and bound the disarmed. The Carrows were harder. Amicus, who had a particular talent for the Cruciatus and a particular hatred of Aurors, threw a beam at Lupin that hit Lupin in the shoulder and spun him out of the air. Sirius caught Lupin on the back of his own broom in a maneuver he had practiced for, on the grass behind the cottage, with grim repeated patience, all summer. The two of them dropped behind the line. Tonks, in the back of the formation, took up Lupin's place. Alecto, who saw her brother go down to a quick clean stunning from Mrs. Weasley, screamed and lunged at Mrs. Weasley with a curse that the system identified as a particularly nasty bone shatterer. Mrs. Weasley's Protego, which was a household charm she had been casting for 25 years to keep teapots off her children's heads, took the hit. Mrs. Weasley's counter, which was a furious clean bombarda at level 17, took Alecto in the chest. Alecto folded. Alecto fell. Alecto did not get up. Noted, said the system, with an audible note of respect, a Weasley mother is a force of nature. Harry brought his broom around. He came in over the front of the tower. The doors of the tower stood open. The thin line of Death Eaters at the door, 3 of them, was firing up at him with the desperation of men who had begun to realize that they had been outnumbered before the fight had even begun. Harry's wand came up. He cast a wide 3-target Expelliarmus Sweep that disarmed all 3. He cast Stupefy Chain. They dropped. He took his broom in through the doors of the tower at full speed. He pulled up at the last second. He landed on the cold stone floor inside. The hall was high and dark. Pillars rose along both sides. At the far end of the hall, on a low dais, sat a long stone throne. On the throne sat a thin pale man in black robes, his hands folded in his lap, his eyes red. Beside him, coiled around the base of the throne, lay a great snake. 12 feet of muscled bronze and green. Voldemort did not stand. "Harry Potter," he said. His voice, after the long absence, was the voice he had had in the chamber. The voice he had had in the graveyard. "Welcome. Tom." The red eyes flickered. "Do not call me that. Tom Riddle. Born in an orphanage. Your mother loved your father. Your father did not love her. Your mother died on Christmas Eve, 1926, alone." Harry walked, with the steady patience the cupboard had taught him, down the hall. He stopped 20 feet from the throne. "I have read your file, Tom. I have it almost by heart. I have spent 5 years preparing for this conversation. And do you imagine, child, that knowing the small private griefs of my childhood will save you tonight? No. I imagine that knowing them will make this easier for me." The red eyes narrowed. The snake at the throne's base lifted its great head. The system, beside Harry's ribs, opened a single comm panel. "Kill plan, Nagini first. Lumos Lancia at full power, aimed at the base of the skull. Then, passenger fragment. Then, Voldemort." He did not telegraph it. He simply moved. His wand came up in a single fluid arc. The Lumos Lancia bloomed out of the holly tip in a long bright stabbing punch of cold white light, and the light, in a single half-second, crossed the 20 feet between him and the throne and entered the snake's open mouth on its way up off the floor and exited through the back of the snake's skull. The snake dropped. It dropped boneless. It dropped with the weight of a thing that had been a Horcrux for 50 years and had now, abruptly, ceased to be one. The system sang. "Horcrux destroyed, Nagini. Soul fragment, annihilated. 6 of 7 confirmed. 1 remains. The remaining fragment is in host." Voldemort, on the throne, watched the snake die. His face did not change. His hands did not move. He looked, after a long moment, back at Harry. You have done your homework, Harry Potter. Yes, Tom. You know, then, that the last fragment is in you. Yes. You know that to kill me, you must die first. I am not going to die, Tom. I am going to expel you. The red eyes flickered, again. They flickered with the small careful fear of a man who had been told something he had not wanted to hear and who was now, for the first time in many years, considering the possibility that the thing he had been told was true. You are going to use the spell you used on Quirrell. Yes. You believe it will work on me. Yes. Why? Because my mother loved me. There was a long silence. Voldemort, on the throne, slowly stood up. His wand was in his hand. The wand was the Elder Wand, which Harry, with the system's help, had identified 6 months earlier and had decided not to chase, because chasing it would mean killing Voldemort to take it, and Voldemort's death by anyone else's wand was a thing the system had told him would simply translate the Elder Wand's mastery to the killer. Better, the system had said, to engage Voldemort with mastery still in his hand. Better, the system had said, to take it from him in the moment of his unmaking. Voldemort raised the Elder Wand. He cast the killing curse. The green light came across the hall in a single fast clean beam, and Harry, with the cold clean certainty he had been building since the cupboard, did not dodge. He had been preparing for this for months. He had been preparing for it since Dumbledore had told him, in the headmaster's office in his 4th year, that the last fragment was in him. He had been preparing for it with the system, in the forge, in long quiet sessions that nobody else had been in the room for. He let the curse hit him. It hit him in the chest. He went down on the cold stone floor. He felt nothing. He felt only a great clean wash of light pass through him, and the small dark thing that had been living behind his lightning scar for 14 years gave a single thin scream and was, with the curses passing, expelled. The expulsion was clean. The system caught the fragment in a small calm field of Lumos Matres. The system, with its quiet patient pleasure, dissolved the fragment into a thin warm white light that faded out of the hall like steam off a pond. Harry, on the cold stone floor, opened his eyes. The lightning scar, on his forehead, was gone. He sat up. Voldemort, on the dais, stared at him. The red eyes were wide. The thin pale face had gone, after a long moment, paler than Harry had ever seen it. You are not dead. No, Tom. My curse hit you. It did. It killed the part of you in me. I am the rest of me. I am all that is left of me here. Voldemort, on the dais, slowly raised the Elder Wand a second time. The wand did not respond. The wand, which had been his since the duel with Grindelwald in 1945, recognized, in the small infallible way of wands, that its true master had changed. The boy on the floor in front of it had taken the killing curse and had survived. The wand, in Voldemort's hand, refused to cast. Harry, on the floor, stood up. He raised his wand. The system, behind his ribs, opened the final casting panel for the last time. It was no longer a question. It was a simple statement. Lumos Matres, full power, on the man. He cannot regenerate. The fragments are gone. The soul can now die like any other. He cast the soft warm white light he had drawn from his mother across the cold stone hall, and the light, when it touched Tom Marvolo Riddle, did not cut and did not stab and did not burn. The light simply held him. The light wrapped around him with the gentleness of a mother holding a child who had been crying for too many hours and could not, by himself, find his way out of the crying. The light was Lily Potter's hand on a small hot forehead. The light was love. Tom Riddle, in the light, came apart. He came apart slowly. He came apart with a kind of dignity. He looked, in the light, like the boy he had been before the cupboard of his own life had closed on him, 16 years old, still tall, still pale, still beautiful in the way certain kinds of cruelty had once been beautiful, but now, for one long quiet instant, just a boy. Just a boy who had been alone, and then had been afraid, and then had decided the way out of the fear was to make himself bigger than the world. The light held him. The light, with the patient tenderness of the woman it had come from, dissolved him. He was gone in 9 seconds. The hall went quiet. The elder wand, in the air where his hand had been, fell. It hit the stone floor with a soft clean clack. It rolled 3 inches. It came to rest at Harry's foot. He picked it up. The system, beside his ribs, said, in the smallest of voices, "Host." "It is done." He nodded. He walked out of the hall. He came out of the tower into the morning. The order, on the slope below, had finished. The 15 Death Eaters were down. None of them were dead. They were bound, in conjured ropes, in a long row on the grass. The Aurors who had been waiting 2 miles down the mountain, with Madame Bones at their head, were already coming up the path. Mrs. Weasley, on the slope, was crying. Mr. Weasley, beside her, was holding her. Sirius. Lupin. Snape. Tonks. Moody. Kingsley. Ron. Hermione. Ginny. Neville. Luna. Fred. George. Bill. Charlie. Mrs. Weasley. Mr. Weasley. All of them. Alive. Harry, at the door of the tower, raised one hand. They saw him. They came running. Hermione reached him first. She threw her arms around him. She was crying, the steady relieved tears of a girl who had been holding her breath for an hour. Ron came after her. Ginny came after him. Sirius and Lupin came together. Snape came last, slowly, with his hands in his pockets, and his eyes, when they met Harry's, were the eyes of a man who had at last been allowed to set down a burden he had carried for 15 years. Snape inclined his head once. Harry inclined his head back. That was all. It was enough. Dumbledore, who had been sitting on a flat rock at the bottom of the slope all morning because he had agreed not to fight in the final battle so that, if anything went wrong, he would be alive to teach Harry's children, came up the path now in his long blue robes. He stopped a few feet from Harry. He looked at the boy whose forehead was, for the first time in 14 years, unmarked. Harry. Sir. Your scar. It was the last fragment, sir. Yes, my boy. Yes. Dumbledore reached out and laid one hand, very briefly, on Harry's shoulder. It was the same gesture he had made in his office at the end of year 1. The same gesture Lupin had made in the entrance hall at the start of year 3. The same gesture every man Harry trusted had made, at the right moment, in the right way, for 5 years. Harry, who had received in his life perhaps 8 such touches that meant exactly the thing they meant, accepted it without flinching. He looked at his headmaster. He smiled. It's done, sir. It is done, Harry. The morning broke open. The sun came clear of the eastern peaks. The mist on the slope began to burn off. Below them, the heather was wet with dew. Above them, the sky was the long high blue of an English summer morning. The long line of bound Death Eaters waited on the grass for the Aurors. The Order, in groups of 3 or 4, had begun to walk back down the path together with their wands tucked away. Harry stood at the door of the tower and looked out at all of it. The system, behind his ribs, said softly, "War complete. Host level, 47. Spells registered, 119. Derivatives, 41. Passives, 23. Kill count, 2, Horcruxes destroyed, 7 of 7. The family lives. The family grew. The family endures. This is the final log entry of the war years, host. The system will be quieter from here. You will find me when you need me." Harry, alone for one short moment at the door of the tower, smiled at the panel. He laid his hand briefly on his ribs. "Thank you," he said, in the small voice you use to thank a friend. The system did not log it. Some things, even a system, will not record. He went down the path with his friends. He went down the path with his godfather and the man who had been his father's best friend and the man who had loved his mother and had served him, in his hard cold reluctant way, for 5 long years. He went down the path with the boy and the girl who had been his circle since the train compartment in his first year, and the girl who had become his sister friend and had grown, somewhere along the way, into the person whose hand he wanted to hold while walking out of a war. Ginny took his hand. He let her take it. The order walked down the mountain in a long quiet line. In the village at the bottom of the mountain, a small boy with a kite was playing in a field. He looked up as the long line came out of the heather. He saw the wizards and the witches in their robes. He saw the boy at the head of the line. He waved. Harry, with the small steady patience the cupboard had taught him, waved back. He had a long life ahead of him. He had children to have, eventually, and a house to find, and books to write, and defense against the dark arts classes to teach for Dumbledore the year after he graduated, and a ministry to reform with Madame Bones, and a forge of his own to build for the next generation of children with their own systems, because the system, as it folded itself into a smaller and smaller corner of Harry's chest in the years that followed, had whispered to him, on his 18th birthday, that there were others. There were always others. Different forms. Different gifts. Different boys and girls in different cupboards who would, one day, ask the same question they had been waiting all their lives to be asked. Did they accept? He would find them. He would help them. He would build the forge and the system, between them, would make the world the kind of place where a boy in a cupboard would not have to teach himself a light-cutting charm to keep his sister friend from being clubbed by a troll on Halloween night. But that was for later. For now, on the slope of a black Scottish mountain on the longest day of the year, Harry Potter, 14 years old, walked down the path with his hand in Ginny Weasley's, and the morning sun on his face, and the wind off the highlands clean in his hair, and his lightning scar gone, and his system asleep in a small calm corner of his chest. The war was over. The boy who had been a wizard had become, at last, a man. The evolution system, one final time, in its quiet voice, said, "Welcome home, host." He was home. Before all of that, however, came the long battle itself. It would, in later years, be remembered in fragments. Not even the participants could agree on the order. Hermione would write it up, in 1997, as a 30,000-word academic monograph for the Ministry's archive, and she would have to leave gaps because no 2 witnesses, of the 18 who had been on the slope, remembered the same set of events in the same sequence. Sirius would always insist that the Caro twins had gone down before Rodolphus. Lupin would always insist Rodolphus had gone down first. Both of them were right and both of them were wrong, because the battle had broken into 7 parallel duels in less than 10 seconds and each of those duels had had a different rhythm and a different ending. The duels, in roughly the order they had begun, had been these. Sirius and Lupin against Rodolphus Lestrange. Sirius had taken the lead. Sirius had spent 12 years thinking about Bellatrix and Rodolphus the way a man thinks about a wall. He had memorized Rodolphus's casting form from old Auror dossiers, and he had, in his year of training at the cottage, identified 3 weaknesses. He used them in sequence. He used the first one to make Rodolphus shift his weight to the left foot. He used the second one to draw Rodolphus's wand arm out of its preferred guard. He used the third one to catch Rodolphus across the chest with a stunning charm that, while not the fastest in his arsenal, was the cleanest. Rodolphus dropped. Lupin, behind Sirius, finished the binding while Sirius, with a small grim satisfaction, levitated Rodolphus into the row. Mrs. Weasley against Electo Caro. 25 years of casting Protego over teapots had given Molly Weasley, a witch of moderate combat ability, the fastest defensive reflex on the slope that morning. Electo, who was used to dueling Aurors, was not used to dueling mothers. She lunged at Mrs. Weasley with a curse intended to break Mrs. Weasley's spine. Mrs. Weasley's Protego, which she had cast on the third day of every summer holiday for 2 decades to keep bludgers off her sons in the orchard, took the curse and held. Mrs. Weasley's counter, which was the same bombarda she used to break stubborn jam jars, took Alecto in the chest. Alecto folded. Alecto fell. Alecto did not, for the rest of the battle, get up. Mrs. Weasley, on the slope, glared at her with the expression of a woman who was, on principle, never going to let an enemy of her family stand back up. Tonks and Kingsley against Mulciber and Avery the younger. Tonks had been an Auror for 3 years. Kingsley had been an Auror for 15. Mulciber and Avery had been Death Eaters for 16. The duel, in that matchup, was almost a formality. Kingsley took Mulciber down with a stunning charm so loud it echoed off the mountain. Tonks, who had a particular gift for changing her appearance mid-duel, made Avery think for half a second that she was Bellatrix, and Avery, in his confused half-second of doubt, hesitated, and the hesitation was enough. The Weasley twins, Fred and George, against 3 masked Death Eaters whose names nobody on the Order side ever bothered to learn. The twins had brought, in their pockets, 6 different prototypes from their joke shop in Diagon Alley. They used 3 of them. They used a distraction drop, which exploded in a small cloud of bright iridescent smoke and made it impossible for the 3 Death Eaters to see for 15 seconds. They used a tickling pellet, which they had only intended for Slytherin first years and which they discovered, with a kind of horrified delight, also worked on adult Death Eaters in combat conditions. They used a tripwire hex they had been trying to perfect since Easter, which laid down a thin web of invisible cords across the slope and which, when the 3 Death Eaters tried to charge the twins through the smoke, brought all 3 of them down in a single tangled heap. The twins bound them with conjured ropes the way their mother had taught them. They did not stop laughing for 10 minutes. Bill and Charlie Weasley against Not and the Last Carrow. Bill, who had spent 5 years working for Gringotts in Egyptian tombs, had a particular talent for ward cracking and for the deflection of curses. Charlie, who worked with dragons in Romania, had a particular talent for moving very fast in confined spaces. The 2 of them, in tandem, took Not and Carrow apart with the brisk efficiency of brothers who had been training together since they were small enough to share a bath. Hermione and Ron and Ginny and Neville and Luna against 4 Death Eaters at the foot of the path, the rearguard Voldemort had stationed to catch any retreat. They were the youngest of the Order. They were the closest to Harry's age. They had trained for 5 years under Harry's direct tutelage in the Room of Requirement. They had built, between them, a tactical system in which Hermione held the rear with shields, Ron held the center with broad-area stunners, Ginny held the right with quick-fire bat-bogey hexes that the system identified as deeply demoralizing to Death Eaters, Neville held the left with a slow careful petrification charm he had forged independently over the previous winter, and Luna walked, with apparent unconcern, 3 steps in front of all of them and threw small pickled radishes at the Death Eaters' faces. The radishes did not, on their own, harm anyone. The radishes did, however, make the Death Eaters look up and to the right at a particular precise angle, which gave Hermione a clean line on their throats with her Lumospectra. 3 of them went down in Hermione's first sweep. The 4th, who had had the presence of mind to dodge the radish and turn his head down and to the left, was caught by Neville's petrifying charm in mid-curse. He froze. He fell. He was bound by Luna with a small skipping ribbon she had been wearing in her hair. Snape and Moody against Voldemort's 2 innermost circle, men whose names Snape knew and Moody had been trying to bring in for 15 years. The duel between Snape and the first of them, a dueling specialist named Selwyn, lasted 42 seconds. The duel between Moody and the second, a man named Yaxley, lasted 38. Snape, when Selwyn fell, walked over and looked down at the man's bound body with an expression that was both deeply tired and deeply satisfied. Moody, when Yaxley fell, said, "About bloody time," and limped off to the next engagement. That was the slope. Inside the tower, Harry had walked the long hall to the throne and had, in 14 seconds with the system's calm assistance, killed the snake and broken Voldemort. And outside, the battle had ended at almost the same instant. 18 Order members. 15 Death Eaters. One Dark Lord. 18 on one side, walking. 16 on the other, bound on the grass. Voldemort, a small drift of warm air on a stone floor. It was over. The Aurors came up the path and did the paperwork. Madame Bones, in her crisp brisk manner, had a quill and a clipboard and went down the line of bound Death Eaters and assigned each to a holding cell at the ministry by name. The Daily Prophet's photographer, who had been brought along in the back of an Auror van and had not been let out until the all-clear was sounded, took photographs of the slope and the bound Death Eaters and the Order in their dirty robes with their tired faces and their wands at their hips. Most of all, the photographer took photographs of Harry. Harry stood with Ginny under his right arm and Hermione under his left, and Ron behind him with his hand on his shoulder, and the morning sun on his face, and his forehead, where the lightning scar had been for 14 years, smooth and unmarked. The photograph would run on the front page of the Prophet the next morning under the headline "The War is Over." It would be the front page of the Prophet that hung, framed, in the kitchen of every wizarding household in Britain for the next 30 years. The Order walked down the mountain. They did not all walk down at the same pace. Some walked together. Some walked alone. Mrs. Weasley caught up with Mr. Weasley near a small spring halfway down the path and put her head against his shoulder and cried for the first time since Fred had nearly lost an ear at the ministry that February. Mr. Weasley, who was a quiet kind man with very steady hands, held her. Snape walked the whole way down by himself. He did not speak. When he reached the village at the bottom he turned, looked back up the slope at Harry, who was a small distant figure halfway down with his arm around Ginny Weasley, and he allowed himself, alone in the village square with only an old sheepdog watching, a small half-smile. Then he apparat away. The villagers, who had been told the night before by Madame Bones' deputies that there might be loud noises and lights on the mountain at dawn but that they should not, on any account, leave their homes, came out into their gardens at 6 in the morning to stare. A small cohort of Aurors, with memory charm wands at the ready, walked among them and explained, in the gentle careful language Madame Bones had drilled into the core for exactly this kind of morning, that nothing significant had happened. A storm. Some lights. Nothing to worry about. The villagers, who had heard a great many odd things in their valley over the years, accepted the explanation with the calm resigned good humor of people who had decided long ago that the world had its strangenesses and that it was no use asking. The Order made it back to Hogwarts by mid-morning. Dumbledore, at the gates, embraced each of them in turn. He embraced Harry last, with a long careful hug that had in it the weight of 15 years. Harry, who had not been hugged like that in his life before, stood in it for a long moment and then, when Dumbledore released him, smiled. "It is done, sir. It is done, my boy. Go and sleep. You have a long life ahead of you." He went up to Gryffindor Tower with his friends. The common room was empty, most of the school had been evacuated to the Burrow and to other safe houses for the duration of the assault, and the four of them, with Sirius and Lupin and Mr. and Mrs. Weasley and the rest of the Weasley clan filing in behind them, gathered in front of the fire. Ron, with the unconscious gravity of a boy who had survived a thing, lit the fire with a small careful incendio and put the kettle on. They drank tea. They did not say much. They did not need to. They drank the tea, and they ate the small honey biscuits Mrs. Weasley had brought in her satchel, and they sat with one another in the long warm quiet of a common room after a war, and the morning sun came in through the high windows of Gryffindor Tower in long warm bars. The system, behind Harry's ribs, slept. 3 weeks later, on the eve of his 15th birthday, Harry sat on the back steps of Sirius's cottage in Devon and watched the sun go down over the sea. It was a long slow sunset. The kind of sunset you get on the coast of Devon in late July, a long unhurried fall of red and gold across the water with the lights of small fishing boats coming on one by one in the distance and the gulls riding the warm air over the cliffs in long slow arcs. Harry, who had spent the previous 2 weeks doing very little besides sleeping and eating and reading and walking, sat on the steps with a mug of tea in his hands and Ginny beside him. She had her head on his shoulder. She had, in the weeks since the mountain, been quieter than she had been in years. She had been thinking. She had been, Harry knew without being told, working through her own version of what had happened to her in her first year, and what had been taken from her, and what she had done with what was left. She had told him, halfway through the second week, that she was going to apply to be Quidditch captain in her 6th year. She had told him, halfway through the third, that she was going to ask Dumbledore if she could begin training as a curse breaker for the ministry the summer after she graduated. She had told him, that morning, that she loved him. He had told her he loved her too. He had told her in the careful quiet voice he used for the things he meant. She had kissed him. He had kissed her back. They had spent the afternoon walking on the beach with their hands threaded together. Now they sat on the back steps and watched the sun go down. Harry. Yes. What does the system say? He smiled. He let one slow breath out. It says hello, he said. It says it is happy. It says it has a small new request, but it is in no hurry. What kind of request? It would like to meet some of the others. Others? Other systems. Other children. There are, the system tells me, perhaps a dozen of them in the world. None of them have spoken to one another. Most of them do not know they exist. The system has been thinking, the past 3 weeks, that it would like, in the next 15 years, to introduce them. To build a, he paused. He searched for the word. A forge. A school within the school. A place where those children can find one another and learn what they are and what they can do. That sounds like a very hairy thing for a system to suggest. Yes. Will you do it? Yes. Where? I don't know yet. Hogwarts, perhaps. A wing. Or a separate place. Dumbledore and I will discuss it. I have a lot of years ahead of me. I am going to make a very large number of long quiet decisions over those years, and the system is going to help me, and you are going to help me, and Hermione is going to help me, and Ron and Sirius and Lupin and Snape and the Weasleys are going to help me. I am going to do it in a careful unhurried way. Good. And in the meantime. Yes. I am going to teach you Lumos Lancia. She laughed. She lifted her head off his shoulder. She looked at him with the long warm bright laugh in her eyes that, Harry had decided over the previous month, was the look he was going to spend the rest of his life looking at. Are you, Harry Potter? I am. All right then, Harry Potter. Teach me. He set down his tea. He stood up. He gave her his hand. She took it. They went out onto the beach. He drew his wand from his sleeve. He looked at her for a long moment, with the small careful affection of a boy who had decided to be a teacher to this girl for as long as she would let him. Right, he said. Hold the wand like this. The hand position is important. The breath comes from here, low in the chest. The word is precise. The word is Lumos Lancia. The mind is steady. The aim is intent. Watch. He cast. A long bright stabbing beam of cold white light flowered out of his wand into the long red Devon evening, and Ginny, beside him, watched it with the focused steady attention of a girl who had decided to be his student. The system, behind his ribs, hummed. The sea, in the distance, kept rolling. The sun, on the horizon, set. He was 15 tomorrow. He had a long life ahead of him. He had work to do, and friends to keep, and a war to remember without becoming, in the remembering, a man who lived in the past, and a world to make a little better than the world he had been given. He had a system. He had a circle. He had a girl beside him on a beach. He had, after 15 years, become himself. The evolution system, beside his ribs, said softly, in the smallest of voices, "Well done, host." He smiled. He turned to Ginny. He handed her the wand. Your turn, he said. She took it. She raised it. She breathed. Lumos Lancia, she said. A long bright stabbing beam of cold white light, perhaps 4 feet long, flowered out of the wand. She laughed. She turned to him with the long warm bright laugh in her eyes. He laughed too, softly. The sun went down behind the sea. The first stars came out over Devon. The lights of the fishing boats moved in long slow lines across the water. The boy who had been a wizard, and who had become a man, walked back up the beach to the cottage with the girl who would, eventually, be his wife. Behind him, in the sand, the long bright trail of 2 clean lumos lancia cast in the same evening glittered for a moment and faded. The sea came in. The sea took the trail. The night closed in. And the evolution system, beside Harry Potter's ribs, slept the calm patient sleep of a thing that had finished, after 15 years, the work it had been built for. In the long years after the mountain, Harry Potter built the forge. He built it slowly. He built it with care. He built it in a small wing of the Hogwarts grounds that Dumbledore had set aside for him in the autumn of 1997, on the understanding that the wing would be Harry's to govern as he saw fit until such time as Harry decided it should be returned to the school. The wing had 8 rooms, each with a vaulted ceiling, each with the same kind of subtle resonance Harry had felt the first time he had walked into the room of requirement. In each of the rooms, over the next 10 years, Harry trained 1 child. There were, the system had told him, 12 in the world. He found 10 of them. The other 2, the system had said, were not for him to find. They had their own paths. He left them alone. The first was a small girl from Cornwall named Rhiannon Llewellyn, whose system had spoken to her for the first time on her 9th birthday and who, when Harry came to fetch her at her grandmother's cottage in 1998, looked at him with the calm steady patience of a girl who had been waiting for someone who knew. The second was a boy from Edinburgh named Adam McKenna, whose system had a particular gift for transfiguration. The third was a girl from a village outside Paris named Camille Blanchett, whose system, almost shyly, had given her the ability to speak to certain kinds of birds. The fourth was a boy from a fishing town on the coast of Galway named Cathal O'Connor, whose system was tuned to water magic. The fifth was a girl from the south of Italy named Sofia Russo. The sixth, a boy from Krakow named Tomasz. The seventh, a girl from Cairo named Yasmin. The eighth, a boy from Lagos named Adetokunbo. The ninth, a girl from Tokyo named Hina. The 10th, the last, a small quiet boy from a village in the Andes named Ernesto, whose system, when Harry met him, was the closest in kind to Harry's own. Each of them had been a child in a cupboard in their own way. Each of them had been waiting. Each of them, when Harry sat down across from them and explained what was happening, said yes. The forge took them in. The forge taught them. The forge did not require them to fight a war, because there was, with Voldemort's dissolution, no war to fight. The forge taught them, instead, to be people. To be powerful and to be kind. To be precise and to be unhurried. To use their systems as tools and not as masters. To recognize that, in the end, the system could not tell you when a friend was sad. It could not tell you when to put down the wand and just sit. It could not, the list went, hold your hand. It could, however, walk beside you on long quiet evenings while you taught your wife to cast Lumos Lancia on a beach in Devon, and that, Harry had come to think, was enough. He married Ginny in 1999, on the longest day of the year, on the cliff above the cottage in Devon. Sirius walked her down the aisle. Hermione was the maid of honor. Ron was the best man. Snape, who had retired from teaching the year before to take up a senior research position at the ministry, attended with Madame Bones on his arm and laughed twice during the ceremony, which Hermione, watching from the front row, would always say was the strangest thing she had ever seen. They had 3 children. The eldest, a boy, they named James Sirius. The middle, a girl, they named Lily Luna. The youngest, a boy, they named Albus Severus, with Snape's grudging permission and Dumbledore's quiet pleasure. None of the children had a system. The system, by then, had told Harry that systems did not, as a rule, run in families. It had told him, with its quiet calm gentleness, that this was a good thing. The children would be wizards. The children would be ordinary in the ways that all children should be ordinary. The children would have to find their own ways. That was the way it should be. Hermione became the Minister for Magic in 2014. She held the position for 16 years. She reformed the ministry from top to bottom in her first term, with Madame Bones as her Director of Magical Law Enforcement, and the country, under their joint care, became, by the time Hermione's third son was born, a country that worked. Ron took over the Auror department after Kingsley retired, and ran it for 20 years with the calm steady humor he had always had, and his Aurors, who had grown up listening to stories about the Hogwarts 3 and the assault on the mountain, would run themselves through walls for him. Ginny became the manager of the Holyhead Harpies and won the League Cup 6 times in 8 years. Sirius lived a long time. He died in 2034 in his bed in the cottage in Devon, with Lupin and Tonks's son, Teddy, asleep on the rug beside him, and the morning sun coming in through the window. He was 64. He had, in the end, the long quiet life he had always wanted. Lupin lived even longer. He died in 2042. Snape, against every prediction, lived to be 104. Harry himself lived to be 112. The system had, in the second half of his life, given him a small additional set of passives that the system had, in its quiet way, been working on for him. He died on a warm afternoon in late June, in the cottage in Devon, with Ginny holding his hand on the bed beside him and his children and his grandchildren and his great-grandchildren in the next room. He was the last of the original order. The system, beside his ribs, was the last thing to go. "Welcome home, host," it said softly, one final time, the way it had said it on 100 occasions over 112 years. He smiled. He let go. The system, with the same patient courtesy with which it had walked into him in a cupboard under the stairs in 1990, walked out of him in a small calm bead of cool blue light on a summer afternoon 101 years later, and went, as it had to find the next child in the next cupboard who had been waiting all his or her life to be asked the question. The bead of blue light, on its way out the cottage window, paused for a single brief moment in the long warm sunlight on the windowsill, the way a friend pauses at the door of a house he has lived in for a long time before stepping out into the rest of his life. Then it was gone. Outside, in the small white-painted cottage above the sea, the wind moved softly through the open window. The curtains lifted. The light fell on the bed. The boy who had been a wizard, and who had become a man, and who had become, in the end, a great old grandfather with white hair and tired eyes and the steadiest hands in the country, slept. The sea came in. The sea went out. The day, in its long unhurried way, went on. Chapter 8 End.